And welcome back to the Division I men's regionals for New England. 3 teams trying to punch their ticket to nationals today. I am Mike Callahan alongside my longtime broadcast partner, Tom Myers, and we are here covering number 6 McGill against number 9 BU. BU in the red jerseys and in the vacation land end zone, and McGill in the white in the lobster pot end zone. Tom, good to see you again. What are you looking forward to today?
Good to see you too. I'm looking forward to a fantastic day of ultimate. Hopefully the weather holds. Right now it's getting sunny. A little classic Maine chill to the air to start. Had some rain overnight, but the fields have held up well. Yeah, we'll see what today holds. Both of these teams are pumped to be here. McGill looking to steal a bid. Our friends from the north have been doing a really good job this year and hung with UNCW in a recent tournament, which is no easy feat. And BU in the red jerseys, talked to one of their players before the game, and they finished 3rd in their section, but which they said was the best they've done in about 4 years. And in a section with Northeastern and Tufts, that's also not an easy feat. So yeah, I'm looking forward to a really good game.
Yeah, we have 2 observers today. Towards the lobster pot end zone, we have Chris from Montreal and Dylan from Massachusetts in the vacation land end zone, helping modify the field for visibility for back end line. And I'm just looking forward to, which underdog team in these games today is going to come out with the most, with the nothing to lose attitude and come out and play really, intense and aggressive and try and shake the higher seed. That's all you can do as the underdog is, try and be more intense than a team that might be more talented or more well coached.
Yeah, here we go.
And BU pull is up. McGill receiving right side of your screen, middle of the field.
Like a kind of a shallow horizontal to start, and then they kind of move over. So yeah, they were kind of staying in the horizontal. Boston with a little poach. Number 10 is kind of taking space up in the middle.
Yeah, they're playing a zone in back of like a matchup handler person.
Yeah, you're right. That was like person on handlers and then like a zone on the cutters, and now they've
deep shot
back, but nice throw.
Nice throw right in front of the end zone, and that is a point for McGill.
That was Jaden Verland with the throw. And number 13, Dylan Wu. Nice cut. Good throw. Kind of caught number 10 from BU kind of looking at the disc there. I was in the middle of saying that they had like melted into person, and they did effectively, except for that one.
Yeah.
Except for that one guy.
He gambled on the bid and lost the gamble. But that's what you have to do as the lower seed. If you want to pull off the underdog and hang your hat on the underdog status, you got to make bids on stuff, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah. So that makes it 1-0 McGill. Nice controlled offense for the McGill team. Let's see if BU can hold.
And they didn't seem surprised at all by the defense that BU threw at them to start.
No, and it's a good thing to throw at a team to begin. A little wrinkle right off the bat, maybe catching some. The brains aren't quite awake yet. First game of the day. Hoping to create a quick turn and get a steal a break right off the bat. It's a good pull from McGill. They let it fall. BU in a similar offense. Looks like horizontal from BU as well. 2 cutters to clear the space, and then number 7 here fills.
Oh, great cut. Continues it, and it's going to be really... Oh, that was a very nice catch by number 11.
Oh, he
Patient
needs an
on the near
option.
sideline. Oh, and the hammer to the back of the end zone. And
That's number one was in a good spot for that. It had a little more velocity than I think he thought. Usually you want to go and attack that, and he kind of got caught flat-footed and it was over his head. Unfortunate, but not a lot of options for 11 on that one. Good look here from McGill to start.
This is
Looking
trouble.
to put it.
This is trouble. But too low, and number 11 is going to be all over that.
I have a feeling maybe not a thrower, or it just didn't come out of his hand right. 42 there from McGill.
Looks like a split stack and little miscommunication. Yeah.
Stop padding.
Miscommunication for BU there off of the turn.
I like the aggression. You know, if you see your teammate breaking deep, you think you have him, and at the last second the cutter saw the defender going and said, "Oh, I'm not open," and just no one in the vicinity. That's a sweet little throw.
Well, it looks like so. My guess would be for the McGill player's huck chance there earlier was just more of a slip, because it looks like a very talented thrower.
Well, the ground is still wet.
So
the disc is probably a little bit slick.
Yeah.
Just takes a little more focus. Near sideline, McGill with a disc. Right around the 15. Moving. Oh, and BU trailing, trying to make up ground. Can't quite get there, and cut to the open side for the point.
Number 6, Nico. Bardaki with the throw. Again, patience by McGill, just kind of waiting for the cuts to develop. Throw into space. I like how when they got it to the corner there, they stuck with that. Nico made a cut to the corner, wasn't there, came back to the middle, and the thrower stuck with him. Gave it to him in a really good position to make the next throw for the score. 2-0, McGill.
To me, it looks like BU is just a little bit behind their chasing on defense, which means, you know, their person is getting by them. They're not putting their body in the way, and they seem a little bit surprised by the speed of McGill right now.
Well, I think yes. Well, or perhaps the speed of McGill was expected, and that could be why when they set up their D point to start the game, they went with that man on the handler's zone-y kind of poachy on the cutters to take away the speed advantage. Because this last point was a break from McGill, so BU started with the disc and we're not able to set that defense up to begin. Let's see though, BU needs their offense to work it down the field here. They seem to be aggressive, so I would expect them to continue to explore the deep space. Maybe not throw it, but make McGill honor it. Yeah, they want a hold. They want a hold here though. BU does not want to go down 3-0.
And BU moved the disc fairly well that last point on offense. You know, a couple of turnovers back and forth. It's going to come down to can they execute their scoring offense, and can they slow down this McGill offense? Host stack again for BU.
This is their play to get themselves going here. They clear one side and then they bring that cutter across.
Yeah, a little strike cut by the handler there.
He's gonna do it.
Deep shot, but too low. Oh, but still caught by the BU player.
Number 9, Andre Savard got a piece from McGill, but good focus by the BU player to catch that.
That was Gay on the reception, right by the end zone. A nice little floaty pass to the far sideline in the end zone for BU.
Good hold. They needed that.
Yes, they needed that. 11 seems to be a big part of the BU offense right now. You saw him throw that hammer that was just bobbled and hit the dirt, and then that point right there. BU in the red jerseys. You'll note, hopefully on your screen, some tents that are down right now, but that will be up later, our Impact Melanoma tents. Impact Melanoma is a sponsor of Maine Ultimate, and they provide sunblock for players year-round at these tournaments and whatever tournaments Maine Ultimate runs, and they also provide tents for the players on the sidelines.
Yeah, so that makes it 2-1. McGill in front. McGill receiving the disc in the Vacation Land end zone. O-line out, ready to do some more work.
We haven't seen stoppages in play. We haven't seen picks, fouls, anything like that yet. So morning is still young.
It's been very clean so far.
Good pull by BU. A little hard to catch. Always a good option. Looks like their BU's coming back out in that matchup handler zone behind. Oh, a low throw.
Nice catch.
Great catch by 77. Far side of the field, big gainer there. To midfield. Far sideline. Good movement. Oh, long swing pass. Defense couldn't quite get there. And that's going to be a deep throw to the back. Oh, great leaping grab by McGill.
Malcolm Kolinsky. Can't teach height, Mike.
No, you can't.
And that was just the right player in the right spot. Great throw. Throw it up there and let the tall gentleman go get it.
And they also had an underneath guy streaking towards the end zone who looked up at the last minute, saw his teammate, and kind of just kept running through. There are too many open players on this McGill offense.
That makes it 3-1 in favor of McGill. Yeah, BU looking for some answers on defense. For now, they can put that aside and just focus on staying within striking distance here. They need to generate some stops, but first, keep it close.
It looks like on defense, what they're trying to do on that zone behind is have the one deep, trying to take everything deep away, and everyone playing under, trying to force it deep. Mm-hmm. It only works if, they don't flood as McGill has been doing, flood the deep zone and have options.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's a way to eliminate a matchup disadvantage that they might be worried about. But McGill seems to have a really good idea of how to attack that. As McGill has a miscommunication off the pole, it looks like of who was guarding who, BU unable to take advantage of.
Good patience by the BU handlers here.
Sometimes you have to go backwards to then go forwards. Number 11 again in the middle of things.
A little bit short. Looks like he just couldn't really get the grip on it, and it's a turnover. McGill taking over around their own 5 now, near sideline.
Yep, McGill using the whole width of the field. The spacing seems to be a little bit better for McGill's offense too.
Good bid by 22.
Jinx UO Minnesota.
Yeah, that was McDonough on the bid, unable to come up with it. Travel, but that's okay. And we have McGill on the near sideline, trying to go up for and just out of reach. And we have a player down.
We have an injury. That was a full extension layout like that. That's shoulders can hurt. That's number 8. That's Aiden McKibben. Hopefully he's okay. You saw 87 from BU with the disc there, kind of trying to jump in that lane, but he just couldn't make up the difference there, so he was able to make a play on it. 11.
So McGill puts in a sub, and BU puts the disc into play. Oh, great grab by 87 there. Coming out again in that horizontal stack.
It's kind of
back into a vertical. Yeah.
Unfortunate drop there. At number 7, BU a little out of sorts on offense.
Good job by 11 trying to take the initial strike away, take the quick throw away, and don't get scored on right away. And now McGill confidently with the disc. Oh, but 11 jumps right in front of that.
Yeah, that was
Snatches it right out of the air.
it was a forced throw by McGill. Don't need to take that one there.
Nice little cheeky inside throw there. Oh, and that's going to be back towards the far side of the, oh, and just out of reach of number 7.
Number 7 is hurt. Similar idea, a bid back like over his shoulder there like that. You could also see on that point just the physical conditioning of BU's number 11, just outrunning and outworking. Like this is a long point, and he's active, and he's still like clearly in really good shape and getting open pretty much on demand.
Well, hopefully DeVlair is okay. I apologize to his family if I'm mispronouncing that.
The way he's looking at his shoulder, it looks like his shoulder might be in some pain. Hopefully it's in place and not out of place. Ooh.
Looks like they'll be using the Maine Ultimate app to call a trainer. I
may or may not have informed the coach that he should download it, which he did after getting here. Thank goodness, because it looks like his shoulder is out of place. Oof. Hopefully he's okay. McGill takes over. Horizontal stack to begin. BU in just a matchup person defense.
I do like the spacing of their horizontal, like in relation to the disc.
Oh, we got another injury.
Another player down. Oh, that's unfortunate.
This looks like a hamstring. These are not fun either. This is a non-contact leg injury. This is one of those where, like, when you have a semi-wet field, it can be kind of grabby underfoot there.
Yeah.
And you plant and your foot kind of sticks. Again, long point, getting kind of gassed. You know, testing how physically able we are, and oof, another BU player down. Doesn't matter what the score is, you don't like seeing this.
No. Hopefully it's not anything too serious for Quayon.
Doesn't look good given that he can't put any weight on.
No.
I hope he's okay. McGill resuming play. They did send the disc back from where the injury happened as they moved the disc back to the middle and up the field. From behind, look at this offense. 19-9 for McGill. That's Andre Savard on the reception. Don't have a number 19 on their number chart though. So great offense though, down the field, and then kind of just rolled up the BU defense from behind there, just beating their person down the field, and that makes it 3-1, 4-1, 4-1. My apologies, 4-1 in favor of McGill. And
yeah,
it looks like a timeout's been called.
After that last turn, you saw McGill and BU, kind of turn the disc over back and forth, and McGill seeming to rush a few of their throws previously in the point, just trying to take advantage and trying to get that quick strike. That was a really nice job on that last turn of kind of taking a deep breath, getting under control, and moving the disc, finding the open person, and not taking an unnecessary chance when you could get the easy completion. McGill looking real strong so far in this game. BU's hanging tough. They can't get those defensive shutdowns when they need them. So BU getting ready to receive in the lobster pot end zone. In the red on the right of your screen. McGill in the white. In the vacation land end zone. Of course, these end zones named for various tournaments that Maine Ultimate hosts. Lobster pot is our signature tournament in the fall. It
It's
will be
massive.
happening again.
It's massive.
80 plus teams. We keep getting bigger.
This entire complex is just filled with ultimate frisbee fields. There's what, like 60 something fields, I think, something like that.
There's a lot of fields here.
There's so many fields, and it's the signature event. The entire community, the Maine Ultimate community shows up in force to make that event happen, which is phenomenal. It's not doable without the volunteer community here. It's the marquee event, and teams who come from all around, like the northeastern metro area. Yeah, it's a great tournament.
Yeah, we have a lot of college teams from New York area, as far away as Buffalo sometimes. We've had Rutgers come up a couple times. We've had teams from North Carolina in the past. So it's really a great experience.
Scuba. A scuba happened as Boston University going to a vertical, kind of simplifying things up. They didn't like how the horizontal was working.
Oh, and a deep shot. Can it get over the head of the McGill defender? No.
He's very tall. He's so tall. The sideline below us commented, he's so big. Rory McEwen.
He had the BU player had had position. He was open, but it was and then just a slippery disc there.
I could see Rory took his eyes off it, looking for the next throw before he secured the disc. Don't want to do that.
And as the lower seed in BU, they have to take advantage of, of things like that. Punish the other team for any mistake they make. Oh, and that's a high stall count. Nope, it was going to be a stall contested, but
they're gonna leave it where it is. Yeah, that's just a stall in the 9.5. Just prayers are out there.
That up call came too late for number 4.
Good cut by Bardacki. Way to stay with it.
Victor Zhang to do anything about it, and 31 for McGill's score.
Sam Dummer going to get it from Bardacki. 5-1 McGill. McGill is off and running.
Yeah, they are putting on a clinic today right now.
It's certainly so. Boston University going back to the vertical stack. Simplifies things a little bit, changes where they're attacking the field. It also can make the deep space a little bit easier to exploit in some ways, or maybe just you can attack the deep space a little differently, I guess. Because they certainly were not getting the looks they wanted from the horizontal, so a change up on offense made a lot of sense. And in this case, it wasn't really a strategy deficiency, it was just the execution wasn't quite where they wanted it to be on that point.
Yeah, I'd like to see some different types of offense today. That's one of the things I'm looking forward to over the course of the day. Who comes up with something nifty and different for just to throw a wrinkle at the other team? Maybe some sort of hex or side stack or
that would be wild.
ISO sideline split stack. Handler, everyone deep. That's my favorite.
You could potentially see something in the second half if the score continues at the rate it's going. You could see McGill, if they've done the research of who they might be playing in the next round, of seeing something to work on in this game that they will need later on in the tournament.
That was great D by the handler mark there. Oh, and that's going to be a good bid on that. But McGill just knew where the disc was going, broke off his person, poached, and ran to the disc. Oh, great strike cut by 3 for McGill. Good mark by BU to take the initial score away.
Oh,
and that was a full vertical layout. McGill with the worm as a celebration. It's good to see breakdancing back.
Andre Savard with the layout. His teammate, that disc was most likely meant for his teammate in the front of the end zone, who kind of let it go by him. and Andre made a nice bid on it. That makes it 6. The one McGill firmly in control of this game.
You know, that's when you're a thrower and you go over to him afterwards. Thanks for bailing me out.
That's you could see the thrower. I think that was Aiden McKibben, who was just like after the point where I was just like holding his hand up, be like, "That's my bad. That was not where that was supposed to go." We've all been there.
Yeah. Oh, I can throw it to him or right in between them.
I'll throw them in between them and hope that one of them makes a fantastic play. So as we get ready for this next point, Callahan, you talked about lobster pot previously. The other tournament that we put on is Vacation Land. Can you tell us a little bit about that one?
Vacation Land is a team tournament. It's going to be in August this year, and teams from all over. Last year we had a team come up from Miami, which was awesome.
Oh, that's right,
a team came in from Chicago, which was awesome. And you know, the weather was not necessarily agreeable last year, but we managed to pull it off.
Yeah.
And it's a great tournament. So if you're interested, make sure you get your bids in to Maine Ultimate so they know you want to come. Great defense by McGill. They're just really fast.
Yeah, they're real quick, top to bottom. They're doing a switch. They're switching on defense here. It's not really a zone per se, but they are just kind of switching things off with taking unders, taking deeps, and constantly making things even harder for Boston University to figure out where they are.
And that is going to be into coverage. I liked what 4 and BU did there, Zhang. He was supposed to be the third handler, kind of in the front of the stack, and he was really getting blanketed, and so he took off into the deep space and then got back into the stack and then took off deep again. You know, if you're blanketed and you're supposed to be, you know, handling, it's just trust your teammates, get out of the space, allow someone else to take up that space and help out. Now McGill with the disc near sideline, now in the middle of the field, working back.
Yeah, they really do a good job downfield with their cutters. They really have a lot of base, but they're always active, so they're always cutting, clearing, setting up. There was a pick was called down the field.
Not bad. This far into the game, the first pick that's
First call. Yeah, but they're cutting and clearing really well. There's always 2 of them in motion down the field. Now he's looking to reset.
Good job by the reset handler. Good switch. Handler marks.
The BU defender slipped, but McGill unable to take advantage yet.
Oh, that was too bad. Just off the hands of 17.
A little too much sauce for 17. Good run, though. Siddharth Gali. Good run, good look. Just a little, it had a lot on it, and he was kind of, almost like it was meant to be, 15 yards further downfield, maybe.
Miscommunication.
That
was too bad.
Bummer. Right at the point of the cut clear right there.
Oh, good job by shutting that initial handler cut down, but a score nonetheless for McGill.
Tynan Peterson with the little forehand, little kind of over the top blade thing.
Just on first glance, the couple points that have been rather lengthy points, McGill seems to feast on those. Mm-hmm. They really seem to be in very, very good physical condition, and the long points don't seem to bother them at all. We'll see how that pans out 3 games into the day, right. But right now their physical conditioning is really showing right now.
Well, it's they're so smooth on offense. So far, most of their throws have been 90, 100% throws that when you get tired, that level of execution and decision making really is paramount now, because you're tired, things are not, you're not as quick as you were at the beginning of the point, but that is so, you can tell that's so ingrained in how they play, that's when that really shows up, is when you're exhausted, and it doesn't seem to affect their decision making at all.
And that's when why you run those drills early in the year where there's exhaustion involved. It's like you want to know what it feels like to have the disc in your hands when you're fatigued and the focus necessary not to get lazy and make a silly throwaway. Good cut by 22, good cover, deep shot. Number 11 BU has a chance against number 11 McGill.
He's out of bounds.
And he's out of bounds.
That backhand just, they didn't get over it enough. It never kind of turned over to come back into the field of play.
But the player wisely touches the disc so that it stays. Oh, and then another back and forth. BU takes over in their own end zone on the turnover.
The McGill player, Maya Lista, gave it a good effort. Just a little
another poach. BU unable to take advantage of these poaches by the McGill defense. Oh, that's a risky throw.
Good read by the BU player not to attack it, but he kind of still got caught under it. Kind of like just stayed up there, didn't come down.
Yeah, there's the wind's really quite low today right now, and that was a little bit maybe at the back.
Good D by the BU player, 33, running through that.
Come true drill. That's why we do the come true drill.
I mean, the McGill player went too, just the BU player went too faster.
No, good spot by the BU handler, not taking the chance in the middle, taking the easy throw. Little curl there, and deep shot to number 1. Oh, just a little bit of a misread.
Maybe a little too focused on bodying his defender and lost track of what the disc was doing in the air. Good run though by number 1.
Trying to box out and use his body to box out and just unable to get the proper read on the disc. McGill takes over on their own end line. Middle of the field now. Working the disc in that horizontal. Oh, was not behind the player. It was way in front of the other cutter.
A big reset, but again, not the worst thing in the world to keep the disc moving as long as you get the next cut. Good D by the BU player, 33 again. He's got 2 on this point.
He's got to get, let his teammates feed off of that.
Oh yeah, he's going for
high shot to number 11, and it didn't have a lot of spin on that disc on that throw, and I think that threw the receiver off a little bit. Just couldn't quite come down with the floaty disc.
I honestly wonder if they were looking for 33 for bookends on that one, and it's just 11 came in the picture.
McGill moving the disc in their hoe stack.
Number 9 a little bit mistimed on his cut there. He was open, but he went a little too soon. Now they're a little stuck. Now he's going.
I do like the patience of these McGill handlers.
All 16 is there if he wants him.
Nice backhand turnaround in the end zone. Oh, and definitely in the end zone now.
Hold on, there's a travel call. And the BU player we'll see what the observer says, but the BU player is probably correct.
Yeah, if he did not reestablish in field of play.
Correct, it's a travel call. So 16 caught the disc, ran into the end zone, was called out of the end zone by the observer, and then proceeded to just throw it from in the end zone again to his teammate, which is a travel. So 16 will have the disc on the goal line.
Observer doing a really good job of holding up play until everyone's set. I like that. Don't just let them tap it in and go.
Good job by 19, not being super aggressive, just take what they'll give you, and right back to number 16 there, and McGill with another score. I believe that's going to be halftime. I think that's 7-1. I did lose track. I apologize. And our scoreboard is right below us on this side of the field. But I think that's halftime at 7 because games are to 13 to begin the day. It certainly looks like Oh, no, it's 8. We'll figure out what the number is, but right now it is halftime. And we will be back with the second half. It is either 7-1 or 8-1. We'll figure that out and we'll get it updated for you. And we'll see you back here for the second half.
First few years of college, I threw every single day. Of course you want to be a champion. Of course you want to be working toward winning titles.
Be happy, but never satisfied.
Better than ever.
Greatness. We think of it as the big moments, the glory that defines a lifetime. But true greatness isn't built overnight. It starts small. Choosing what's best for your body, hydrating better, recovering better, bouncing back stronger. Greatness is resilience. It's in the recovery, the small, consistent choices that prepare you for what's next. Hydrate better, recover better, and keep striving for your best. Your greatness is within reach.
Hold tight, I've been right Don't you know we are thinking place, thinking place, thinking go on both ways. Call me by another name, but I haven't seen beyond. Haven't seen beyond. Thinking place, thinking place, thinking go on both ways. Call me by another name, but I haven't seen beyond.
And we're back for the second half of Division I regionals here at the Wainwright Field Complex. We've got Boston University versus McGill University. Boston University in the red, McGill in the white. BU just started the second half on offense. They received and have just turned it over to start. The score is 8-1 in favor of McGill. My name is Tom. I'm back here with Mike. Mike, we had a rather quick half. That's what happens when you have the observers in play here.
Yeah, not a lot of calls. We had one, and that is going to be a point for McGill.
Quick point by McGill, 77. Jaden Verlan with the throw. And the reception by, it looks like number 32, Rafael Imbert Rivas, potentially? Yes, yep. We do, coming out of halftime, have 2 injury notes to update. You probably saw when our awesome camera man, Max, panned down the field following that throw. We have an ambulance in the lobster pot end zone off the field. The BU player, number 7, Matt DeVlery, is headed to the local area hospital with a dislocated shoulder. It's a really unfortunate injury, but it looked definitely very out of place. That's hard for anyone to deal with in a tournament, or it doesn't matter what the score is, you don't like seeing that. So we wish him the best and hope that he is okay. And number 10, who's standing in front of the ambulance, Matthew Quion, has a significant hamstring injury. He will not be returning to the game either. He looks like he might be done for the tournament as well. So back-to-back injuries on the same point for Boston University. Really hard to take. They were both key players as well. So we wish them both the best as we begin the second point.
Yeah, injuries are always unfortunate, especially early on in the tournament when you have such high hopes of what you want to do today. Just a shame. So BU now taking over. McGill really playing hard defense.
BU trying to get to engage the handlers to kind of get some offense going with some handler weave action here, but McGill's having none of it, forcing them to go in the opposite direction. And now McGill's starting to poach a little bit downfield, taking, trading off cutters and forcing a turnover here.
Yeah, BU is just trying to force too many things right now. They forced the last 2 really hard inside-out throws when they didn't need to. McGill now with the disc at about the 10, trying to score in the vacation land end zone.
McGill has
a travel by 19.
McGill has a guy poached, that man right there. They finally found him. He was open the entire point. That makes it 10-1 as McGill comes out with a score on offense and a break to start the second half. BU looks like they are ready for this game to be over.
They just, what I've noticed on defense is they're playing really aggressive, and what they're doing is they're overrunning the undercuts and not taking away deep space. And so the McGill player cuts under, stops, plants deep. BU player runs right by him and wide open in the deep space.
That's what happens when you are lacking in team speed comparatively. You end up over pursuing because you're catching up, and then when they change direction, you're now out of place.
Mm-hmm. So BU one of the coaches trying to exhort her players, maybe revert to the fundamentals, or just get them to, stay positive, because this is a long day. This is game one.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta focus in, do what you can, and keep playing hard.
This is a really tough draw for the first game of the day. It's a really tough draw for BU to come in and have to immediately contend with a team that's as skilled as McGill.
And BU receiving the disc near sideline, moving it to the middle.
Back to their vertical stack on offense.
A traditional cup zone by McGill here.
Looking almost like 2-3-2-ish, kind of, sort of. The back is a little bit nebulous, but yeah, looking more 2-3-2. Kind of a setup. Just giving BU something else to think about, working on some things they might need tomorrow.
Another scuba from BU. Really doing a good job against this zone. And now they break off into person. Oh, and just a low throw by the BU player. Had a cutter open.
Had two cutters open. 22 and 13 were both open in the same space, and he threw it in between them.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate error, and McGill takes over.
Near sideline.
Good cut down here by 69. Selling that deep cut and then coming under for a big gainer. Back to the middle as they continue around. McGill does a great job of finishing the swing all the way to the other side. They don't stop in the middle.
A lot of space, a lot of underneath space now.
Yeah, they've pushed their stack down the field. That was an unfortunate choice by 18.
And that was a good read by 13. He was in a little bit of a chase position, but didn't get too caught up.
Yeah, Daniel Mao for McGill just rushed it a little bit.
Oh, and a little too much oomph on that one.
That's the right look by 11, though. He's got the right decisions, just the execution's a little, he's too low and powerful with his throws. You got to give a little more air, a little less angle on him, and let them kind of just let his cutter catch up to the disc as opposed to trying to just
if he just floats that to space, that's a point.
Exactly, and he's had a couple of those today. There's a call.
And looks like probably a little foul or a pick, something.
Yeah, it looks like 11 and 16 and 9 here. We're getting a little tangled up. Just playing hard defense, cutting hard on offense. Just, contact that happens when two talented players are playing hard.
I just like that this game has had really good spirit. That's a huge part of the game of Ultimate is self-officiating. We don't have refs. We have a couple observers who help with calls if they're requested, but they're primarily there for inbounds, out of bounds, in the end zone, out the end zone, things like that. Oh, and another shot to deep space, but 11 just couldn't. That was a great close by 11, but just couldn't get there before the point.
Yep. Sam Dummer goes and gets it. Nice cut downfield. Number 8, that's McKibben again with a nice throw as McGill is rowing your boat through this first game. A team celebration that they have practiced.
Well, with half the team going on one side and half on the other, I don't want to be in that boat. You're just going to be going in a circle.
I don't know. I like it.
The celebration's fine, but come on, guys, coordinate better. Right side, left side, right side, left side. Have you ever crewed before? Come on.
So that makes it, I believe that's 11 now. I think it's 11-1 in favor of McGill.
And that's the true compatibility test for a potential romantic partner is if you can get in a boat that requires rowing and you don't go in circles and you're not just essentially fighting each other and staying in one spot, if you can coordinate and row and get to your spot efficiently, you are well matched.
Absolutely.
McGill, pulling from the lobster pot end zone in the right to the right of your screen. BU receiving, trying to get something going just to feel good about their offense. Oh, another, they did such a good job against that zone offense the last point, or against the zone defense rather, that they just need to have a little bit of patience and they're going to score on this because zone is a gift.
It's better so far. They're really patient. They're moving it, and McGill realizes that this probably isn't going to work, and they drop the zone, go back to person.
And they were playing their cup a little bit flatter, meaning they were allowing those swings to go, but trying to take away the poppers and the upfield cuts.
Right.
And BU's talented enough with their handlers that they're going to take advantage of that. Oh, and that's just
gripped it a little too tight. He was looking for his teammate, number 32, in the back corner, who was either uncovered or really poached off of. Just kind of gripped it too tight, kind of came out of his hand funny.
Didn't get that snap, all arm, yeah. And McGill taking advantage. Player streaking, great job by BU player. Getting off his person and taking the streaking cutter to prevent the easy point. Now, McGill still with a relatively easy point in the corner of the end zone.
Good job by McGill. That makes it 12. I don't have the name for number 19 on my roster chart, but that was good patience and a little inside out there. I believe it was 20, Nathan Wu on the reception. 12-1.
Yeah, McGill's they just look really solid.
They're smooth. They are absolutely a threat for one of those bids.
And when I was asking the BU coach for numbers for their roster earlier, he mentioned, we don't usually get streaming time, so this is unusual for us.
Well, and I just overheard some Boston University players talking to some of their friends in the game, the live stream game behind us, the Middlebury Pranksters. Most of these teams in the Northeast play each other and know each other from whether it's club or just from the college season. And he was mentioning that the two injured players for Boston University are both in their starting 7. So losing 2 of your starters to injury, and then you're having to ask players to fill in roles that they might not be as accustomed to or just as polished in. And that, plus dealing with a team as skilled as McGill, can be really deflating. So BU needs to hang their head up from this game because they have been battling. As it looks like we have an offsides call. An offsides call by Boston University. So McGill being offsides on the pole, and BU choosing to take the brick spot here, which is why you watch them not catch that. You have to, if you are taking the offsides position, you have to not catch the pole because the disc is still technically live until it hits the ground.
Near sideline, BU with the disc, looking for an outlet.
Oh, wow, that was a tight window throw.
Not only was it a tight window, there's a lot of juice on that.
And that next throw was a closed window throw, unfortunately. That had a lot of mustard on it. McGill takes over.
Again, attacking the deep space, 69 in the back of the end zone for the point.
Rory McEwen with another great cut, and that throw hung up there nicely. Good look by McGill. Is that 13 now?
And what we're seeing, if you've been watching this entire game, what we're seeing from McGill versus BU on their deep options is they are putting air under their deep throws and allowing their cutters to run onto the disc. Whereas BU seems to be trying to put it right on the person. They're putting a little too much angle, a little too much turn instead of allowing their cutters to run to space.
What's also true is that McEwen from McGill is a matchup nightmare.
Yeah.
And the only time that he's not gotten exactly what he wants is when BU's number 11 is guarding him. Every other matchup, he just takes off deep and gets, whether it's a score or a massive gain. He's a phenomenal player.
And, that's tough on a defender if you're like, all you're doing is running back and forth because he's making these undercuts and you want to stay with him, but he's so fast that as soon as he turns around, you're in a chase position.
Yep. BU receiving this one.
Oh, catches the pull. I like it.
The wind's starting to pick up a little bit on this point too. And it's odd. It's like the flags are doing completely different things even on different pitches of the field. Nice bid.
Oh, that was a nice attempt to bail out the sloppy throw by the
At this
BU
point,
player.
for BU, they just want to see 77 get up and not be hurt after
Yes.
laying out like that. Good bid though, as McGill's a little stuck, looking to reset.
McGill near sideline at about the 5 and into the end zone for the score.
Kai O'Donnell with the throw, 77. Jaden Verland with the reception. We're rapidly up to the end of the game here. As that's 14-1 in favor of McGill.
And if I'm the BU coach, I'm saying, look, let's play hard. This, however many points we have left in this game, let's keep playing hard, but let's make sure of our throws. You guys know how to play this game. Mm-hmm. We trust you. Trust your teammates. Make the smart throw and complete it.
Put some good execution on on tape there, so you can plant some seeds for the rest of the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Like every point is an opportunity to showcase your skill set and to learn and to progress. So again, tough matchup. Unfortunate how things turned out with the injuries and things, but McGill, even at full strength, McGill is BU still a step or two behind McGill in overall skill set.
And it was a tall. It's going to be a tall task for BU to make nationals anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So you gotta start with we want to go to nationals. That's our goal. Okay, we're losing the first game, probably going to lose it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's break seed now.
Yep. Break seed. You're here. You got to regionals. This is all building blocks for your program. They've got players in place. They clearly have good coaching.
And I do like them going to keeping 3 handlers back and a little bit fewer players in the stack to create a little bit more space, so there's not as many double cuts and things like that.
Yeah.
But now they're in more traditional vert.
Well, this is where they run into trouble, though. That their vert stack starts off real good, and then it kind of descends into a little bit too much chaos. There's a little too much the handlers and the cutters moving in each other's bases here.
And that cut by number 1 was just a little mistimed into the front. And now we have BU knocking on the door. Good fake, and then a nice little slithery throw through for the point. Number 13, scoring Cafiero on the receiving end of that score.
Seamus McDonough with the throw. Good patience. Kinda
Yes.
Stuck with him. Yeah. An emphatic spike there. They got another point.
And that's what I like to see from the BU team. It's been a tough game for them. They get another score and they're like, yes, celebrate.
Yeah, 14-2.
Got another one.
And that vert stack looked better. It had its ups and downs with how crisp the cuts were and where they were placed, but the result is the result. Good job by Boston University.
Yeah, there's just a little bit off in their timing, and maybe throughout the course of the day that gets better, and the cut is there when as the handler's receiving that strike cut, the next cut is there instead of the cut being there and then after the strike cut receiving the disc. So BU pulling, McGill takes over near sideline, middle of the field now. Coming down in that vert stack, again trying to create vertical space in the deep space. Nice work by McGill here and into the end zone and just out of reach by 32 for BU for the score for McGill.
That's the game. Nathan Wu, great throw. Great cut by the McGill player. I'm waiting on his number.
Double zero.
Give 00. Malcolm Kalinsky.
And McGill has some height now.
They have a lot of height, a lot of speed. Yeah, they're really good. So we will be back here for round number 2 coming up in, I think it's at 11 o'clock, right?
Yes.
I think next game is at 11. So we hope to see you guys back here then. Yeah, I'm Tom. Mike, we'll see you back here for round 2.
All right.
Clearly, our mission is to reduce the risk of skin cancer and melanoma. The best way not to have to deal with melanoma is not to get it. And the majority of melanomas are avoidable. And that's what we need to focus on. There will always be doctors and research doing those wonderful things to find better treatments for people that have it. My goal is to reduce it so far that we won't have to worry so much about that. We need to make it easy for people to take care of themselves when they're outside, because clearly we don't want couch potatoes, right? We want people out and active and healthy. And I think that's also going to be a bigger part of our approach, is how do we keep people healthy? One of the things that we've tried to do is build Practice Safe Skin as a place that organizations, Park and Rec, anybody that's interested in protecting the people that come to them in the sun, and looking at creative ways to do that. So they might be interested in sunscreen dispensers. They might be interested in training their outdoor workers to protect themselves. Now they might be interested in our No Sun for Babies program. They might be interested in our Skinny on Skin program, training beauty professionals and estheticians and all sorts of people that look at your skin more than you do. They might be interested in a middle school, high school, college program. They might be interested in looking towards the future to look at the impact of shade. We started to think about what's the intersection between UV, heat, and shade. One of the things that we do a lot in our training is talk to people about how do you protect yourself in the sun. Well, we talk about hats and protective clothing and wearing their sunscreen and using it regularly. But one of the things we also talk about is seeking shade. So what happens when you can't find shade? What happens when you live on a heat island where there's concrete or asphalt around and there is no shade? And it's difficult to be outside. We understand that there are inequities here. We need to talk to the people who don't have shade about what they need. And when we do that, we find out that there are places close to home that don't have a place for their neighbors to meet, that they have playgrounds with no shade whatsoever. And all the time we're out talking about seek some shade in order to protect yourself from the sun. So for impact melanoma, looking at shade means opening our arms a little bit wider so that we're able to look at what are other health risks. What are some temporary things that we can do while we're looking at more permanent issues? Because honestly, we don't have the kinds of funds that would allow us to bring shade everywhere. What we work with communities around is putting in temporary shade, whether it's 10 by 10 tents or zinnias sunshades or something else. We're really working right now and for the foreseeable future on temporary shade that people can bring personally or have in their neighborhoods. I think these are going to be the things that we need to do to improve the overall health of our community and to reduce the risk of skin cancer and melanoma. The call to action that I'm challenging you with is go out and find a group of people that are interested in supporting their community in a way that will potentially save lives. We can help you do that.
Greatness. We think of it as the big moments,
Spins out of the pocket.
the glory that defines a lifetime. But true greatness isn't built overnight. It starts small. Choosing what's best for your body, hydrating better, recovering better, bouncing back stronger. Greatness is resilience. It's in the recovery, the small, consistent choices that prepare you for what's next. Hydrate better, recover better, and keep striving for your best. Your greatness is within reach.
There is a place where we are us at our best.
A place where everyone is welcome.
Regardless of age, shape, skin color, or anything else that tries to box people in.
A place where we defy the odds, defy the naysayers,
and even defy gravity.
A place where it's accepted that success
doesn't belong to the faint-hearted. It belongs to the brave, to the determined.
A place that knows grit, knows grace, knows bright lights, and knows empty bleachers.
a place where we remember to laugh,
where we learn to trust,
learn to high-five strangers,
and eventually even learn to fly.
a place where character, community, and competition
are all as balanced as a disc in flight.
That place isn't in a stadium or on a field.
That place is in the spirit of our players.
Because we don't just play ultimate, we live ultimate.
On the grand stage to keep possession alive. Huge bid, gets the touch. It's a great opportunity for the Germans and they break it. Did he throw it the full 80 yards to the field? Are you kidding me? And an incredible catch. You are kidding me. Oh my God. One of the plays of the year.
greatness. We think of it as the big moments, the glory that defines a lifetime. But true greatness isn't built overnight. It starts small. Choosing what's best for your body, hydrating better, recovering better, bouncing back stronger. Greatness is resilience. It's in the recovery, the small, consistent choices that prepare you for what's next. Hydrate better, recover better, and keep striving for your best. Your greatness is within reach.
Hello, and welcome to the second round of D1 Men's New England College Regionals. I'm Andy Schachter, joined by...
And I'm Joe Newland.
We're seeing a second round matchup in clip pools to win the pool between Brown, who is about to be receiving in white to the right of your screen, and UVM, about to pull from the left of your screen in black. These are the 4 and 5 seed in the tournament, two teams with nationals aspirations, and will definitely get a big leg up winning this game here.
Yeah, these teams have played each other once so far this season at conferences. UVM took it on Universe Point, so we are in for a good one.
A quick note, we're going to do our best with names, but unfortunately both teams didn't put numbers on their rosters, so we might just be calling numbers also. Energy is high, sun's out. Looks like a bunch of members from both teams, women's teams, are here, and a lot of family presence, so should be an exciting one. Declan Kervick, number 82, set to pull whenever he's allowed. Pulls up, about to be received by number 66. Centers to 44, who's looking to swing it to the break side. And a drop. UVM with an early break chance at around midfield, a little after.
It's a little bit of a crosswind on this field, not too much, so the throws should be pretty under control, and any turns are going to be big opportunities for either team.
It looks like UVM has a lot of their more veteran players out, maybe looking to capitalize on an early break. A lot of players will probably see mostly playing offense.
Down call on the field. UVM concedes. Quick huck downfield.
Oh, and a big bid, but just a little too bladey out of their reach. I think that's Casey Thornton, number 18, looking to pick up.
We've got 3 turns already on this first point. Might be a little bit of jitters. These two teams are fighting for a spot in the bracket to try and steal the 3rd seed to nationals.
UVM coming out in a side stack, trying to open up the middle of the field for some athletes in big spaces. But it seems like everyone's kind of trying to get to the disc much. Along with those early turns, maybe a little overexcitement. And another huck sails, a little different shape maybe than the thrower wanted. It sailed out of the receiver's reach.
It looked like Brown had picked up in a clam defensive set to stop the side stack. It was effective for the first motion. We'll see if they hold that throughout the game.
Yeah, Vermont's coming out in just a regular person, and the thrower from the huck gets the D back immediately.
Redemption. Love to see it. It's great field position for Vermont as they try and punch in this first score, get on the board.
Well, they had it last time too and weren't able to convert. Oh, and a hammer. He finds the receiver.
That is a bold choice, and it is paid off.
I think a storyline for this game that we're definitely going to see is Brown's probably going to try and be a little more regimented when they're on offense with their motion, while UVM is definitely trying to be a little, might take a few more risks. Definitely looks like Brown is calling pretty much the same line as before, but Vermont is definitely looks more like what we'd expect out of a more standard defensive line on their end. Declan will stay out there, but otherwise I don't see anyone else who was on the field last point for UVM. Perfect, thank you. We've just received a roster with numbers for Brown, so that's gonna definitely help for the rest. Another big pull, sailing into the middle of the field. 66, Noel McCloskey.
Centered to 44, Teal Hoosen. Upfield now. Quick movement by Brown, looking really clean. A little bit of a forced shot, but connects.
Oh!
Great
Jason Tapper
layup.
caught a nice huck, but was maybe a little rushed. A big block by Jimmy Bell, Portland local.
Another huck the other way, quick turn. Brown's back on offense from where they started just moments ago.
They find Emmett Young, 15 in the middle of the field. An offhand backhand sails a little too far. Brown's O-line looks a little out of sorts right now. Oh, Jovan Strange with a big around backhand.
Called not in.
Called
good catch.
Good job recentering. Try and give it a little more space. Oh, but a drop on another short around throw. Oh, Noel McCloskey looking to center the disc. Barely avoids throwing it into one of his own teammates. And a big catch by Emmett Young. Brown's working really hard to try and get their first hold. See if them scoring settles them down a little bit. Brown doing a good job spacing a little bit, creating space for someone right in front of the disc. And number 9, Jason Tapper scores for Brown's first hold. 1-1. Once Brown got into their closer to the end zone, they were able to do a good job moving the rest of their players towards the back and really opening up space for just one player at a time to try and score.
It's interesting to see both teams have come out with a number of hucks early. Not sure if that's a strategic decision to try and spread the field and make sure that their unders are open, or if that's kind of early game jitters getting to both these teams.
Could also just be that it's not windy and they're college kids.
That's what it would be if it was me. Looks like wholesale subbing on the Brown side, coming out with the D-line, try and put some pressure on this Vermont O-line.
Yeah, I definitely think Brown usually is going to maybe bring 1 or 2 players who will play offense also and rotate those 1 or 2 also on defense, but mostly it'll be pretty separate groups of players playing offense or defense. Nice pull. UVM coming out in a split stack with a clear, but Brown does a good job taking away the continuation. UVM's having to move the disc laterally and not gaining much yardage, but a nice break throw.
Brown has done a good job on this point, switching downfield to take away the deep shots, but Vermont has recognized most of those switches and got some easy unders out of it. So it's a good game of chess we got going on this point. Very clean ultimate so far.
they also seem to be trying to force middle to stop some of the continuations. UVM was doing a really good job of working through with short passes from the handlers, but were unable to, maybe a little rushed right when they got close to the end zone and were unfortunately turned it over. Adrian Lynn picks up, I think he'll do a lot of work on this for this defensive offense for Brown. Does a good swing to Eli Chang, who has the disc in the middle of the field, but not a lot of motion downfield. Has to throw up a floaty blade. But once they got it upfield, Brown has done a really good job of continuing the disc along that break sideline. Oh, our first call.
Travel.
Just a travel on the last throw. You can see Brown setting up, starting to move into their end zone set and creating a lot of space. We'll probably see the 3 people, 1 right in front of the disc and the 2 back in the handler set, trying to work it between themselves.
Brown has put a lot of good pressure on, Vermont has put a lot of great pressure on Brown's undercuts, making everything challenging at this point. They come up with the block.
Yeah, I think that's at least 2 or 3 Ds for number 18, Casey Thornton, so far. But they try to thread the needle through a bit of a poach and are unable to complete it. Brown will have another chance at a break. Definitely trying to score with a lot of small passes as opposed to throwing bigger throws into space. It's a good physical battle between Parker Lynn Butler and Eli Chang in the handler set. Seems to be a accepted level of physicality between the 2 of them.
It's interesting, this Brown end zone set seems to be 1 player on each of the back cones of the end zone, working with 3 and a couple opportunistic cutters starting in the middle. They haven't had a ton of luck with it so far, but they are able to connect a lot of passes.
Yeah,
an unforced turn on that one, though.
Stall count was definitely getting a bit higher, so I think maybe pressure got to them a little bit.
It's a long point now. Everybody's tired, hands on their hips. We're going to see who can grind this one out.
Brown's putting a lot of people into the open side lane, basically daring UVM to throw what they just did, and they were able to execute it. Now maybe they can create a little more space. See UVM falling in to their own end zone space. Ryan Bliss with a throw to space that works out despite a lot of defensive pressure from the back off the help D. The UVM gets a hold for 2-1.
And that's a lot of great pressure from the Brown D-line, right? If they're able to put that much pressure and make Vermont's O-line work that hard for every single hold, this is going to be a great game.
Absolutely.
Right, if I'm on that Brown D-line and I'm coming off right now, we didn't convert the score, but I consider that a win. Right, we got so close so many times, and you might have rattled the Vermont O-line into throwing more turns later on in the game by applying pressure early.
Both by making them tired and by making them have to think about what the Browns defense is doing.
Absolutely.
See if UVM can do another one as the wind just picked up a little bit, but both of these teams have.
And the wind just became a little more directional as well. We started this game with a pretty straight crosswind on the field, coming from us, going across the field. We're now a little bit more directional.
You can see the flags on your screen show the direction. Looks like a pretty right to left, but maybe towards a back corner.
It's another great pull. Pull's been consistent this game, getting the defense time to get down and set.
Good job by UVM getting into pressure. Brown also coming out in a side stack. And they were moving the disc well, but number 6, Jimmy Bell, with another D. And UVM immediately tries to throw it in the end zone and work for another break. It's now 3-1 UVM, but they're up 2 breaks.
The story of this game so far has been great pressure by Vermont on the undercuts. They're playing hard person defense. Brown is coming out in a little bit more of a junkier sets. Not sure if they've got the legs to stick with Vermont, but see if they can beat them with their brains. Both teams took care of their first round games very easily. I think we're looking at 15-4 and 15-5 potentially. So both teams should have a lot of fresh legs to put into this game.
Let's hope so. It's a long tournament.
It's a long tournament.
There are 3 bids in the men's division for this tournament, and at least 5 teams that are within the top 20, I believe, of the end of year rankings in both of these teams. So it's going to be an interesting battle to see who's able to come away with those bids at the end of the weekend.
Yeah, so coming out of this game, this is the 4 and 5 seed. Coming out of this game doesn't guarantee any great spot in the bracket, right? They're still going to have to beat one of the top 3 teams to take that bid to nationals. So if you're able to come out of this with a lot of energy left in the tank, you're going to be in great shape.
Offside's called on the pull. Brown doesn't catch it, so they're able to take the disc to the brick mark.
Looks like Vermont's setting up with their reset handler defender in the lane, trying to stop that initiation play. It's a good break throw from Brown to get it started.
Looks like Teo Hassan, apologies for the pronunciation, Noah McCloskey and Jason Tapper working a bit of a dominator set, and McCloskey is able to find Tapper in the end zone on a long up line for a goal.
Yeah, Tapper's done a great job this game so far, making his legs go to work and beating his defender. He's got a lot of great undercuts, and he showed there his upline speed, just creating separation, and there was no chance the defender got to that.
We'll see how UVM decides to adjust to that small ballish offense with 3 players getting a lot of touches. Something that Brown's been known for since 2019 at least. Brown is the defending national champion from last year, although they did lose a lot of their players who had a lot of touches last year. So it's been a question all season of how well they were going to do with suffering those big losses, but they've definitely put together a good season. UVM has made it to nationals the past few years. They have a big veteran-heavy class that's been filled in by some very talented young players, and they still seem like they've been putting it together a little bit for this year with some big wins, but also some confusing losses. UVM coming out in a side stack again, looking to isolate Zach Watson-Stevens, number 22. Makes a first cut and is now working in the backfield.
Looks like a forced middle look from Brownie in motion. As the disc swings to the side of the field, they're forcing to the big side. We switch again here. And the goal of this defense, if you haven't seen it much before, is to stop the flow of the disc. So as the disc swings, usually teams will look for the continue upfield to the side that the disc was just swung to. And when you force back to the middle of the field, it stops that natural motion.
Yeah, a slow switch by Brown lets UVM to continue up the break side.
This is really clean offense by UVM so far. They don't seem phased at all by the forced middle, and they're just taking the easy passes that they're given.
Definitely showing way more patience than they did on the first few points, so maybe Nurs has settled down a little bit.
Yeah, this game has cleaned up a lot in the last couple points. Started out, a lot of energy and potentially some jitters. Some big throws were thrown that weren't necessarily the highest percentage chance of connecting, and this last point shows that, they have really dialed it in. They're here to play.
Definitely, even with just the sideline energy, seems to have mellowed out a little bit from the first few points. So see if Brown can get this hold, and then see if they can get a strong D-line out there to try and get one of the breaks back.
Yeah, it's an interesting part of the mental game of Ultimate is, you want to bring energy, you want to bring intensity, especially on defense, but sometimes it's more effective for offense to be calm and collected. And if you come out with too much energy, you might start making decisions that shoot yourself in the foot.
For sure, it's hard to stay focused the whole time. Besides one, Vermont has done a good job putting initial pressure on Brown's offense with big pulls, making them start deeper in their own side of the field.
It'll be interesting to see if Brown's able to recognize some of these defensive matchups that they've been placed into, and whether they focus on their cutters who have got good matchups, or if they still throw into some of those poaches that have hurt them in the last few points.
You can see their stack continuing to push pretty deep, creating space right in front of the disc to try and, for these three players in their small ball set, to try and do a lot of work and have space to run into.
That was a great throw by Tapper, the soft little lefty into space for the wheel cut. That's a throw that's really come into its own in the last 5 years, it seems, in Ultimate, and every great player has started to develop it.
Luca Duclos Orsillo now getting some of his first touches, but a little rush, saw a continuation cutter, but number 43 on UVM was able to see.
Big huck goes up. They've got a big receiver downfield. It'll just be who can read this disc better. That's a great positioning by number 11 on Brown. He saw that the disc was floating further, and had the smaller body. He was able to get in position first and hold it for the block.
Brown having a bit of transition. Catching UVM in transition a bit. They're able to capitalize with a hammer. That's a trifecta of bookends for Duclos Orsillo. Throw the turn, get the D back, and then also score the goal.
Double redemption. We love to see it. We've got a lot of players from the UVM women's team who punched their bid to nationals last weekend here, cheering on the sideline, which is great to see.
One of the partners from sponsoring this tournament this weekend is Revision Energy. Revision Energy is Maine Ultimate's clean energy partner and was co-founded by Ultimate World Champion Fortunat Mueller. Revision Energy loves supporting Ultimate as a friendly, inclusive sport for everyone. With a mission to make life better by building our just and equitable electric future, Revision Energy is a 100% employee-owned solar company and a certified B Corp, serving clients in Maine, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts. If you're looking to save money and reduce your carbon footprint with solar, heat pumps, battery storage, or electric vehicle charging, head on over to revisionenergy.com.
Sounds like we've got a little bit of a vuvuzela in the background. That's on the field behind us. I think we've got Bates O-Whip playing in the D3 tournament there.
Against Brandeis Tron. That game looks to be at halftime. Check it out on our other live stream channel. Looks like maybe there was a timeout taken on this field. I didn't actually see who called it, but Brown is looking to reset a little bit. You can see a lot of players. Duclos Orsillo is back out there, and Tapper moved over from the last point for Brown, so maybe they were looking for some more rest. See if they can get a nice D line out there. Here, both sidelines trying to pick up their players on the field, bring the energy from off the sideline. UVM coming out in a horizontal stack this time, but Brown is countering with a zone of their own. See if they can force UVM to make a lot of passes. Hammer goes up, but into a good space.
This is a directional zone, forcing towards the far side of the field, hoping to trap there. UVM got there and then instantly hit a big hammer cross field, which let them get a lot more yards, just taking the easy passes again. So the key of this zone is not letting that break side throw out, and that looks like another one, another big hammer for a score.
It seems like Brown was almost giving up that space to try and dare UVM to throw those. Which looks like it worked out for them. 2 big hammers over the top. Not quite windy enough to fully disregard players in that area.
Yeah, and if I'm Brown on that defense, right, you set that defense and you're baiting them to throw those throws. And if they take those throws and they succeed on them, that's all right. But maybe you adjust later on, right? The defense did fine for what it was meant to do in that point.
Yep. And those are still, while those were open and these throws are definitely good enough to hit those looks, the margin of error is much smaller on over-the-top throws.
Absolutely.
Which can make them riskier in the future. (5-3) UVM now, still holding on to that 2-break lead. It's kind of been, since the beginning, that first break really put Brown on the back foot. If they can get one back before halftime, that'll definitely help their tempo.
Absolutely. And it looks like, you know, looking out to the horizon here, I don't know if you can see it on the stream, we've got some rain coming in. Not sure if it will hit this field, but that will change the dynamic of this game and potentially make Brown's junky defenses more effective. So they might be hoping that that happens.
And it's definitely going to change these commentators' comfort level.
Yeah, absolutely. We did bring an umbrella. Oh, that's a big shot by Brown. Defender tracked it well and just couldn't connect his hands to the disc at the very end of that play. Looks like he's taken an injury though from a kind of awkward fall.
That's Isaac Holt. Looks like maybe he caught his ankle a little bit as he comes off the field. Adrian Lynn taking his place.
Those are hard throws to catch, right? It's coming over your shoulder, so you're trying to figure out which way to turn to keep your eye on the disc while keeping your feet moving forward. And he made it most of the way, and just the last step kind of took an awkward step and couldn't connect.
It's also a big advantage for UVM because they're able to bring on one of their offensive players, Zach Watson-Stevens, their Callahan nominee this year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brown came out in more of a side stack look versus the small ball that they had last point. And they were able to get a good deep look out of it, but were unable to connect. See UVM definitely looking to stretch it deep with some more bladier throws. Able to convert it. Ooh.
Big collision on the field. Unsure what's going to be called here. You know, it doesn't look like 11 necessarily intended that collision, and the UVM player laid out into a space that he was entering. They did come from the blind side, so they might make a dangerous play determination on this. 11 had view of what the play was developing, and the UVM player did not.
UVM being on offense, this will also add a wrinkle because they had to lay out to get into that space, as opposed to the defender having to lay out to try and make a play. So we'll see. They're talking about it themselves. We'll see if they have to go to the observer to have it litigated or not. I assume that's what the conversation is about. Duclos Osterlo is saying that he was just running and was already in the space when, even though he was coming from maybe a space where the UVM player couldn't see them, the UVM player had to lay out once they did in order to make a play, and that's what caused the contact. So it'll be interesting to see what's decided.
These are some of the hardest calls in Ultimate. You know, the rules make a lot of things clear. This type of play is one where it is very challenging to determine the proper resolution.
It looks like the observer is ruling that it's a foul, but also seems to be explaining to the UVM player that they were maybe the one that committed the foul. Oh, nope. They're ruling in favor of UVM. Even though it seemed like he was going the opposite way, it is a foul. UVM's going to get the disc starting on the goal line. Oh, but a hand block on a short little dish pass.
You know, if you're on the Brown sideline right now, you're calling Dis Don't Lie.
Also an injury called by UVM. I couldn't quite see what the injury was, but the intended receiver.
I believe it's a foul called. We were obstructed in our view by a number of players on the sideline, so we weren't able to see that play. But it looks like Brown's going to retain possession of the disc, but go back to the thrower.
Looks like maybe the Brown player, after picking up, traveled by going a little too quickly, which brought it back. See if Brown's offense is able to get another good possession. Player
that open deep. Laser downfield. Great catch.
Great catch by Lynn for a goal.
For the goal.
A big turnaround and possibly a momentum shift.
Yeah, that's a huge point.
UVM standing right on the goal line of another break. And Brown is able to get a block and then immediately strike deep for a hold.
You know, Brown has connected on a couple of these deep shots, but they haven't been easy, right? They've had to really track these down. So if they're able to put a little more touch on that throw, you know, Lynn had a ton of separation. If the thrower can put more float on that, it's an easy score.
That definitely came out as a flatter throw than their first one, than their first few hucks, but maybe still a little zippier than they wanted it to be.
And that's also with this somewhat directional wind on this field. Throwers have to adjust their throws depending which way they're going. So you play 1 point playing one way, and you're trying to throw lasers that will carry into the wind, and then you switch directions the other way, and you need to put a lot more touch on that throw because it's going to carry a lot further.
Brown's throwers are definitely, and UVM's throwers are definitely good enough to be able to adjust, but it is still something that you have to think about a little bit. Big spinning pull from 42 Eli Chang. Not fielded cleanly by UVM, letting Brown set up their defense before first cut's made, but nice cut by Parker.
It's a classic little horizontal stack initiation play. The cutters in the middle push downfield a little bit, and the person from the break side streaks across for the big under that's uncontested.
Looks like they're moving to a center stack as they move closer to the end zone. Brown's still in this forced middle defense, try and stop bigger downfield throws and making UVM have to feel things out.
And you might notice that the players are playing.
Travel call brings back one of the swings.
Yeah. So that wasn't a travel on his pivot necessarily, but he did not establish an inbounds pivot after catching the disc and running out of bounds, which you must do.
Looks like they're talking about where the stall count's going to come back in.
You know, there's only been a couple calls in this game so far, and the resolutions have been very amicable. You know, the players are just discussing what they saw. Love to see this level of spirit in Ultimate, especially at a high-pressure game like this.
Yeah, really good dump defense by Brown overall. They're really putting some good pressure up front on UVM's handlers. Although able to slip free for an open upline cut, but the throw's just a bit off.
They might send this. There it goes. They've got two receivers in the area.
Not quite in, but a really good throw to space to allow the receiver to run onto it without much pressure.
It's a good centering pass.
Yep. The player that threw the huck, Eli Chang, runs all the way down the field to score a goal.
So, you know, off the turn, Brown used their legs, just got out into space immediately and was able to connect that. You know, UVM's got to tighten down on defense off the turn, not think about what just happened, and play lockdown defense.
Yeah, Brown, you can tell their defensive strategy, once they have the disc from their D-line, they're really trying to attack quickly to catch UVM trying to set up their defense. And that's a break back, so 5-5. While the score is tied, UVM still is up a break because they started on defense. UVM choosing not to call a timeout, bringing back I think at least 6 of the same players who are just on the field, maybe more. Brown rotating a little more, though. You can see Chang and Lin staying out there. Emmett Young, 15. Luca Duclos Orsillo. And I can't quite see the numbers of the other players, but it looks like one of them is staying. Another big pull goes up from Chang. Seems to have this, both teams seem to have the big looping pull going this direction, dialed in.
Again, great recognition by UVM of what the defense was giving them, letting the person with the most separation make the cut.
Yep. Brown's trying to switch downfield as players streak deep, trying to hand off players to really keep the pressure under, but Zach Watson-Stevens is able to find space coming under. And Brown is transitioning more to a honest person defense.
You know, so far this point, UVM's offense has shown great patience. This is, contrast again with the very first point of the game where they threw to every cut, even if the defender was right on the hip and it generated some turns. This, they're looking cutters off unless there's a great option. Not afraid to take the backwards motion if it means retaining possession.
Yeah, definitely way more patient than how they started. That little chip cup coming from behind the person with the disc seems to be doing a really good job of getting the disc to the break side and trying to let UVM get continuation passes. A great catch by number 18, Thornton, but the hammer right after is a little too low, and good heads-up defense by Brown lets them get another block and a chance at another break.
There's a foul called on that block. You know, going back to the unconnected hammer, it's a classic of Ultimate, especially at the developmental levels, where you play amazing offense up until the end zone line and you get a little excited and force the one pass that you wouldn't have thrown anywhere else on the field, but because it was for a score, decided to take the shot.
Definitely, especially after a layout, the little boost in energy maybe changes the decision-making process a little bit.
Absolutely. You know, we've got staff here, or volunteers for the tournament, laying out a line of flags all the way around the field to keep spectators behind. 'Cause we've got a number of people, especially on this sideline, watching the game, and we want to make sure players have enough space to make catches on the sideline without running into anyone's chairs.
This is going to be the showcase field for games all weekend. Please be sure to stay tuned all the way through the 3 p.m. round today and all day tomorrow, starting at 9 a.m. as bids nationals are decided, both in Division I and Division III.
Now, this is another great operation by Maine Ultimate, you know, really spearheaded by Rich Young, who brings in dozens of volunteers for every one of these tournaments. It's just so well run, and it's great to be a part of it.
Next tournament that's going to be hosted, club tournament that's going to be hosted here as we move into the summer, is going to be Vacation Land, August 2nd and 3rd. Looks like this foul call, which I'll talk about more in a little bit, as this foul call seems to have been resolved with a contest and Brown maintaining possession but back at the original thrower. Maybe a violation is being called.
Coming in on stall 6 here, so he's probably going to be turning right to his reset again. We'll see if they try and go for the same move. We're just into the reset space. There you go.
Brown able to get it back, and their move back into this slightly more patient Dominator set.
What a great block by number 37 on UVM. You know, coming out of a contested foul call, everybody's a little stagnant, but he brought the energy to get this back for UVM, get a great option right on the goal line.
And the thing with Brown's small ball offense is, while there is a lot of space for those players to work, it is a little predictable. You can guess as a defense who they're trying to get it to,
Absolutely.
even if it's hard to stop them.
Oh, great bid by the Brown defender there. but UVM was able to connect, get the hold. That's a huge hold for UVM. This was the second point in a row that their O-line had played. If they were not able to convert this, they probably would have had to go to a secondary O-line, which reduces the chances of another hold, and the games can snowball out of control at that point. So big play from UVM there.
Yeah, and even though they turned it over, giving Brown more break chances, it also helps their mental game knowing that they can get the disc back and end up holding, even if it's not cleanest.
You know, players are oftentimes put on the O-line for their offensive ability, but putting players on there who can get the D back is enormous, especially for momentum.
UVM cycling through some legs, players that might not have seen as much playing time so far, see if they can get some fresh legs to get another break against this Brown O-line that is crossing over at least 2 players each point.
Yeah, you know, we haven't kept track exactly, but if I had to say, I think that UVM has played tighter lines this game than Brown has.
Yeah, you can see how much this game means to both teams, being able to come away with a 2-0 record, win the clip pool format, which means they'd win the pool, play a 1v1 crossover, try and set them up for a better bracket position tomorrow.
It's a Blady Huck.
Oh, that maybe doesn't go to the intended receiver, but is still caught.
You know, if I'm that UVM D-line, I'm okay with that point, right? It's quick, which you don't love. You want to make O-lines work harder, but that's a risky throw with a big chance of a D. And if you're able to get that and convert a break with that D-line, that's a fantastic result. So I'm not upset about them taking that throw at all.
Yeah, and it was a good throw to open players, but maybe it was thrown a little late also, which allowed the defense to be able to catch up as the throw didn't go necessarily right under the receiver.
Absolutely.
I don't think Brown's going to be upset about the result, however, so see if they can 6-6 now, see if they can get a break as we get closer to halftime.
That's another interesting part of the mental game of Ultimate. You know, Brown scored there, quick score, but it wasn't necessarily the cleanest. So do they talk about that and say, hey, let's clean it up next time? Or do they say, you know, that worked, stick with it?
Games are being played to 15 today, so half will be taken at 8. So a few more chances remaining in this half.
You know, and Andy mentioned this a moment ago, these are clipped pools, and for those who haven't played clipped pools before, you know, I'll talk about this at the next in-between points. This might be our first pull out of bounds.
Looks that way. UVM had a pull that they were offsides for, but this has actually been pretty good pulling inbounds for the most part all game.
Chang pulled that one out of bounds, but he's had fantastic pulls the rest of this game. You know, I think an underestimated part, an undervalued part of this game is being able to set up a good pull, bury the other team in the end zone, which takes away a lot of the reset space.
UVM coming out in a horizontal stack again. Brown putting someone, a poach underneath, try and take away the undercuts, and a poach over the top to try and take away the easy deep cuts, trying to really make UVM work through the middle where they can place defenders to stop them. Stall getting late, so UVM's just forced to punt it to a one-on-one matchup, and a big catch made by Watson Stevens, to which they're able to transition and score.
You know, again, D-line did a great job there. That's a stall 9 punt that comes up with a catch. You know, you like the matchup downfield if you're Vermont, I think, but you never want a 50-50 shot like that if you can.
No, definitely would have preferred to throw something a little more in system, if you will. Something planned instead of having to rely on bailout hucks, but Watson Stevens is a pretty good bailout option. It looks like UVM's calling a timeout. I wouldn't be surprised them being up 7-6 if they're resting some players who are just on the field to be able to put them on again on defense to try and take them to half, get another break back.
Absolutely. Going into half, with a 2-point lead, which would make it, would that make it 3 breaks in this game?
3 total, it would be 4 total breaks. UVM's 3rd break, but Brown has 1 back.
Yep, understood. So yeah, so the clip pools format, the way that it works is you've got 4 teams in each pool. The top 2 seeds in the pool play the bottom 2 seeds in the pool. Whoever wins those 2 games, the 2 winners play each other, the 2 losers play each other, and whoever comes out with 2 wins at the end of the pool is the champion. It's a way to play the traditional 4 pools format with fewer games in pool play. You know, Ultimate has tried to transition in the last few years to fewer games in a tournament. I think mainly for injury prevention, as this has been one of the systems they've implemented to try and get that to happen.
And allowing players to be able to perform the whole time instead of having to worry about playing 4, maybe 5 games a day or 8 games on a weekend.
Yep.
I
just saw my first drop of rain. I don't know if it will come down in earnest, but that would change the dynamic of this game.
Especially given how close this game is, just adds another variable for players to have to think about as pressure grows as we get towards the end of it. Declan Kervick back to pull again. Looks like, as predicted, a few players that were just on for that 0 point for UVM are staying on the field.
And that's a fantastic pull. The amount of hang time that has, you know, the UVM defender is on the centering handler on the goal line.
But an immediate huck, straight to hands. Tapper seems to be getting pretty free in the cutting lane.
Ooh.
Almost throws right behind.
Yeah, Tapper's really been the cutter. The UVM has had a hard time containing so far this game. That's a risky throw. That's an upwind hammer that doesn't pan out for Brown. I think it faded a little bit closer to the center of the end zone than they would like. They were trying to hit that back corner receiver.
Yeah, it was a great play by the defender. There were 3 Brown players open in the back of the end zone.
All right, the rain has started to come down, so the disc won't be wet yet, but if this point goes on for too much longer, players are going to be playing with wet hands and a wet disc.
Oh, and you can maybe almost see it as
injury called, so that point will not count, but Brown will receive the disc on the goal line with no defender near them, so it should be an easy option once play resumes.
Yeah, the UVM player was open for an easy swing, but were unable to. The throw sailed a little far for them, and it looks like they hurt themselves on the layout. True Hansen, 27, coming on. But the disc is going to be checked in. Players can't move quite yet, and Brown's definitely going to have a numbers advantage.
All right, we're seeing if we can keep our equipment dry up here in the booth.
Oh, and
quick
Brown,
point.
Yep.
All right, it is coming down in earnest now. So the disc will be wet, the hands will be wet. Players should still be warm, so that's good.
Yep. 7-7 also. This is a pretty vital point to add some big weather to. See players rushing, spectators rushing to tents everywhere, try and put their gear in bags, as it was pretty pleasant out until this point. Yeah.
My decision to wear Crocs is coming back to bite me here. I can already feel my socks soaking through.
I thought about it and went with the boots instead, just in case.
That's a smart man.
While these fields at Wainwright are lovely, they do have a propensity to get wet and stay wet.
That's absolutely true.
All right. Brown pulling 7-7. This is going to be the last point of half either way. Big D-line down here. Brown doing what with most of their players who have gotten most of the touches so far this game on defense, trying to put pressure, and they've pushed UVM back into their end zone.
Yeah, if I'm Brown, I'm excited about this rain. You know, they've been playing a poaching defense that's required some touch throws to get around it, and those touch throws just become so much harder in the rain.
And a big catch by Lynn Butler, but then you can see maybe the effect of the rain as a Huck wobbles out a little bit out of 18's hands, back on the field after his injury, thankfully. And then Brown looking to strike again, and they break to take half, 8-7.
So we are on serve?
We are back on serve as of the last point.
What a great game. You know, on serve at half, 4 and 5 seed in this pool. This is exactly what we were hoping for.
And you can't really ask for any more out of regionals game.
Absolutely not. You know, New England regionals is the place to be.
Can you put this under the sweatshirt also? Going back to thanking Maine Ultimate so much for putting on such a lovely event. Just as a reminder, they're going to be having 2 other tournaments coming up over the summer. On Saturday, July 19th, there's going to be maybe over 100 other Ultimate players as they board a ferry on the mainland and cruise to Chebeague Island, for a day of Ultimate. Ultimate time on Island Time is a 5v5 hat tournament where you will find out what team you're on during the ferry ride to the island. Don't like the players on your team? Do you jump in Casco Bay and swim back to the mainland? Or do you remind yourself that you are headed out to an island off the coast of Maine to play some really good Ultimate and have a barbecue? Please feel free to camp overnight if there will, as the tournament will be hosted on some private land there. Check out maineultimate.org for more information. Also, calling all club teams for Vacation Land, August 2nd and 3rd, back at this field complex at Wainwright in South Portland, Maine. Maine Ultimate's hoping to host all 3 club divisions, men's, women's, and mixed, and we'd love to see you there. Cost per team will be $650, and there's maybe no better place to be in Maine in the summer than Maine.
Yeah, absolutely. Vacation Land has been a tournament that started before the pandemic, took a little hiatus, but has really come back in force in the last couple of years. And it's a great place. If you've got a club team or you're thinking of starting one, it's a great tournament to go to. You know, after the games end on Saturday, go to the beach. There's no other place in New England where your tournament's going to be that close to the great outdoors.
We're going to take a little break and then be back for the second half. Welcome back to Wainwright Fields. As it looks like the rain has maybe settled down a little bit, still some cloud cover, but no current precipitation. Looks like Brown is coming out on defense. They were able to break to bring this half back to on serve, as all points would have been scored by the team that was pulled to. And UVM coming out on offense, going right to left. Looks like they're getting some good continuation downfield. Brown had started putting a lot of pressure on the downfield players towards the end of the second half. Well, and a creative throw allows the disc to swing. Brown's defensive strategy seems to be forcing UVM to have to throw it where they want it to, even if it's a difficult throw. And UVM's been mostly up to task, but have had a few turnovers that they'd probably like back. Oh, UVM working in their end zone set. Upline motion creates a little break lane to throw, and now they're steps outside the end zone. But Brown's doing a good job on the primary resets, making throw another touch throws like that.
Oh, that's a great block by Capper. Again, using his athleticism.
And Brown have had moments of trying to work patiently when they've gotten the disc on defense, as here.
Oh.
And Casey Thornton, I think that's his third block, maybe all three layouts, to get the disc back for UVM. Brown, while they have been patient, tried to be patient when their defense has gotten the disc. They've also really looked to attack a lot out of transition to get the disc away from their own end zone, which has also worked out for them. Big layout catch on an upline. Goes to another, saves possession for UVM, but another great poach block, and here they are attacking in transition to an open receiver. Looks like Brown has a lot of players ahead of the disc. But a foul call on one of the players downfield. Probably all players are going to have to reposition a little bit. Oh, seems like they're talking about it. Maybe a push off on a foul call. I don't think it's going to affect the outcome of the play at all. It was probably after the huck catch, but going to the observers to see what the outcome should be.
If you're watching the live stream and the scores jumped around a little bit, we apologize for that. We thought we had it, and then we've been informed that maybe it was wrong, so we're sending someone to track down the accurate score.
It looks like the foul has been resolved. I don't quite know what the outcome of the discussion between Brown's number 4 and UVM's 82 was, but it didn't affect the outcome of the huck. And players are repositioning. Brown loses some of the advantage of having everyone in transition, but still have the disc downfield looking for a break right out of half. And now they're looking into this. Small ball motion. Nice little offhand, backhand, just floating into space. Chang's on the doorstep.
Another nice offhand by Chang. You can tell that Brown has clearly drilled their end zone set with 3 players.
Really good pivoting by Brown players to make the UVM defenders jump and open up some break lanes, and they're able to hit one of the players in the back of the end zone for another break. So that's 2 breaks in a row. with halftime in between for Brown. Definitely setting the tempo.
All right, so we have 9-7 Brown at this point. Apologies if we ever stated the score wrong.
I think we were right the whole time. Maybe it was just displayed wrong.
Maybe it was just displayed wrong. Yeah, we're gonna
technical difficulties.
Yeah, yeah. We were always right though. That's what matters. You know, that end zone stand by the Vermont line there, they played some great defense, made Brown throw a lot of throws. It looked like that last throw was a high stall throw and just somebody opened up in the back corner. And so kind of almost a lucky break for Brown for that defender to poach off a little bit more. But in the end, they were able to make it happen.
UVM definitely have to take a deep breath collectively, see if they can get back on track with a quick, hoping for a quick hold here to get their defense back on the field and get that break back.
Absolutely. And the rain has stopped again. The ground is wet, so when the disc hits the ground, it'll pick up moisture and make the throws a little more challenging, but shouldn't be affecting it too much anymore. It's another OB pull. Second one so far. That landed inbounds though. That was a huge rip.
Definitely going for hang time, but the wind is pointing towards that direction, is switched to more of a crosswind going away from the camera, which might push some pulls as they get higher in the air.
Got the same initiation set on the open side where the under person goes deep, deep person goes under, but Brown has figured it out at this point, didn't let it out.
No, a hammer opens up the field for UVM, but Brown's looking to lock in on defense a lot. Nice catch under pressure. Definitely. Oh, another hammer goes up, but is able to be defended. There was a UVM defender, maybe a foul call there. It definitely, Brown's doing a really good job of locking in on their defensive pressure early so that UVM isn't able to move the disc exactly when they want to, and they're having to, while they're finding good second or third options, they might not be finding their first option, which lets, which is forcing them to have to put up some bailout throws. And then while they're working out a bunch, sometimes they aren't. We'll see if this foul call works out for them or not.
This is another tough foul call. You know, the UVM player is saying his space to go up vertically was impeded because the Brown player ran into him. The Brown player is saying he ran to the space and then went up vertically. You know, it really is somewhere in between from my eyes. And the observer's going to rule no foul on this, it appears.
Yeah, it looked like the UVM player was in position to make a play and didn't have to, while there might have been some hand contact, they didn't have to come through the UVM player at all to get that D.
You know, at the end of the day, that throw doesn't deserve to be connected in some ways. You know, it's a floaty hammer, crosswind into the wind. That's a throw that the defense should eat 9 times out of 10.
Brown also looking to quick strike off their offense, but a great play by number 4. I think that's Conroy. Apologies if I'm getting that name wrong.
UVM has recovered their defenders here.
Yeah, let's see if UVM can get some contact as the player who catches the disc runs in the back of another defender who is just face guarding their other player. Looks like pretty accidental contact. So there'll be a call so that player can stand back up, but resolved quickly. Brown back in there, maybe patented end zone offense and throw a little behind a player, but I think that's number 7 with a goal catch.
A very quick
for another break
to bring that in.
Brown definitely using their momentum maybe to make their hands stickier coming out of half here. And while the decisions their throws seem to have remained good. The execution might have been a little off, but the receivers are bailing out the throwers for sure.
Absolutely.
UVM, again, while they're getting into good places, they're not moving as crisply as they were at the beginning of the game. I don't know if that maybe legs are starting to tire a little bit or maybe some frustration is setting in, but they're definitely getting in the places where they should be able to succeed and where they want to at times. So they just need to clean it up a little bit and they'll be able to put some goals in.
And you might start to see some fatigue in this UVM O-line. They've had to play a lot of points in a row right now, and they have subbed out some players, but the core is still there. And we'll see if they're able to kind of still bring the level of intensity needed against this Brown defense.
I don't know if a timeout was called or if coaches are just taking an extra time on both lines, try and set it. Maybe a timeout. Players only have 80 seconds, I think, in between points to be ready, and this is taking 80-ish seconds. And this is a little longer, so this leads me to believe a timeout was called, just to maybe for UVM to reset the heads a little bit. Probably UVM is going to come out with a play or a set that they've run a million times before that they can really go back to the well, maybe something basic, don't have to be fancy, just to see if they can get something that they're all on the same page about and comfortable with running.
If I'd take a guess, I'd say they're coming out in a horizontal stack with a sweeping cut from this side of the field across.
We'll find out.
We'll find out.
Big pole looks to be a little shorter, but falling inbounds. Side stack with number 23 isolated in the lane, but UVM does a good job flooding under to get a reset open after a deep cut. That player then comes back under, and while they were open, disc might have slipped through the hands, or number 11 on Brown might have gotten a piece on that to get another break chance for Brown.
I think Brown's poachy defense works well against the side stack in general. So UVM was able to get the first throw off, but it was not an easy option. And that pressure, built up and eventually led to a turn.
Brown's staying disciplined in their red zone also. UVM's working really hard to deny some of the initial looks, but Brown's staying with their resets and gets a good break chance off a high release backhand, but not quite in the end zone.
Tapper has been the matchup that UVM has really struggled with all game, and demonstrating it there again. But UVM's got another chance on offense here.
Yeah, it looks like Brown was maybe trying to squeeze the disc into a smaller space than that wasn't necessarily the best window. Went off the receiver's hands. Upline pass sails a little too long. And Brown again on the doorstep, now in a little more space. See if UVM can recover. But no, big spike from Brown as they get their third break in a row this half.
It'll be interesting to see what line UVM comes out here with. This O-line looks a little gassed. It looks like a lot of them are playing again, though. One of those questions, do you go with your veteran experience, your best throwers, or do you go with new energy? That's always a very hard call as a coach when you've gotten broken a number of times in a row.
It'll be also interesting to see if they, probably after this point, UVM coaches are going to have to make a decision if they're going to try and save legs for the rest of the tournament.
I spoke too soon. It looks like they did make the call. They're putting in a new line. This looks like one of their D-lines, a young D-line out here, try and get some new energy into this UVM offense, get a break, while their normal O-line gets a rest for their legs and can come out with more energy the next time they're back on the field.
For sure. Yeah, I think both, as you said, fresher legs and also fresher heads as well.
Absolutely.
Let the players who have just been on the field take a deep breath.
Yeah, sometimes, the mental game is just as important as the physical game in this sport.
Yep. Brown's countering also with fresh legs, and a bunch of while they've been successful, a bunch of their top players have been playing a bunch of defense at the beginning of this half, and it seems like they're also getting a rest.
A lot of fresh faces out here.
Another good pull.
You know, and these teams are both good enough that even their secondary lines have a lot of skill and should be able to string together a great point.
Yeah, and a college season is definitely long enough that there's pretty cohesive across the whole team at this point. UVM was able to get a good continuation all the way to midfield on the open side, and now they're doing a good job moving the disc horizontally to see if they can attack the break.
Yeah. 27 has been grinding big unders here. That's the movement that UVM needs to gain the yards with clean open passes.
Yeah, but resets getting a little sloppy, but 27, I believe that's true. Hansen bails them out.
Yeah, UVM's had a couple motions here where two people are cutting at once, not what you always want to see, but the next option has always been open, so it hasn't hurt them too bad so far.
Yeah, and the throwers this possession are doing a good job not forcing it to smaller windows. Although as I speak, a Blady Huck goes up, and a great catch by 21 in double coverage. The throw did just enough to get past the defense, and UVM gets a much-needed hold.
Yeah, absolutely. Now UVM's able to put out a D-line, try and get some of these breaks back, and get back on top in this game.
While the sun is behind the clouds, always be sure to be hydrating. At Maine Love, we're sharing clean, refreshing water from Sebago Lake in aluminum cans because saving the planet should taste this good. Play hard, live clean, love Maine. Maine Love is the way water should be, and we are very lucky to have them sponsoring this tournament. Check out their table at Tourney Central for a can of their sparkling or still offerings.
If you're lucky enough to live in Portland, Maine, or ever thinking of it, our tap water in Portland is from Sebago Lake, one of the cleanest bodies of water in the country. Come visit. Taste the water.
No water filters necessary.
Yeah,
here.
no water filtration necessary.
You can see a bunch of the players who just got that hold for UVM staying out on defense, so it looks like that was one of their main defensive lines, as Joe mentioned. Offside signaled by the observer, however, so Brown's going to be able to take that pull from the brick mark, even though it was a good one.
You know, this is one of those parts of the game that you play practices all year long, and you play tournaments without observers all year long, and you don't really think about offsides because it's not something that you drill, but when it happens in a game, you can really get punished by it.
And it looks like this is actually, because this is UVM's second offsides, that they're able to take the possession from midfield, and Duclos Orsillo immediately strikes deep with no help over the top for an easy one throw Brown holds.
Yeah, those are the types of points you don't want to see. You finally got back on defense. You wanted to make their O-line work. You wanted to get a break. And you get a one throw score to an open receiver.
Yeah, not a lot of thinking having to be done there, or a lot of, while that's a difficult throw to execute, it's not one of the hardest ones we've had to see today. Plenty of space for them to throw onto the receiver onto. And that immediately gets UVM's O-line having to be back out there, not what they wanted.
So we've got 12-8 now. You know, the margin to come back into this game before Brown's able to score 3 more points is getting smaller. So UVM's really got to hold this one.
Seems to be the puller tried to adjust to some of the out-of-bound pulls that have been landing out of bounds away from the screen, but they overcorrected, and the disc has gone out of bounds right in front of us. So now UVM's going to get a chance to take it at midfield as well.
Yeah, 2 midfield starts. Great for O-lines, but you never want to see as a D-line.
Casey Thornton just before midfield, picking up the disc. Zipper play from a center stack, one player cutting from the back, going on either side of the stack, presenting a lot of options for the thrower.
Throw was a little bit behind the receiver there, and number 4 on Brown was able to make a great bid, get the block.
Brown with another little offhand throw to open up space, and now Brown is able to continue moving up.
It's pick called.
Oh, pick called.
Yeah, it looks like Chang ran his defender through Lin and through Lin's defender and through the mark. And if you were a defender and you were within 10 feet of your player and your path of least resistance is obstructed, that is a pick in ultimate.
Yeah, and can't do that.
Can't do that. So the disc goes back to the thrower and play has resumed.
Big bid by UVM's defense. Left the mark, thrower unmarked for a while, but they weren't able to capitalize. But a few throws later.
Yeah, Lin and Chang have put in absolute work in the red zone Brown offense for the D-line. They have made it really, really hard for UVM to get the disc back, and it is showing in the score line.
13-8. 8 now. And with these games being to 15 and still well before cap, it looks like we'll probably be playing this out to 15, barring a big change. UVM's women's team's ruckus on the sideline, trying to pick up the energy for UVM, see if they can will them to get back in it.
And I think UVM has all the tools they need to get back in this game, right? They've got fantastic throwers, fantastic athletes. They just need to string together a few more throws, maybe get a couple lucky breaks. But it's not like Brown hasn't turned the disc over. You know, Brown's O-line, when they were on the field, was throwing turns, giving UVM the chance for breaks. So there is absolutely a chance, if I'm UVM, that I'm getting back in this game.
And I actually think UVM's defensive pressure has been really good. And as you said, while they've gotten some blocks on the points that they haven't, they've been able to provide some good pressure and force Brown into making big plays, and they've just been able to execute them.
Absolutely.
Another Brown D-line coming out. Looks like maybe a zone coming down.
This is the reverse cup zone where you've got a triangle in front of the disc trying to stop the open lanes right in front of the thrower. You know, the way to beat this is just a lot of easy throws side to side. As you can see, the throw to the sideline is wide open. UVM looks a little bit scared about putting it all the way on the sideline. They might be afraid that this turns into a trap, which it has.
Yeah,
but quick throw over the top, unable to connect. So if you're Brown, you're very excited about that, how that worked. You got the trap off, they threw the hard throw, and they threw the turn.
Yeah, and that throw was to an open player, but was a little hard to read with the blade coming right at you about exactly how to catch that.
And the disc, you know, if it's touched the ground, is still a little bit wet. You know, we got enough volume of rain in that 10 minutes that the ground is going to be wet for the rest of this game.
Brown throw sails a little high. UVM's able to get out of it and is looking to transition. They're already in the red zone now. Another crossfield blade falls in the receiver's lap this time. Slightly easier to read. Now UVM just a couple steps outside the end zone. Brown's sticking with this zone, which doesn't work out for them as UVM's able to throw around them, find Lynn Butler in the corner.
Yeah, the reverse cup zone on the end zone line, not typically what you want to see because it gives away very, very easy upfield swings. And when you only need 5 yards, that's what it gives you.
Yeah, absolutely. It does make you throw a lot of passes, and so that's probably why Brown stayed with it, but UVM was able to find the soft spots in it. It's like UVM not crossing over any players here, trusting their regular D-line to start.
We've got Jimmy Bell back on the field. I think he's got 3 blocks already this game, so I assume they're hoping for another big play, get the turn, get the break.
Yeah, someone has to step up here and just decide that they're going to be the ones making the play to try and shift the momentum and try and get them back into it. While Brown is hoping just to rely upon their regular O-line to maintain possession and keep working it through. They've been playing great so far.
That is a great upwind pull.
But an offside's called again on UVM, so they are either going to be taking it at midfield, or because it's the third one, I don't know if they'll bring it to the reverse brick this time where they'll be in the red zone.
That is a brutal break for UVM. They have got to get that in line if they're going to have a chance of coming back in this game.
Yeah, and it's definitely considering it's a controllable. But the first throw, Huck again to Duclos Sicilo, sails a little too far. Going this direction, it is downwind, so long throws are going to sail a little more. And now UVM has their first break chance, I think,
in a long
this
time.
half, perhaps. While Brown's switching their players downfield.
Good recognition by number 9. He was the player poached off of. He was wide open.
Yeah, and you can see immediate strikes from the UVM players with the disc.
That's Tapper making another great athletic play for Brown. You know, Jimmy Bell, I don't think is used to getting run through on an under block. He's not used to players being able to contest his athleticism, but Tapper was able to make it happen.
Yeah, and couldn't quite feel the pressure coming from that side, and the disc was floated a little bit going that direction. But Brown turns back on a throw a little low on an under.
This has got to feel good for UVM. You haven't seen Brown turn over the disc much at all this half. So seeing the disc hit the ground makes you know that you've got chances.
Yeah, and I feel like UVM probably wants to try and take a shot here, but given that the wind direction, we'll see if they decide to, or if they just try to stay patient and work unders.
And I don't think, there's certain players that they want the matchup going deep. And it looks like Brown has matched up well on the UVM big receivers. And so far, the UVM handlers have made, I think, good decisions not to send it deep. We've got a travel call on that quick turn upfield, so we'll go back to the thrower.
Brown's defense is also, their downfield players are trying to push UVM's cutters deep, almost daring UVM to take one of those shots. A bit floaty disc. I think Brown wanted a bit on that, but made a good decision not to. A point. But a point block off a reset on maybe a bit of a miscommunication, and Brown has the disc again at a little past midfield. But it looks like a foul call. A throw goes up, Huck, turnover, but it looks like the intended receiver had stopped, maybe a foul call before the throw.
Yeah, it looks like the UVM defender called a foul there, miming what he seems to be saying was the Brown receiver running into him, hitting him in the chin as he was setting up his cut. Be interesting to see how the observer rules on this with the throw that did go up and was a turn.
I forget exactly if a defensive foul before a throw is going to cause a continuation or not, or allow the continuation. I think players, because it's contested, it looks like, or because it's a foul, it looks like they're talking about if it was going to be catchable or not.
Yeah, and this is one of the great parts of having observers at high intensity games like this. The ambiguity in the rules when something niche happens that players may have never seen before. It's good to have someone who knows the rule book well, can make an impartial judgment.
I think they've discussed it and the observer is going to rule. That it was a foul. Again, discussing, it looks like the throw is going back after it was decided it was a foul. So I'm still a little unclear who made the foul call, but the result is going to be, because it was before the throw went up and before the thrower was in the throwing motion, more importantly, that the disc is going to be returned to Tapper. Which leads me to believe that, I don't think it really matters who, even though it was a defensive foul, that it's going to be returned because it was earlier.
Yeah, if I'm Brown here, I'm expecting to go into a handler set, get some resets off, play slow. You're up here. There's no need to force anything. That's a good look, but didn't connect.
Yeah, Brown got the look they wanted on a little inside throw, but through the receiver's hands. So probably a bunch of UVM players thinking ball don't lie, but they'll see if they can convert first before deciding one way or the other.
Yeah, we got players on the sideline here calling Jimmy to go deep. They're going to need some scores quick.
As he catches an under.
As he catches an under, exactly.
Just does a good job swinging it around to an open thrower who floats it up to a...
You know,
good help from Brown's defender, but it looks like UVM is calling a foul on the help defense as gesturing that someone hit them in the arm.
The observers are gathering together here. Not sure if either one of them had a great view of that play to make a determination, but it seems like they know what they're going to say if the players decide to come to the observer. If you've not watched a game with observers before, the way it works is very similar to traditional Ultimate, where it is self-officiated. The players make their own calls, except for inbounds, out of bounds, in end zone, out end zone. Observers do those. But if there is a disagreement on the call, either player from either team can choose to go to the observer, and the observer will make a ruling.
Yep. Looks like observer did rule foul here, so UVM, it won't be ruled a goal since they didn't catch it cleanly before being fouled, but they'll have the disc right on the goal line. And they were lucky to be able to find one of those horizontal swings to an unmarked thrower who was willing to take one of those deep shots.
So this...
And UVM able to beat a face guard. It looks like the Brown defender wasn't looking at when the disc went up, and it was able to sneak by them for a break.
Yeah, so we have got 13-10 now. You know, this game is still within striking distance for UVM. They just need to string together a couple more.
Yeah, that was really impressive. UVM being able to take advantage of their first break chance all half.
Absolutely.
And after a couple possessions, get multiple blocks and be able to punch one in. Brown's taking a time out here, I think, which gives me an opportunity to talk about protecting our skin with Impact Melanoma. Did you know melanoma is the second most common form of cancer for 15 to 29-year-olds in the United States? Always put your sunscreen on. Some would say slather.
Slather.
Protect your skin, your body's largest organ, by wearing sunscreen SPF 30 or higher, seeking shade, wearing a hat, and avoiding tanning beds. Always be sure to check your skin. Melanoma is a 99% curable form of cancer when caught early. Learn more at impactmelanoma.org.
And I think Andy and I have been getting a little invested in this game and losing track of time, but we were just informed that we've got 2 minutes till cap here. So it doesn't look like UVM's gonna have much of a chance to come back on this one.
It looks like, is it a soft or a hard cap? Usually cap will be on, that it won't be a hard cap. So after cap goes on, we'll add 1 to the highest score. And play to that score, play to then that score. So depending on the outcome of this point, likely we'll play to either 14 or 15, only winning by 1.
UVM able to get a pull off there without an offsides. We'd love to see that, but this is not the matchup you want downfield.
2 away shots right in a row from Brown. That was a much better decision this time. Throw came out nicely floaty, right in their path in a one-on-one. No help off the top from UVM. And Brown scores here. Observer saying that cap is not quite on yet, so it will be after this point that it will go on. So we're gonna be playing to 15 either way, as UVM is at 14 already. No need for Brown to be able to swap out, really stack any of their lines. This is probably going to be a pretty standard D line for them, as they're already up and they know they're going to be receiving at some point with their O-line. While a break here would be great to end the game and save some legs, is not necessary. So they're going to trust their regular D-line without moving over any of their O-line players. Whereas UVM's O-line will be regular, and I would expect to see, if they're able to hold here, expect to see some of them crossing over to try and get a break.
And as we talked about earlier in this game, well, very important to win this pool, get good bracket position. At the end of the day, there's only 3 bids to nationals out of this region, so these teams need their legs for later on in this tournament.
Yep. Watson Stevens, again, isolated as a first cut. They've been looking to him a lot to initiate for their offense. Gets an under. UVM doing a good job marching up the open side. And Watson Stevens again gets open on an upline cut.
This is clean so far. We'll see if they're able to get it the last 6 feet into the end zone, which they've had trouble with in some parts of this game.
Yeah, and Brown doing a good job eventually cracking down on the open side, causing UVM to have to throw some of those floatier around looks. And a blade, little Oyo blade, eventually finds Watson Stevens in the end zone for a hold.
For a hold. And for Vermont here too, you know, getting 4 breaks in a row to win this game is in the cards, but it also, you know, ending this game 15-13 feels a lot better than 15-10. And especially when, you know, this isn't the game that matters at the end of the day. The games later on in the tournament are where you're going to have to bring the right mental attitude, and getting enough points on the board that you feel like you can play with any team here at the tournament will matter a lot.
And there's certainly pressure on UVM as the team behind to have to get these breaks to win. There's also got to be some pressure on Brown to be able to hold. They only have to hold once. They're expected to hold. They can't rest on their laurels that this is going to come easily to them, even though they only need to score 1 more point.
Absolutely. And this O-line, they played great while they've been on the field for Brown, but they haven't been on the field that much this half. And in the first half, they did throw a lot of turns. So it's really the D-line who's been pulling the weight for Brown in the second half. We'll see if the O-line can finish it out.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you could see their first O point, and they maybe have turned it over at least once every O point that they've had this half, even if they've been able to hold sometimes.
Looks like an onside pull, but the pull might go OB.
The pull that had been working earlier for Declan didn't turn over enough to fade back in bounds.
It's an interesting defensive look from UVM right now. It just looks like hard person, but some on the break side, some on the open side, almost a flat mark.
And again, another huck goes up, but this time it's much more contested. Good position by UVM's defender, and they have a break chance.
Yeah, that is great work by number 27 on UVM. He got position early and held it through a lot of contact to come up with the D.
And that's been Brown's initial look. A lot of their hucks, though, have gone up after separation has been given, and early enough that their receiver has space to be able to run onto it. And that time the disc hung up a little bit because it was thrown a little longer. So it gave the defense time to be able to get in position to make a play.
Absolutely. Pretty clean offense so far from this UVM D-line.
Yeah, they're gaining yards on unders and then immediately swinging it back to try and get something on the break side. Nice little floaty throw to an upline.
Yeah, that's the classic throw to the open side and go as the thrower because your defender's already on your back hip. It almost seemed like the Brown defender knew he wasn't going to get there. Tried to call for a switch. It looks like we've got point called by the observer on this side of the field, recognized by the observer on that side.
Yeah,
so that is a UVM break. We are now 14-12. This is a good game.
Yeah, again, a small window to be able to throw into, but a great layout catch by, I believe that was number 9 on UVM. Brown's going to be going downwind now. If they decide to make those hucks, it might not hang up quite as much. Yeah, great patience by UVM once they got that disc. That might have been one of their cleanest offensive possessions since the first few points of the game.
Absolutely. We've got the UVM Ruckus team on the sideline. Not sure how loud it is for you folks, but they are doing a great job of pumping up this UVM men's team.
Yeah, you can definitely see teams. I see at least some Bowdoin players and some UMass players. UMass maybe, I don't know if they're about to play on this field or if they're just scouting competition for tomorrow.
It's exciting to see how many people are on this sideline that we're on. You know, we're middle of Saturday of a 2-day tournament. When we get to the game to go on Sunday, it will be loud.
Yeah, Maine Ultimate already having put out some boundaries to try and keep spectators back a little bit and allow players and observers.
That is a fantastic pull. Huge hang time into the corner of the end zone. Almost leads to a poach layout block. Didn't pull the trigger at the last second.
Yeah, good recognition of a poach by Emmett Young to be able to get an easy under, and now Brown's out and running a little bit. Lots of little offhanded backhands allows Brown to be able to get off and hit Lynn in the back corner of the end zone for a pretty easy hole at the end of the day.
Yeah, easy hole to end the game. If you're Brown's O-line, you love that momentum going into the rest of the games for this tournament. If you're UVM, you like that you were down a lot and you fought back. You made this a game at the end of the day. And I think both teams have a few things they want to work on going into the rest of the tournament, but a lot of good things to take away too.
Yeah, we'll see if they end up playing each other later in the tournament, either for bid or something else.
Yeah.
But thanks for tuning in with us. Please continue to turn in all weekend for more games here on the Maine Ultimate YouTube channel. Everything's only going to keep getting more exciting as the stakes keep getting higher. Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah, thank you all so much. We are signing off.
Greatness. We think of it as the big moments, the glory that defines a lifetime. But true greatness isn't built overnight. It starts small. Choosing what's best for your body, hydrating better, recovering better, bouncing back stronger. Greatness is resilience. It's in the recovery, the small, consistent choices that prepare you for what's next. Hydrate better, recover better, and keep striving for your best. Your greatness is within reach.
There is a place where we are us at our best.
A place where everyone is welcome.
Regardless of age, shape, skin color, or anything else that tries to box people in.
A place where we defy the odds,
Defy the naysayers.
And even defy gravity.
A place where it's accepted that success
doesn't belong to the faint-hearted. It belongs to the brave, to the determined.
A place that knows grit, knows grace, knows bright lights, and knows empty bleachers.
a place where we remember to laugh,
where we learn to trust,
learn to high-five strangers,
and eventually even learn to fly.
a place where character, community, and competition
are all as balanced as a disc in flight.
That place isn't in a stadium or on a field.
That place is in the spirit of our players.
Because we don't just play Ultimate, we live Ultimate.
Clearly, our mission is to reduce the risk of skin cancer and melanoma. The best way not to have to deal with melanoma is not to get it. And the majority of melanomas are avoidable. And that's what we need to focus on. There will always be doctors and research doing those wonderful things to find better treatments for people that have it. My goal is to reduce it so far that we won't have to worry so much about that. We need to make it easy for people to take care of themselves when they're outside, because clearly we don't want couch potatoes, right? We want people out and active and healthy. And I think that's also going to be a bigger part of our approach, is how do we keep people healthy? One of the things that we've tried to do is build Practice Safe Skin as a place that organizations, Park and Rec, anybody that's interested in protecting the people that come to them in the sun, and looking at creative ways to do that. So they might be interested in sunscreen dispensers. They might be interested in training their outdoor workers to protect themselves. Now they might be interested in our No Sun for Babies program. They might be interested in our Skinny on Skin program, training beauty professionals and estheticians and all sorts of people that look at your skin more than you do. They might be interested in a middle school, high school, college program. They might be interested in looking towards the future to look at the impact of shade. We started to think about what's the intersection between UV, heat, and shade. One of the things that we do a lot in our training is talk to people about how do you protect yourself in the sun. Well, we talk about hats and protective clothing and wearing their sunscreen and using it regularly. But one of the things we also talk about is seeking shade. So what happens when you can't find shade? What happens when you live on a heat island where there's concrete or asphalt around and there is no shade and it's difficult to be outside? We understand that there are inequities here. We need to talk to the people who don't have shade about what they need, and when we do that, we find out that there are places close to home that don't have a place for their neighbors to meet, that they have playgrounds with no shade whatsoever. And all the time we're out talking about seek some shade in order to protect yourself from the sun. So for impact melanoma, looking at shade means opening our arms a little bit wider so that we're able to look at what are other health risks. What are some temporary things that we can do while we're looking at more permanent issues? Because honestly, we don't have the kinds of funds that would allow us to bring shade everywhere. What we work with communities around is putting in temporary shade, whether it's 10 by 10 tents or zinnias sunshades or something else. We're really working right now and for the foreseeable future on temporary shade that people can bring personally or have in their neighborhoods. I think these are going to be the things that we need to do to improve the overall health of our community and to reduce the risk of skin cancer and melanoma. The call to action that I'm challenging you with is go out and find a group of people that are interested in supporting their community in a way that will potentially save lives, we can help you do that.
Hold tight, I've been right where you're standing. Just hold tight to me. The world tries to beat you and leave you lonely, but there's light you see. 'Cause now we are they can push, they can break, they can throw our bones away. Call me by another name, but I'm a champion. Trying to keep my head up high, but the water keeps on rising, pulling on my knees with sighs. Why can't live and feel like dying? But there's something inside of me that keeps me alive. Hold tight, I've been right where you're standing. Just hold tight to me. The world tries to beat you and leave you lonely, but there's light you see. 'Cause now we are they can push, they can break, they can throw our bones away. Call me by another name, but I'm a champion. Trying to keep my head up high, but the water keeps on rising, pulling on my knees with sighs. Why can't live and feel like dying? But there's something inside of me that keeps me alive. This fight wasn't made for everybody. We're different, you and I. Don't you
Hello and welcome to Division I New England Regionals, brought to you by Maine Ultimate. We're here at the Wainwright Sports Complex in South Portland, Maine, on this a little breezy, a little kind of chilly actually, turning chilly Saturday. My name is Tom. I'm here with Mike and our cameraman Max. Mike, how are you doing today?
Good. The first game that we did was the BU game against McGill, and it was not close, but the BU team had a lot of spirit afterwards. They were making jokes and everything with us, so that was nice. You just saw UVM lose a heartbreaker to Brown, and now we have Massachusetts Zoo Disc versus Tufts Elephant Man, and Tufts is in the white, UMass is in the dark, and UMass looks like they're going to be pulling from our lobster pot end zone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this
should be good. Hopefully, the rain that we got is done, and we can continue rain-free the rest of the day.
Yeah.
I don't care about the rain. Players don't care about the rain, but our video equipment cares about the rain.
Absolutely. This is going to be a good game, though, and these two teams are very familiar with each other. They come from the same section. Yeah, obviously, they're like they play each other all the time. So I'm honestly a little surprised that we don't have observers for this game, because I have a feeling it's going to be a little chippy.
Well, and UMass is the #1 ranked team in this region, and Tufts is 3. And with 3 bids to nationals coming out of this region, this could be an important game.
This is absolutely an important game. Yeah, both teams really want to win this. The path is much easier when you come out for whoever comes out of this game with a victory.
Yeah, I don't think with these two teams, I don't think we have to worry about the intensity. I think it's going to be intensity is going to be up on offense and defense. Oh, and I was incorrect. Tufts is actually pulling, and they're pulling from the vacation land end zone, left to right across your screen.
And here we go.
Nice pull by Tufts.
Sailing out of bounds, though.
And it is just
out of bounds.
That was a great pull.
I almost had to eat my own words on the first pull of the game. I thought it was out by a lot, and it was not. Zoo Disc, the UMass here with a stack in like a T-shaped kind of offense here. You wanted to see some different offensive formations, Mike. This is definitely a different one.
Yeah, Tufts coming out in the zone, but it looks like they're flashing quickly to person. Oh, and wow, that is a fast point by Mass.
Wow. Number 4, William Chesney to 80. Oh, sorry, UMass. I'm on the wrong team.
That was Griffin Gee on the reception in the end zone. That was
whoops.
Nicely played.
That was smooth. That was smooth offense. Wow.
That was like, okay, you want to come out in the zone? All right, let's see.
Right down the field. Down the field to the sideline, down the field again. Yep, easy offense for Zoo Disc.
Yeah, I really want to see if Mass continues with this type of offense where the reset handler is behind, or if that was specifically because they suspected Tufts would come out in the zone.
Possibly, yeah.
That's typically, teams do a lot of different things with their resets. Some have a little bit of a 45 on the break side. Some even have it on the open side behind. And it's just whatever you works give moving the disc when the stall gets high.
Yeah.
I like having a reset on the break side because it offers the reset the opportunity to go up line or the around break force.
Yeah, it keeps the open side of the field open.
Yeah, you don't get that poach off of the reset. But if they do that, then you get that easy reset, and maybe you can get an easy continuation.
All right, Zoo Disc pulling to Tufts.
Hanging up, good pull. End up around the middle of the field, around the 8. Tufts quickly moving the disc. Nice break throw there. Deep shot, and just out of reach in 99.
Yeah, it's just straight, looking at the front of the stack off the pole.
Looking side stack
to a deep
hoe
look for
stack.
Tufts.
Looks like they're falling into a hoe.
Yep. Horizontal stack here for Zoo Disc. Let's see if this offensive point for Zoo Disc, this break point, I'm sorry, but their D-line, see if their D-line looks as smooth as the O-line.
Oh, a little short, but great catch.
Oh!
I think he caught it. I think he did catch it with his face.
He caught it with his face, and now he's might have knocked the wind out of himself.
Yeah,
That was an awkward landing.
18, Sam Green with the wonderful catch there on a short throw.
Mm-hmm. That was a huck that was a short
D-line handler huck.
Laser, yes. Yep. So he got the wind knocked out of him. While they attend to the Zoo Disc player. He's getting up. But have you ever wanted to visit Portland, Maine in the summer? On Saturday, July 19th, come join 119 Ultimate players as they board a ferry on the mainland and cruise to Chebeague Island, where a day of Ultimate awaits. There's a barbecue after the tournament. It's a hat tournament, right? So
yes, it is.
So you get to sign up and play with a bunch of your friends. And there's even some camping available on some private land. Check out MaineUltimate.org for more information. That is always a fun hat tournament in the summer. It's island time. As we come back into the game here, Zoo Disc puts it in. There's a pick downfield in the stack. The stack's a little jumbled right now. So
yeah, it's tight. That's an easy pick call there.
Yeah, they're getting reset as they come back around to the middle.
Good patience by Zoo Disc, but good D by Tufts.
Tufts running just like, it looks a lot like a handler kind of weave here with just these three being active.
I do like the switching of the handler marks by the Tufts defense. That's going to be open. Nice little slithery inside throw.
Yeah.
At about the 5.
It is.
Looking to score.
Is these handlers doing
all
the work?
Oh! Yeah. 13 is patting himself on the chest. That was on him. That's a
Rowan gas.
Unnecessary throw on stall 2.
The Tufts player number 10 with the disc now with the layout D there. Rowan gas. Great play.
Tucker Livingston with the catch.
Oh, you know Tucker.
Yeah, I was on the Cape coaching staff his senior year.
Senior year of high school?
In high school. Very spirited. He was one of our captains. Loved coaching him.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of our Maine high school graduates represented in this tournament for various teams.
He travels a lot more than he did in high school.
Good patience here by Tufts, just taking what the defense gives him and not forcing anything. Tucker's in trouble though. Barely got that off.
Push pass. But we are going to have
got a call of some kind. I'm guessing that they're saying that Tucker was not in the end zone when he jumped after he caught the disc is I think the call. 5 or 15 on Zoo Disc was the one who made the call. He is right on the line. Has an excellent perspective, but again, Tucker is selling the acting here of what he thinks happened.
Having an observer here would be good.
Well, yeah,
and for those of you maybe unfamiliar with the sport, Ultimate is self-refereed, but we do sometimes have observers, and there's always a call for more. So if you're interested in helping out grow the observer program, there's training available, sign-ups, you get reimbursed for travel, and you get to watch a lot of great Ultimate.
Tufts doing a similar thing to Zoo Disc here with
nice
a lot of
break throw.
With the handlers doing a lot of the work as the cutters kind of stay stationary.
Yeah, that was a good throw. That time he was in. Or is there a call? Nope, there's no call there.
So Tucker on the receiving end, number 7. I don't have a number 7 on our roster here for Tufts.
No, he's 24.
No, Tucker is, but number 7 threw it. I don't have a 7. But 7 with a great throw there. Yeah, good job. I mean, Tufts with the D down at this end, and they worked it down the field and scored the point, and that ties it up, 1-1.
I have noticed that on the Tufts is having to work a lot harder on defense so far than UMass. UMass is really smooth and seems to have their offensive set down.
Yeah, UMass is dynamic on the offensive side.
And honestly, the reason was a questionable decision on the throw in the corner of the end zone.
That was a tight window.
It
That's a tight window when you get that, when you got that play for UMass, like coming with that backhand with the mark forcing you away, right? The backhand throw is there, but then the cut's coming from left to right. So the window that you have to throw in is shrinking rapidly. And that throw has to be way further in front of the cutter than you think because of the angle and the way, and that throw just ended up behind.
Yeah. That inside-out backhand has to really bite hard.
It's got to really bite hard, and the mark was good. It forced him to go wider than he wanted to. But yeah, like on the end zone line like that, unless you're at stall 8 or 9, not the option you want to be taking. So that's not it's a hard pass to complete.
Yes.
As Tufts gets ready to play defense, here's the pull.
Another nice pull.
Yeah, good distance on that. Horizontal.
Looks like some sort of zone. Looks like almost a fence zone with three playing flat, probably to try and take the deep shots away. Oh, nice work by the UMass offense here.
Yeah, now Tufts is trying to stay in it as they kind of like almost kind of wall the handlers here.
Yeah, that's the throw you need to make in that zone right there. It's just a little over the top towards the sideline.
He can go right back to the over the top again. He's open in the corner over here. The Zudis, well, not anymore, but he was open in the corner.
And UMass.
There, yep.
Oh,
there it is, a blade.
Oh, unnecessarily difficult, but a great catch. That's Guy on the throw. And number 4, Lehman on the reception in the end zone.
It's 2-1.
Did you know melanoma is the second most common form of cancer for 15 to 29-year-olds in the United States? Protect your skin, your body's largest organ, by wearing sunscreen, or you can use one of our Impact Melanoma tents on the sideline for some shade. They have been a sponsor for a couple of Maine Ultimate events. They provide sunblock and sunscreen for our players, and they also provide shade tents for us. So thank you, Impact Melanoma. And as someone who just had a mole removed, always wear your sunblock.
Always. Even on a day like today, given my Irish heritage, I definitely went with the sun hoodie so that I don't have to worry about the sunblock as much. But yeah, even on a cloudy day, sometimes those are the days that get you.
Yeah, I got my one of my lobster pot sun hoodies on.
One of your 15 lobster pot sun hoodies there, Mike?
Well, luckily they aren't selling sun hoodies for this event.
I'm sure you'll find a way to
spend more money.
I'm sure you'll find a way to acquire one.
Yeah,
So,
if USAU decides to come to this event with a bunch of Northeast Regional merchandise, say a sun hoodie with like all the teams on the back, Division 1 on one side, Division 3 on the other, that might be an investment I have to make.
Absolutely. Zoo disc ready to pull. Tufts. This is a high short pull.
Yeah, it looks like he got under it a little bit. It didn't quite get a grip on it. Let's see what Tufts does on the offense.
Ready to go, trying to center it a little bit, wanting to get it off the line right away.
That was a great cut by 99. Again, Tufts using the open side, looking for the break.
A pick has been called. What's happening here is the Zudis players are getting a little switchy and a little poachy on that open side over there, and they ended up running into each other. So it's where the person who did the pick was not near anybody, but the person who was picked was covering someone. So.
Correct. So it's still a pick. It's just
doesn't get to catch up.
Correct. Oh, over the head, skied, and now on the corner of the end zone, near corner.
Good effort by Tucker. Just kind of sailed, going in that direction toward the vacation land end zone. The way Tufts is going, the disc will pick up and tend to.
That was
jump.
a really good opportunity for a Callahan no relation for Tufts, and they just couldn't quite get the D on that. Oop, little run in there. UMass moving it, trying to look for the swing near side.
Not a lot of action from you just cutters downfield as now one takes off deep, but they really seem content to let the handlers do a lot of the work down the field. Nice throw.
Number 6, wide open, great throw. Dunkerley on the reception, and Lamo on the throw. That was a great throw, great spot. Yeah, it seems like Zoodisc that's what they want to do. They want to let their handlers do stuff and then have people break out of the stack for the deep shots.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes it 3-1 Zoodisc. Yeah, that was a dime. That throw was money.
Now the issue with that's going to be later in the day. You know, if fatigue starts setting in for those handlers, they're going to need a lot more help coming out of the stack.
Yeah, that was, again, good offense by the Zoodisc. They showed more patience on that one. So, showing that they're not all go, go, go. But, yeah. I mean, 3-1. Still a competitive game, though. So.
Yeah, Tufts moved the disc on offense easier that time.
Mm-hmm.
They just,
sailed. Yep. Yeah, the wind is picking up a little bit too. It was pretty stagnant earlier in the day, but after those rain showers, temperature dropped a little, and it's get a little, I don't want to say gusty, but a little less predictable.
Well, and sometimes when you're curling like that and you get the disc and you're moving into your backhand, you can just kind of give it a little bit of a flick at the end, and it catches the air, and it's like as soon as it leaves your hand, you're like, oh, that's not
well,
good.
because when you're curling too, like your tendency is to kind of like stopping your momentum, and then you don't want to dip your shoulder because you'll turf it. You'll turf the throw, but then you overcompensate by kind of pulling your shoulder up too much, and it'll sail, or you bend your wrist at the end or something. So, but anyway, Tufts receiving, looking to bring this back within one as they go deep down the field. They like the matchup here.
That's going to be
nice catch.
By 99.
Wow, 99 goes up and gets it. I thought the Zoodisc defender had position too, and 99 just like, I'm just going to go get it.
So near sideline, Tufts with the disc in the white. Nice little body there, using your body to your advantage without fouling. A lot of quick movement with Tufts now. Far sideline, about 5 at the 5, trying to punch it in. I like the patience right now.
Oh, he got it.
Great grab by 7.
Hey, stay with it.
Oh, and that's a great cut. Fake the up line, go back to the around. And that's a point.
Tucker with the reception, and there's a call, though.
We've got a
travel call
Is it
on
a
the
travel?
throw.
Is it a pick? Is it a foul? It's something. Since he threw it left-handed.
I think that's what the Zoodisc player was. He threw it left-handed and might have got the pivot foot wrong or something.
Oh, it looks like he's saying he ran into the end zone and didn't reestablish outside the end zone, which would be a violation.
Yeah. They are debating, and we'll see. But regardless of the call on field here, 99 Malone for Tufts, phenomenal catch down the field. Like, I thought he was bodied out completely.
And that
went
was,
up and over.
Okay, and we now have it's a point for Tufts.
Yeah. So there, spirit from both teams. You talk about it, you work it out, you discuss, and then you come to the conclusion that everybody will deal with. So that makes it 3-2. That was Tucker on the reception. Well done. 3-2 in favor of Zudis, so Tufts holds that one.
Yeah, they've been targeting Livingston in the end zone a lot. I mean, he was the target on the one that sailed. Is he the designated scorer?
I mean,
is anyone else on the team allowed to score? That's
so
what we really
far.
need to find out.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, both O lines are really, really good. Oh, let me just. One of our ad copies just blew off the table. No, we'll pick it up after.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to the nice woman who retrieved our ad copy that got blown off the table.
Yeah, before it blows away a second time.
That's right.
Hydrate, but make it sustainable. At Maine Love, we're sharing clean, refreshing water from Sebago Lake in aluminum cans because saving the planet should taste this good. Play hard, live clean, love Maine. Maine Love is the way water should be. Now we can put that one away before it disappears off our table again.
So Maine Ultimate does a lot for this community. It really is a great organization. I mean, we talk about it a little bit on the stream, but, you know, Lobster Pot being our signature event, you know, 80 college teams out here at Wainwright, and, you know, our partnership with Wainwright in the city of South Portland is still really strong, and it's a really great and beneficial partnership to both parties. So kudos to both Maine Ultimate and Wainwright Sports Complex. Ooh, high throw, middle of the field, deep throw in the end zone, and another quick point. Abrahamson on the receiving end of that throw from Harwood.
I'm not sure how you stop this Zudisco line.
That offense is just, oof.
They are crisp. They are quick. Wow. Yeah, really good so far. My goodness. That makes it 4-2. Obviously, Tufts got to figure out how to stop them, you know, a few times to bring themselves back into this game because, yeah, they're chasing 2 points right now.
You know, and maybe that's why they came out with the zone and the flat zone to try and take away the big shots.
Yep.
But Mass showed that they, go ahead and do that, and we'll just find the little holes in the zone and work it that way. I don't know if you do some kind of switchy little clam thing, or I don't know. I don't know what the solution to that is.
Well, you know that the Tufts coaches will be trying to figure it out on the sideline and seeing what they can come up with because.
You know, and maybe it's something as simple as, you know, let's pick up our intensity and stay, even if they're faster than you, stay within striking distance so that maybe they start hearing footsteps and turn before the disc is there, and maybe you get a fortunate turnover or bouncing off the hands or something.
Well, they'll have to just really kind of push Zudisk under as much as possible and make them scoring 20 or 30 throws as opposed to 3.
Yeah, you know, the more throws you make, the more chance you have of turning it over, so you might as well give it a shot.
Yeah. But Tufts receiving. Here we go. That's a deep pull. The pull's going much further in this direction. You can tell that
a great pull.
It was a great pull. And that was landing in because the back line that you see on the screen is not the end of the end zone line. We have yellow cones past that. That is the actual back line here.
And now Tufts comes out with a. Looks like it was a 2-4-1. Now it's
Zudis playing zone defense. Yeah,
they might. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely a zone here, but they're gonna get rid of it soon because
that's being shredded pretty easily.
Tucker's doing work in the middle here as he threatens the questionable choice.
Oh, that was a nice hammer over the top. That's a good zone beater right there. Now, can they, with them moving? So it looks like they're trying to trap it for sure.
Yeah, they want it on this sideline here. I will say, Zudis staying in it was the right decision because they've slowed Tufts down. So I thought they were going to get out of it, but they're staying in it and making them work.
And that's a good hammer across. And that's tough. You know, there's no wind here. So those hammers, those over the top, the scoobers, they're going to be there. Whether you can complete them or not, it's another matter.
Well,
but they're going to be there.
And there's a little bit of wind, but that hammer,
was just
nice catch.
Oh, that was a great catch by the Tufts offensive player there on the near sideline for the score.
Yeah, Vu goes and gets it. Well done. And there is some, there's a little bit of a breeze. You can see the flags on the far side moving around. But really, the zone defense, if you have to resort to a cross-field hammer, that's what that throw is always there.
Yeah.
Because the zone can't cover every spot in the field. That's the throw you want them to make because it's the hardest throw to make. So, yeah, Tufts did it and it worked, but Zudis will not hang their heads on forcing that throw.
Right.
So it's just when it works, then the zone's in trouble. So,
what I did like about, as you mentioned, Tom, when UMass stayed in that zone, they eventually slowed the Tufts offense down. And when you slow that offense down, if they get complacent or just not as aggressive, you can get them to stagnate a little bit and maybe get a quick little easy turn.
What they did was they had a really disciplined, it wasn't really a 4-person cup, but kind of they had those 4 players working as a unit. And as Tufts went through them, they did a good job of almost they didn't keep with the disc. They went downfield from the disc and covered, and then kind of crept back in and reset. And that's how you have to work it that way to stay in the zone, because if you don't, you're going to have to go to a person defense because you're now chasing and you're behind. But that's a discipline. When you have those 4 players working as a unit like that, that's very effective, and that is how you get to stay in it. That was really good.
And Tufts pulling right to left across your screen. A great pull, again, deep in the end zone, UMass.
Yeah, that's how I can tell that the wind's picking up too, is it's going in that direction, and they're carrying a lot further down in that direction.
Yeah, and that disc coming out with a little bit of a flutter coming in this direction because of the wind.
Zudis with the side stack set up on the far side, creating a lot of room out here in front of the handlers.
Yeah, using 3-person handler set and side stack now. Now looks like sort of an ISO stack. Oh, great D. Step right in front of him, take it away. Thank you very much.
Wilson Wu just lays out for that one. Tufts defense, well played. Now let's see what the D-line can do.
Legitimate fake, and UMass did not bite on it.
Well, we got to see how Tufts D-line can play offense here. Let's see.
Near side of the field, trying to stay away from the sideline, move it more towards the middle of the field. Handler weave, give and go. Got to get something from the stack. Nice around, break throw, near sideline.
There's nothing downfield from Tufts cutters right now.
Nice, finally comes out, near sideline. Oh, great inside out throw, tailing back.
Oh, nice bid.
Just not quite able to read that coming out of the hand and floated over.
That was a pretty looking throw.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was to the right spot. Just kept it. Again, with the way the wind direction is, it probably picked up picked up speed and kept carrying on them. Yeah. All right. Tufts worked really hard on that point. Now they got to generate another turn here.
Yeah, you can see it on the screen. A little flutter in that disc, so their wind is picking up a little. Again, Mass seems to be relying heavily on their handlers.
There's some contact downfield here as the Tufts players on the ground. Some spirit here between the two of them. They just kind of ran into each other. All right, getting ready to put it back into play. Here we go.
Looking for the deep shot. Hanging up there. And, 49 gets position again. Oh.
Foul call, I think. No foul call. He thought about it, but took it back, deciding that he didn't really have a play. He kind of overran it.
Yeah.
So
It's been a good matchup, though. 4 on 49.
Tufts generated two turnovers on this point. Let's see if they can score an offensive. See if they can score it here.
Yeah, get a break.
And get a break, exactly.
Oh, that was a great cut.
That was a fake.
Oh, cross field forehand. And that's a point.
18 to 23. That's Rosenberg to Kuipers, but let's be real, the throw was opened up by Wilson Wu with that.
Jeez.
He completely faked his defender out and left him face down in the grass, and then with the cross-field throw. Well done by Tufts. That's a great point.
Cross-field forehand from the far sideline to the near. That was great.
That makes it 4-3, I believe. 4-3 Zudisk. It's a long point. That was a battle. Let's see.
So Tufts showing some grit there on defense, and
let's see.
Maybe a little fortunate on the second one that it was misread a little bit in the end zone.
Yeah, definitely. I just, they did a good job. I mean, they were able to, that was Tufts D-line, right? So they were able to stop the UMass O-line a couple times, and let's see, that's their ticket back in this. They did it once, now you gotta do it again. Let's see what Zudisk has to come up with here. Receiving, going with the win this time.
Yeah. So Tufts in the white, pulling from the vacation land end zone to the lobster pot end zone, left to right across your screen. Oh, nice pull. That's going to end up fine towards the far sideline. Ooh. Nice inside break there. Ooh, good break on the disc by 49. Just couldn't get there. UMass in 3 throws is 3/4 of the way up the field. A good work by Tufts, kind of putting the clamps down, but that's a great throw up towards the back cone and scored by UMass.
Great layout by Red Headband there. Awesome, and that throw was paced out perfectly too. That was fantastic. 5-3. Zudisk replies, like, you break us once, and we're coming right back down and scoring.
Yeah, that was Kelman on the layout reception there. Oh, we have a timeout.
Timeout by Zudisk.
And we will take this opportunity to tell you about one of our new partners, Recover, Sports Hydration 180. Fuel performance naturally. Proudly sponsored by Recover 180, the organic sports hydration drink made with real ingredients, no artificial flavors, colors, or preservatives. Whether you're training, competing, or recovering, stay hydrated the clean way. Because your body deserves better, Recover 180, organic sports hydration. Go to drinkrecover.com for more information. And I can say, having sampled some of their wares here at the tournament, very mild flavor, but not real sugary like you get with some of these sports drinks.
Exactly. And again, I was talking to Juan, who's here. It's his company, Recover 188, and he was talking about how the formulation is different. So, really trying to balance the sodium and potassium relationship in these, whereas some of the other more popular recovery drinks might overdo the sodium piece of it, which can kind of also, rather than hydrating you as effectively, it actually kind of makes you more thirsty and want to drink more of it. What I also really like is, coconut water is a great recovery drink by itself, and that's the base of all of these. and then they put the flavor in on top of it. It's usually a lot of organic ingredients that they use, and yeah, it's not nearly as sweet as a Gatorade or a Powerade, and it's quite refreshing that way. And you don't taste the coconut at all. No, it's like you can't tell that it's coconut water at all. I wouldn't know if I didn't read the ingredients, but really refreshing take on a recovery drink. It's not those like sugary, super sweet of the other ones that you feel like you have to water them down. They are available on Amazon, so you can find them on Amazon.com too. So highly recommend giving them a shot.
Looking to get back into play here with UMass pulling to Tufts, left to right across your screen. I do like the collared shirts that Tufts are wearing. Little shield kind of makes it look like you're going to the country club.
Country club, or like has rugby vibes to me. Brings me back to back in the day when UMaine Farmington had those on as well. Those were their uniforms with the collared shirts. Tufts looking to keep within striking distance here as they work down the field.
Just inbounds. Very nice by Tufts.
Now they need to get it.
Ooh. Oh, that's a foul. Tufts near sideline. Gets the break off. Yeah, Tufts seems to go with their reset. When the thrower kind of hits the reset, they immediately run and try and get back to behind the disc for another reset. Clear the lane, make it available to the cutters. Really good offense there.
There's a good defense by Zudis there. Tucker with a kind of a flat cut. It's kind of the way the cut's designed, though. It's just that the defender was quicker than he was.
And that's just a loose footing.
Bummer. It was behind him a little bit, too. It was behind 8, but he also just lost his footing on the way. Probably actually a good thing he lost his footing, because if his footing had stuck, he probably would have been injured himself. But see, this is a physical matchup here. 7 for Tufts against 99 here. They're in each other's face, and a lot of body contact there as well. See, we'll keep track of that matchup throughout the game. As Tufts looking down the field here, kind of resetting back to 7. He's moving quick.
And that was a good hesitation. I'm not going to travel and get the call on me right there. Get it off before that toe lifts off the ground. Moves it near side of the field and towards the near sideline. Livingston up for the grab.
Nice catch. They need the around. There's the around. Big around.
Plenty available now. Plenty of space.
7 very active on offense here for Tufts.
Oh, nice lefty right there. Offhand. Yep, and that's going to be a point in the near corner of the end zone for Tufts.
Vu with the throw. And Gast on the receiving end. Good job using the full width of the field there. Just putting it right on the cone for him. There wasn't a lot of room, but when you put it in that spot, there's very little the defense can do about it.
Held serve there, so good work by Tufts.
Now they're only down 1. It's 5-4. It's a good game. This is where they need to find an answer.
Yeah.
They did on the 1 point, and now they need to do it again. Zudisk in this direction, well, in any direction, but especially in this direction, are going to be moving real fast with the wind.
Yeah. We have the UMass apparently cheering unit in the back of the end zone.
Yes,
They're a little uncoordinated. They had much better coordination in the last year that they were doing.
Yeah, but they are very creative. So not the most coordinated, but definitely, as far as a group, but yeah, definitely quite creative with the different dances and things that they do to
Well, you
fire
can
their
tell
team up.
who can actually dance and who can't just by looking at them.
Mm-hmm. But, participation is part of the game.
That's right.
Yeah.
Hey, if you can't be good, at least participate.
Exactly.
Tufts pulling. left to right across your screen.
And I'll take a quick second while they get ready here just to shout out all of the volunteers who make this event and, you know, all the tournaments that Maine Ultimate hosts possible. You know, none of this is doable without all of you, and you guys are what makes this community so special, is the involvement and the volunteering of everybody. So thank you for making this happen. As Zoodisk, down the field like lightning as they get into their end zone look.
Far sideline at the corner.
And there it is. Just right up the line, no breaks, nothing. Just
Kelman to Harwood.
6'4".
Yeah. What was that? 4 throws?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah. So, another one of our sponsors, they might have, I don't know if they have a sign out on the far side or not, but we have 6'5". Oh. Looks like the score is actually 6'5". My mistake. Okay. 6'5" in favor of Zoodisk. So we have Revision Energy is Maine Ultimate's clean energy partner and was co-founded by Ultimate World Champion Fortunat Muller. Revision Energy loves supporting Ultimate as a friendly, inclusive sport for everyone. With a mission to make life better by building our just and equitable electric future, Revision Energy is a 100% employee-owned solar company and certified B Corp, serving clients in Maine, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts. If you're looking to save money and reduce your carbon footprint with solar, heat pumps, battery storage, or electric vehicle charging, head on over to revisionenergy.com.
So we do have some tournaments this summer for anyone visiting. Tom earlier mentioned Island Time, 5v5 hat. I love that tournament. I've played in it a couple times, volunteer every year for it. You're on an island and it's just so much fun. Last year we had one of my teammates was from American University. Her goal was to see a moose. And we told her, you're in Southern Maine, that's just not gonna happen. She held out hope, and I think she was sadly disappointed.
Yeah.
But it's a great time and a lot of fun camping out. All right, just one of the many things Maine Ultimate does. And we have Tufts near side of the field.
Zoodisk has number 8 is poaching in the lane there. Tucker just lost focus on it, just kind of whiffed on it. I don't know.
Out of his reach.
A little out of his reach. I think that extra Zoodisk defender in the lane kind of freaked him out a little bit.
Throw to the back of the end zone and caught. Inbounds by number 21 for UMass.
Taking immediate advantage off that turn.
Yeah, you know, there's that like hesitation where like Tufts is getting, it's almost like they goaded Tufts into it. They said, oh, pretend like you're gonna set up, let them set up for the defense, and then just send a fast dude deep. And we're scoring one. UMass offense really with some crispness here. And that was a D-line.
I mean, can't get more crisp than one throw.
No.
So 7-5. Zoodisk half is at 8. His game's out of 15. So Tufts, again, looking for some answers here. Just they haven't made many mistakes, but Zoodisk has made them pay for every single one.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You got to capitalize on the mistakes of the other team. If you can do that, all you need to do is get them to turn it over once, and that can be the game.
Yep.
And some local talent on UMass, getting ready to pull. Charlie used to play for Forest City, the Portland Deering combined team here locally. Also comes out to boot quite a bit when he's around in the wintertime.
That's cool. Yeah, no, like we were saying before, like there's a really strong high school and middle school ultimate, programs throughout the state, particularly in the southern part of Maine, and the kids graduate high school and move on to a lot of schools in the Northeast and all up and down the East Coast, and even some of our high school friends are playing out in Oregon and and some other schools too. Like there's a lot of Maine representation throughout the college scene, all around the country.
Tufts now with the disc, middle of the field, getting towards midfield now. Oh, good switch there by Mass on defense. Oh, just tried to rush it, saw Livingston breaking open deep and just tried to rush it.
Yeah, they tried to catch Zudisk in that switch there, and they had 24 was open, but you can't rush that throw in a gap like that. Good layout by 10, almost had it. Oh, the hat's come off now.
Nice easy swing around, except there was a call.
There's a pick that's unrelated in the stack over there, so the disc will stay. Zudisk looking to get into an end zone look here, kind of clear some space off for the handlers to do some work.
That's exactly what they did, is clear the space and throw deep to the far sideline with the catch by Abraham.
Hold on, man. They're saying he might have been out of bounds. 99 is hopping over there on the sideline for Zudisk. He's not happy with this call.
Alcoin with the throw.
And they are out. Saying he's out. Yeah.
It is not a point.
His first point of contact was probably his chest right on the Zudisk logo there on the front, which maybe was on the line.
Yeah.
And lines in Ultimate are out.
Nice work by the Tufts offense there. Being patient, but being persistent in their cuts. Completing their cuts.
Well, they did that, but then they immediately had a bunch of people behind the disc and not good spacing and were real stuck. They're kind of out of sorts right now.
Yeah, they gotta get back into their offense.
They got to get organized. I think we got a lot of tired guys on the field who played a lot. There's one good cutter. One cutter who 57's working, but the rest of them need to get back in their offense.
Near sideline, moving towards the middle of the field. Back towards the near sideline, in. And I'd have liked to have seen him look up field first before immediately dumping, just because you're putting in a lot on your handlers now. And
yes, but there was no cut downfield, and I think he knew there wasn't going to be. I think they just have I think they're looking to just, in that situation, just go offline immediately and not even wanting to mess with being on the sideline anymore. It looked like it was almost predetermined that he was going to go away from the sideline here.
Deep shot into the end zone. Is it going to hang up? Yes, it is.
That was a long point.
And once again, the only person on Tufts who's allowed to score, Livingston.
Mm-hmm. Great throw by number 2, Alexander Vu. That was precisely measured out for Tucker.
That was a really nice power position throw right there. And he got enough air under it to let the offensive player run under it. We saw that in our first game with BU. They were putting too much angle, too much blade on the disc that wasn't giving their offense the opportunity to run onto the disc.
Yeah. So Tufts.
And it looks like we've got a timeout.
But Tufts is not giving up, right? It's 7-6. They're right in this.
They need a break.
They do, but the pressure is on Zudisk for UMass U as well. They do not want to make too many more mistakes here, and because Tufts is showing that they have the grit and the drive to stay in it and to battle. So Zudisk, when they're not just super crisp down the field with their O-line, Tufts is able to hang with them. So we'll take this time while they're on a timeout. We'll tell you about another event that Maine Ultimate hosts. Vacation Land is a 2-day club tournament And the tournament will take place the weekend of August 2nd and 3rd, right here at the Wainwright Sports Complex in South Portland, Maine. We hope to have 3 divisions, men's, women's, and mixed, and we'd love to see you and your team there. The cost per team will be $650. Why is the tournament called Vacation Land? Well, that's what we call our beautiful state, and we want to share it with you. Come play some amazing Ultimate on lined fields like the ones you see on the feed today, with easy access to trainers, golf carts to take you to your next game, and amazing tourney central, food trucks galore, porta potties at every field. And for more information, check out maineultimate.org. And you also, when you come here, you get to use the fantastic Maine Ultimate Tournament app, developed by Esther, it's a phenomenal app. It allows you to request carts and water and trainers, and has a map and all, like access to all the things that are here. Something developed in-house. It's really, really cool. It really helps the experience for fans and players alike. So, yeah, Vacation Land is another really fun tournament. I used to play in it when I played club.
Yep.
It's always a good time to see lots of friends from different parts of the Northeast here playing Ultimate. Big pull by Tufts.
Wicked forehand pull. I love it.
That was a forehand pull?
Yeah.
I was blocked by our camera. I didn't see him let it go, but that's amazing.
UMass moving this. I like that. Oh, that's going to be in play, and that could be a point if he can catch up to it. And it looks like Kelman once again with the point from Dunkerley.
That's halftime.
Yeah. And that was, I got my dude off balance. He fell. And that's as a handler, it's like, oh, I just need to put it out there.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Great cut, great throw. That makes it 8-6 Zudisk. And we will be back with the second half in about 10 minutes or so. So check back in then. We'll see you later.
All right.
Grand stage to keep possession. Huge bid, gets the time. Great opportunity for the Germans, and they break it. He throw it the full 80 yards to the field. Are you kidding me? An incredible pitch. Are you kidding me? Oh my God! One of the plays of the year.
And welcome back to the second half of our really hotly contested UMass Tufts game at Wainwright Sports Complex in South Portland, Maine. This is the New England Regionals, one of the last regional tournaments left. 3 bids to national. The wind is freshening, the sun is back out, and I am Mike, joined by Tom and our videographer Maxine, and we are here to present the second half of this really, really well-played game between the number 1 UMass Zoo Disc and number 3 Tufts Elephant Man. What do you think of that first half, Tom?
Oh, it was a good first half. I thought for a little while there, right in the beginning, that Zoo Disc was going to run away with it, but Tufts hung around and really lots of grit and resolve there. They're right in it. The score is 8-6 in favor of Zoo Disc coming out of half, but Tough Elephant Man is right there. So, especially if they can score this 0 point to start, that'll go a long way to getting them right up next to Zoo Disc in the score here. Let's see how they can do. A call has been made. A travel, maybe? But
that's what I am guessing.
Yeah, but yeah, so I mean, it was a well-fought first half, and I anticipate the second half it's going to come down to the wire.
So Tufts with the disc coming out of the half, moving it towards the middle of the field, far side of the field. Past midfield now, far sideline. Oh, that's going to be...
They're calling him in, yep.
Yep, he calling him in. Break around. Good look off there by the handler. Oh, that's going to be open. 10 open underneath.
See how Tufts is almost like isolating Davidson there. Just like everybody else is downfield and Davidson was just kind of in the center all by himself.
Oh, and just... The benefits of being tall.
Benefits of being tall, and when you throw a really high angled throw like that, you have to aim past the point you want it to come down at, because it comes down faster than you think. So you have to throw it over the guy and have it drop right on him instead of that, because he missed him under, which brought the defender back into play. Nice bid by 81.
Good focus by 13 for UMass.
Yes. Sundaram with that layout there for Tufts almost had it. As Zoo Disc goes with the bigger round to reset things, they're kind of in a vertical stack to start here. They've been doing more horizontal or side to begin with, and now they're keeping it more vertical, keeping it simple as their D-line is doing work here.
And, maybe that's something they do. They have, our D-line, we want you to work on this. We're going to need different offensive sets for nationals, and let's see what works. Oh, that just faked out his own thrower.
Thought he was going one way and he went the other. Whoopsies. So Zoo Disc D-line will have to dig deep and generate another turn as Tufts gives it right back. The same thing.
Out the thrower, yep.
Same thing. Threw it before the cut happened. Timeout by Zoo Disc, it looks like. Going to take a little break here, another long point. Zoo Disc understanding that this break is within their grasp and is very important.
Yeah, they get this, they can really put the pressure on Tufts and make it very difficult for them to make a comeback with the time available, because we are about 25 minutes or so from soft cap.
Mm-hmm.
And then, hard cap after that. So they want to put the pressure on, keep Tufts on their heels, on the defensive.
Right, scoring this break for Zoo Disc will put them, if they were to do so, puts them up 3. And coming up on the time crunch there, that gets really, then that makes it a steep mountain to climb for Tufts.
Especially with as fluid as that UMass offense has been.
Mm-hmm.
If the defensive line can get the break here, that's really And if you're Tufts, if you're the coach of Tufts, you want to see, okay, our O-line has to play solid D. We got to get the turn here, and then we can just march it down the field.
And as we've been talking here, the wind has picked up a little bit, and it's starting to change direction. It was going from like the closer side of the right side of the field, like kind of going diagonally across the field, going from right to left, and now it's almost going straight across the field, kind of a little swirly, but definitely going from the near side of the field to the far side of the field, which can make things a little more complicated for offenses.
You got to put zip on the disc. And
they did. That was a great throw. Yeah, putting that forehand with some zip on it, no angle, so that the wind that's shifting can't pick it up and turn it over. Zudisk with the break to start the second half.
Now again, you're the Tufts coach. You got to say, look, I want to see how my team reacts to this. You know, are they going to dig deep and keep fighting as they have all game? I mean, chances are they will, because they are the third-ranked team in this region.
And they've been showing, they've been very resolute throughout the game. So these guys are not going to go down without a fight. But 9-6 is challenging for any team in ultimate, but especially if you're also up on down by 3 with the time rapidly running out. Means Tufts has to score and stop multiple times and quickly.
And the way that UMass offense rolls, that's a tall task.
It's a tall task. But we'll see what they got. I've also been noticing that Tufts is rolling a tighter rotation of players than UMass is. So, I mean, their O-line's been on the field for more points anyway, just because of the score. But even despite that, they've seen a lot of the same guys playing a lot more points. UMass has been rolling a deeper rotation. So that is, just showing the strength of the UMass program for sure.
Notice that in the Vermont game last game, they ran a really, really tight lines. Wasn't a lot of moving in and out. They had an O-line and a D-line, but they weren't mixing it up much. Now that's a great pull with this wind, and that's a travel. Good cut by 99 once again. Tufts with the disc, middle of the field. Nice under there.
Well, and number 1 here for Zudisk is starting off away from 7 and then walking himself up to him. So kind of taking away some of the early throws as 7 roasts him up line, but taking away the early throws like the inside throws and then tightening up on him afterwards. As Tufts goes up the line a couple times, looking to go back around.
Swing it around. Oh, nice little inside throw.
Sundaram with a nice cut, and Tufts number 7, whose name I don't have on our sheet, another point. Has been an integral part of their offense. Tufts holds, which is important to keep themselves still in this game. So that makes it 9-7. Yeah, but now the hard part.
Yeah.
Stop Zudisk's O-line. as the cheering squad gets set up back behind the O-line there outside the boundaries of the field.
They must have overslept their nap.
Yeah. But this has been a really fun game. These two teams are, you can tell that these two teams are some of the top teams in the region. There's a lot of really talented players and not a lot of silly decisions in this game.
Yeah.
When the mistakes have been made, they've been most of the time been the right decision. Mm-hmm. Just the execution not quite there or really good defense. So those are, hallmarks of good, well-coached, fundamentally sound teams, and with obviously oodles of talent.
Right.
So both of these teams definitely check all of those boxes.
Well, that's what I was telling my high school kids in practice this week. It's like, there were a couple of times where they took deep shots, and I'm like, hey, that's the right decision there. I will always take the correct decision, and if you turf it, you turf it.
Mm-hmm.
But you're making the smart decision. It's a lot harder to teach smart decisions than it is good throws.
Yeah. All right. Does Tufts have anything up their sleeves on defense?
Oh, split stack. I like it. Something
and,
new and different.
And so Zudis does something different with the split stack to try and change up what Tufts is doing on defense.
Oh, and a little bit short on the throw, but great read by Abrahamson there. And into the end zone, Carter Hawkins with the reception. 3 throws and another score.
Well, and so that's really excellent coaching by Zudisk of like anticipating that Tufts. I mean, we didn't get to see if Tufts had something planned for defense, whether it was some sort of approach or a plan or something that to kind of slow down the Zudisk offense, because they came out with a formation that we hadn't seen yet.
Mm-hmm.
Now, granted, Tufts has probably seen it when they've played these guys before. They played him in other games, and but like. In this game, we haven't seen it yet. So you design your defense around what you anticipate you're going to see from the offense, and then the offense throws you a complete random curve ball, and you have to just find your person. And that's what Zudisk wants, and that's what happens. So that makes it 10-7.
UMass looking really strong here.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they are looking like a team that's going to make some noise all the way up and at the next tournament as well. Assuming things go the way of the rest of this one. Because there are a lot of good teams here. There's only 3 bids to nationals. These 2 teams are good. We just saw UVM and Brown, and they're both phenomenal. And we got to watch McGill, our friends from Montreal here, earlier today, and they look very good, and they're all like 6'4". So
I think McGill could surprise.
There's not any room for error in this region.
And that's the thing with only getting 3 bids in you can't make a mistake.
No,
you can make a mistake in a game, and those happen. It's ultimate. You're going to turn the disc over, but your team, you can't make a team mistake. You gotta win the games that you're supposed to, and then hope you can scratch a weird underdog win out. And Tufts pulling, Tufts receiving right left side of your screen.
Oh, look at 6 getting down here. 6 Zudisk was flying down the field. He was smelling a Callahan.
Oh, great find there in the middle of the field by Tufts.
A call has been made. It looks like a pick of some kind. 7 for Tufts is looking like he wants to explore the deep space. And Alexander Vu will throw it. He didn't, but he will. Oh, there it is. It's hanging though.
Hanging, and great read by 7.
He's in the end zone.
Is he? Yep, he is.
He's in the end zone. Great throw. That was Sunderland with a great throw, and that's going into the wind, like more than half field. That's why it hung so much, but great read by 7. Tufts continues to not go away. It's 10-8 now.
Making grass angels.
When in Maine, I guess,
Well, we did have snow.
We did have snow like 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago we had snow, so it's not that far off. That I was happy about. We actually kind of skipped mud season.
Yeah, we did.
Which is by far my least favorite part of living in Maine. Mud season is gross. And we kind of skipped it this year. We went from frozen to 65 degrees.
Yeah, that was a weird. It's been a weird spring.
Obviously, I do not condone any sort of climate change at all. But if mud season is what goes away, I'm cool with that.
Well, climate change models, Maine will do all right. We'll get a lot more, 20% more precipitation. Whether that's snow, freezing rain, or just rain. just precipitation, we'll still be able to grow crops. As long as we're not coastal, we'll be fine.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
The problem is everyone in the Dust Bowl is going to try and move to New England.
Right, well, and we'll just,
we're going to have to put up a wall.
Well, and to help fend it all off, keep our Revision Energy sponsor in mind for those kind of energy solutions. As Tufts looks to pull here, once again trying to put a stop to the Zoo Disc offense. Let's see what the gentleman in the pink cleats, what does he have to throw? It's going.
That's a great pull.
That's a pretty good one. It could be higher and
I
floatier.
love how it just kind of tailed back at the end, almost like a disc golf throw.
But then did they miss number 4 here on the defense?
Well, they missed number 37. Ooh. Wow. Again, Abrahamson, this time from Lehman.
I mean, Judas number 4 was wide open to space here. They do the side stack and then run him across the field, and no one went with him. And then he throws it as hard as he can into the wind and just trusting that the wind will knock it down and sit it there for his teammate, which it did. Again, offense in as few throws as possible, as it is now 11-8. And it's 2:14 time-wise, Mike, so we must be getting close to, that's almost 75 minutes.
Yeah,
right?
And I believe 90 minutes is the soft
90
cap.
minutes? Okay.
Which, the way UMass scores, it might not matter.
It might not matter, and because soft cap, like if anybody is unfamiliar, soft cap is so normally games today in this division are played to 15, first to 15 points. A soft cap will add 2 points to the highest score, and we then play to that number. So if if soft cap were to go on right now, we would add 2 to Zudisk's score, so we would play a game of 13 essentially. But yeah, I mean, at the rate that UMass is scoring, we might not have a captaincy at all. But
I mean, that was what, a 2-throw score?
Yes, correct. And so
I'll be interested to see how UMass reacts to a team that can match its speed. Like, how will they alter their offense if the deep shots are taken away? That's what I'm really excited to see.
Yeah, and I will, fully admit that I was watching for the second round. That I was watching more of the Division III game and not so much the U of M Brown game, but I would love to see UMass play McGill.
Yeah,
because McGill
that height
has a ton of height and athleticism. I think that would be a real treat. Because Zudisk, I think, would find some of the things they're doing in this game a little more challenging against that particular team. As Tufts takes over in a vertical stack, kind of trying to initiate 81 here to maybe a deep look. There he goes. Because 81 is a nice flick.
And great peel out, but might not be enough.
Didn't matter. Oh.
I mean, that was just...
That's 99 again. That's the second time.
Nothing you can do about that.
No, he just roofed him. Just right over the top.
2 people? No big deal.
Just his high point is just higher than anybody else's high point on the field. As a call's been made here, 81 just kind of tangled feet.
Yeah.
13 and 81. They're going to send it back though, I think. Oh, he also flat tired him, so he lost his shoe. Yeah, that'll do it. That happens. But 99, my goodness, that's Malone again. Like, that was phenomenal.
Tufts now, middle of the field, in the offensive zone, trying to...
Travel called.
Oh.
He's saying that 7 is taking some extra steps, which, I mean, the rule is you have to stop as quickly as it is safe to do so. I mean, 7's moving pretty fast, so it might take him a little bit of a runway to stop, but... Nice throw.
Cheeky little throw.
Yeah, the high release there.
Really running the offense through 7.
Yeah, 7 is dynamic in a really short spaces. He's really explosive. Right back to him. Yep, he's getting every other when he's on the field.
Oh, good.
Nice catch.
A little bit out of reach, but not for number 10. Tufts near sideline.
That was another travel, I think. Yeah, it's another travel.
I
That
think
one was, yes, because what Seven did was he turned the corner.
Yeah,
It was like he curled up the field to create a throwing lane for himself. So that absolutely is a travel.
Well, you call it a travel, I call it a veteran move.
I mean, it's a veteran move unless it's called. And then it's absolutely a travel.
Now towards the far sideline. Oh, great find in the back of the end zone.
Great job. That's 81 back there. That's Sunderham again. Good find by Seven. Just, you know, when there's all that action in the front of the end zone from the handlers and stuff, the defenders kind of sag, kind of post, trying to take up base, and you'll live with that because they have to find him. Like through you've got to look through the layers of the defense to find him in the back of the end zone there. Great job by Tufts, continuing to hang around.
But also, if I'm the UMass coach, I'm going to pull that player aside and say, okay, don't poach that much. You know, you got to play him a little bit more honest than that. You can poach a little, but don't poach quite that much.
And even like so,
or don't just follow the disc with your eyes. Check behind you, make sure your position is adequate.
And this might sound a little bit nitpicky, but like you commented on the number 7 curling up the field as a, you know, whether it's a travel veteran, you know, like yes, the rules say that is you travel. If I'm playing on the field, we're rolling, right? We have the disc, we have momentum, we have the defense on their heels. As the handler, I don't want to make that move. Like, I don't want to curl that.
Right.
Because, like, yes, it gives me a throwing lane, but I don't want the call to happen to then stop the momentum that we have. I don't need that throwing lane when we're rolling like that.
Yeah.
And especially when you know that they've been watching him all game. He's had multiple travels called on him. You know that the UMass team has picked him as somebody they're watching and they're calling. So you know that you're going to get called if you do it. So don't do it. And just keep the momentum going. You're going to score at the rate you're going. And don't give them any opportunity to disrupt the good thing that you've got going on.
Well, that, and you can, you know, if you don't do that curl and you instead throw the fake, they're going to bite on that fake.
He's got throws. He doesn't need that.
Now you've got the break side wide open.
Oh, dear. That's gone.
That's not
coming back. What is it? Oh, is it? No, it's not.
I don't think so.
Nope. It just kind of sat, though. I thought it was going to end up on the baseball field, but it kind of just sat there. I was like,
I didn't quite turn that one.
Yeah.
So now Tufts, hey, this is their chance.
That was an interesting choice by Zudis. Like to just immediately throw that. They've opened the door a little bit here for Tufts. If they can score this one.
So far side of the field, towards the far sideline. Tufts with the disc. Trying to,
ooh, nice catch. That was a tough, lady kind of flick that was dying at his shoe tops.
That looked like a slip throw. And 18.
A call was made, and it's going to be a turn. Yeah, it was a call, like a pick or something, and the Tufts guy continued play and threw a blade that didn't work. That's unfortunate. Bummer.
You know, and I didn't see that one. I was looking at the downfield to see what the cutters were doing. But sometimes, you know, when I'm playing, if the person I'm guarding doesn't gain an advantage, I'm not going to call the travel.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the call was, but it's something like that, and it's just unfortunate that he threw it and kind of just messed up his throw a little bit, because Tufts needs to really dig deep and see if they can generate a turn here, because they were rolling. That was going to flip things for him, and now they got to play catch up here as Zudisk is moving right down the open side, just one after the other. 39 was determined to go up line there.
Yeah, and
run
his
through
body
a wall
checked away from it.
As a low throw that 4 couldn't handle, Tufts gets another turn.
So Tufts will take over on their own end zone.
Vertical stack from Tufts.
Nice under by 23. Oh, just yeah, something in that throw is a little off.
A little off. Well, and he's right on the sideline over there, so
trying to make sure he gets his feet in.
Yeah, couldn't maintain possession through the contact with the ground. We don't have any NFL rules with all that sort of stuff. What is a catch and what isn't? It's much easier to figure it out here.
Oh, that is.
Yep.
Yeah.
You need a little bit of help from your mark on that one, because the Tufts defender has to take away that going toward the line, but that's just, you can tell that at least this team practices a ton, obviously. They're really well versed in everything, and they knew that he was going to stop right there, because you can't be a beat late on that throw or else it's going to be defended. So it's got to be timed perfectly. So they've done that.
Well, and 17 was listening to one of his teammates and took that, jumped out in front to take, basically to change the force. And 23 was behind, and he was trying to get the switch to get him to fade back, and it was just too late.
Yep. And you can tell, this is the most, I don't want to say defeated is too harsh of a word, but you can see that the air has kind of come out of Tufts after that point. You could tell that, they knew that they needed that one to really have a shot here, and they didn't. They had the opportunity. They missed the throw in the end zone, and now it's might be too little too late here for these guys, but they're going to keep battling. There's no doubt about that. That was good patience, taking advantage of the mistakes for Zudisk on that one. Punching it in.
Well, Tufts O-line gets another shot. They will come out here, standing left of your screen in the vacation land end zone. UMass getting ready to pull. Good pull by UMass. Tufts will get it just in front of their own end zone.
Woo-hoo! That was close.
A little hop there, but whatever. And looking for the deep shot to 99, couldn't wait on it, so swung it instead. Middle of the field.
This is Zudisk, who's playing some players we haven't seen a lot of.
A lot of give and go. That was a little extra hop there. Practically a handoff. Those tight little throws just to get the quick reset. Nice cut by 13. And Tufts, almost a throwaway, but a great grab by Tufts here. Working the field, needs to take a deep breath, get it to space. You had what you wanted. You had the poach in the lane and then the open person, and you just couldn't quite get it off.
Bummer.
Tufts with the turnover.
Bummer. Let's see, Zudisk's D-line here. Some players with reduced minutes here we haven't seen a lot of. Let's see what these guys can do. It's probably like a second D-line unit, pretty much.
Oh, nice long throw. Little
great spacing, and he's open.
And it's just
got it.
Out of bounds.
Nope, he's in. He's in bounds.
In.
Way to run. Great job by Zudisk.
That was Buchanan on the catch there.
13-9. Firmly in control and looking to make some noise, Zudisk. Great job. Even the guys who haven't played a ton looked real crisp, just smooth decision making, swung it around right up the field. The spacing on offense looks great. Yeah, this is a very talented, very deep program.
And this is where you want to get some of those players who haven't been playing as much in, because it's still a high stakes game. It's still really competitive, and you want to get them that experience so that if you do get the bid and you go to nationals, they're not, and you have to rely on them for a point or two, they're not, they're not tight and uncomfortable.
Well, you're going to have to, and you're even going to have them before you get there. You're going to have them tomorrow because, they won't play a lot. but you need to know that they're going to go out and they're going to execute, and you need to know that they're not going to lose the point for you,
Right.
as the old like Bill Belichick will say, like, don't lose the game, right? You know, like, you know, don't make game losing decisions. Like, it's like you need to know that like they're going to execute the game plan, because your starters are going to need some points off, and so you got to have those guys ready to go. And yeah, they looked really good.
So I'm a little disappointed. I don't see the 4-person dance squad anymore for UMass. That's disappointing.
Yeah, I see Tufts doing something similar here. They're playing some players on this group here that we haven't seen a lot of today either.
This is some of their D-line players, probably their D-line handlers.
Yeah.
And some of their cutters that haven't played a lot. Get them experience, get them in the game.
And the O line has played a lot of O points, so
that is true.
That's a throw to no one. Whoops. Well,
wait,
if the cut had been there,
yes,
that would have been a nice throw.
Yeah. It was just.
It's almost like maybe
I'm sure Zero was thinking, all right, I got a chance.
Well, I think that, I mean, they probably drew something up off of the pull of like, we're gonna set a string or something.
Yeah.
And then the cutter decided that the deep cut wasn't there, and the thrower threw it kind of sort of before looking. So, which is a shame. It was a good throw. As Tufts 42 is poaching in the lane, 49, I'm sorry, is poaching in the lane. There he is. Yep. Shutting the open side down. I'm surprised we didn't see them do more of that throughout the game because of Zudis just walking up the open side on them. Surprised that wasn't an adjustment that they tried to make before.
Great cut by 11.
You know, making Zudis do this and go around as opposed to just going down the field. That was I don't know, from here that throw looked like it was going to just die and not get to that Zudis player.
Good cut by the by UMass here. Getting the unders, getting the arounds.
Looks right on the line.
That's
nice bid.
That's great D by Tufts there.
0. I have 3 possible zeros. So
up the sideline, into the wind, trying to bring it back in with a defense. That's a tough throw. Now Tufts knocking on the door right on the goal line, trying to score, looking for the hammer, not seeing it. And that's going to be an easy break side, pushed open throw for the score. It was good work by the Tufts O there.
Wilson Wu to William Chesney. $13-10.
So UMass coming back on with their offense.
Yeah, how are we doing on time here?
Oh, we're at soft cap.
Soft cap. So that means we're just playing to 15 anyway.
Yep. Playing to 15.
Yeah, that was good patience by the Tufts group there, making sure that they punched that one in for, you know, keep things moving and showing that they can still really execute on offense. So.
Maine Ultimate, if you are living in the southern Maine area, offers a great many leagues. We've got our summer league, which I will unfortunately not be around for. And then they've really worked hard at developing a lot of different leagues so that those who aren't playing club anymore or not good enough to play club in the fall, we've got fall leagues now. We've got spring leagues, Ultimate leagues. Maine Ultimate just had the first week of a Learn to Play for Adults this week, which was very successful. 31 new players.
That's awesome.
Who will hopefully continue.
Yeah, because that's been something that that used to be filled by a different organization in this area, and which that organization has not really done Ultimate Frisbee for the last couple of years, and the Learn to Play aspect really has been kind of something that's been lacking. They kind of have used spring and summer leagues for that, but it's not always the most conducive environment to a brand new player when you're playing, even in a fun environment like a summer league. against some of the really high-level players, you know, in the area can be a little intimidating. So I'm glad that they went and did some of those learn to plays. That's really cool. Zudis just made an unforced error here and just sailed it right over the head of their receiver.
I'm going to try and get out to the learn to play next week to help out with if they need anything. Talking strategy next week. All right, Tufts with the disc, middle of the field now. Ooh, a little bit low, but coming up with a nice little juke there by Tufts. Working middle of the field pretty well. Now towards the far side of the field. Not getting a lot of upfield cuts right now. Mostly.
Because now they're checking about whether the Tufts player was inbounds or out of bounds. It's always, unless the rule has changed since I played club, it's always the pylons you are going towards that you look at, not the pylons behind you. Ideally, there's a line, but there isn't over there. We're a little bit short of the width of a. They're calling him out of bounds.
Yeah, and these fields right now are lined for lacrosse, it would seem.
Yep.
Unlike in the fall when they're lined for football.
Right. Now I'm not sure what they're talking about now, but it looks like, given that Tufts gave the disc up, it looks like it's going to be a turn. Yep, so Zudisk is going to take over.
I think they were just trying to make sure everyone was on the same page. You know, everyone, offense and defense, knew what was happening and that it was going to be a turnover. UMass with the disc, trying to work it back to the middle of the field. Tufts doing a good job of keeping it towards the far sideline. Straight up mark to take that deep shot away. Still far side of the field, looking for the break.
Nice cut by number 4.
Oh, nice that is a nice little inside throw to Kelman.
Yeah, that's, you kind of like,
by Lehman.
You come with the forehand fake to move the mark a little bit. Then you don't step, you know, directly in line there. You kind of step through and then throw kind of behind their shoulder. Like you kind of like create that space, that throwing lane with that quick little forehand fake first. Really good little move, especially when it happens as quickly as that thrower can do it. Like that was really cool. I mean, it looks like we're lining up.
They might be rubbing up against hard cap.
So that means that, yep, they're lining up. Game over. 14-10 in favor of UMass Zudisk over Tufts. This was a really good game.
Yeah,
Mike. I'm looking forward. We have one more game coming up at 3 o'clock, right back here. So we hope to see you guys then.
We will be back.
Greatness. We think of it as the big moments. The glory that defines a lifetime. But true greatness isn't built overnight. It starts small. Choosing what's best for your body. Hydrating better. Recovering better. Bouncing back stronger. Greatness is resilience. It's in the recovery. The small, consistent choices that prepare you for what's next. Hydrate better, recover better, and keep striving for your best. Your greatness is within reach.
And welcome to our final game of the day for Division I men's in New England Regionals, Division I. I am Mike Callahan alongside Tom Myers and Maxime Muniel, our videographer, to the McGill in the white, ranked number 6 in the region, against Brownie in Motion in the dark to the left of your screen, ranked number 5. So this should be a really good game.
This is going to be a really good game.
And wind is freshening. The sun is out, but the clouds are coming in. So we shall see if the rain holds off until the game is over. So Brown receives at the front of their own end zone. McGill in the white on defense.
Yeah, is Brown going deep right away.
Oh, hung up, but just not tall enough.
And the McGill guy being like, I don't have any perspective. I don't know if he's in or not. So he's in. Number 7 with the reception. That's Oscar Lowe. Great run. And I didn't see who threw it. Did 44 throw it? Either way,
probably.
Great point by Brown. So I'm really excited for this matchup. We got to see McGill in the first game of the day that you and I did, Mike, and they looked tall, fast, athletic, dynamic. They looked like definitely a threat to steal one of these bids to nationals. And then game 2, which if you got to watch it on the live stream here, our friends Andy Schachter and Joe Newland called that game. Brown beat UVM, which was a bit of a surprising result, but they look. You don't beat UVM unless you're extremely talented. So these guys are both really, really good teams. I'm looking forward to a really good game.
Yeah, I think Brown is a little bit older of a team than the UVM squad, and getting down 2-0 didn't have them rattled at all. They're just like, whatever. They were down 4-1 and came back and rolled the rest of the game, which means we should expect a lot of excitement in this particular matchup.
Yeah, no, this is going to be a good game. We saw earlier McGill, outclassing the Boston team, and we saw that number 69 for McGill was a matchup nightmare. So we'll see. He's over on the far side of the field right now on offense. We'll see what Brown chooses to do with him and where they try to. I'm assuming they're going to try and push him under and keep him as close to the disc as possible because he is a massive threat down the field.
This is a really interesting Hostak setup for McGill, with one of their handlers almost behind the disc to start to get that easy reset and take the poach out of the lane.
And then you see Brown switching downfield there, helping to stop some of those downfield cutters and leaving the far handler just alone and be like, that guy can't hurt us where he's at.
That's a deep shot to either, a little bit of a non-pick there to O'Donnell in the end zone.
69 for McGill, definitely kind of
he thought it was to him
in the area to make the Brown defender run around him. Yeah, for sure.
That was a nice throw with the wind sailing it back towards the middle of the field. Again, not much blade on it, allowing the cutter to run onto the disc.
1-1. Both O-lines very calmly moving the disc down the field. Excellent.
Well, evenly matched as we would expect for them to be separated in the seedings by 1.
Yeah. And if you are flipping back and forth between the 2 live stream fields that we have here, we have on the other field, we have Bowdoin in the black versus Williams College in the white. A tight game, 5-5, very chippy, a lot of calls happening in that game. That game does have our 2 observer friends, thank goodness, because they're keeping it orderly and as spirited as possible. But back here to this live stream field, we have McGill pulling.
Great pull into the middle of the end zone.
Yeah, into our Vacation Land end zone here as Brown gets started. Horizontal looking. in a stack to begin, and a scuba. Yeah, love it.
Scuba in the wind is always a good decision.
A little congested in this handler space here. Great cutting by the Bowdoin handlers as they go deep
And the
down
deep
the field.
shot with 2 Brown players deep, only one. Oh, and he is
22's
calling the foul.
Yeah, he's calling the foul. I'm not surprised he's calling the foul because I think it was under the disc a little bit as it was coming over his head, but there was contact when 22 started to make his leap, and I'm guessing he's saying he didn't get his full jump because of the bump from the McGill player.
Yeah, and if I'm Abear Cregan, number 11 for McGill, I am definitely contesting that. I'm like, I'm running in a straight line. I'm running to the disc. You jumped into me.
Yeah.
I don't think I fouled you.
I think that this is one of those classic plays, in Ultimate, where it's a foul contest.
Yeah.
Because like there is contact. It probably did do something, so I just send it back. Like that's what they're doing.
Both players can be right in this situation. I think you fouled me, and no, I don't think I fouled you.
And I think that if I did foul you, it didn't impact your ability to make a play.
Correct.
Yeah. So the disc resets, comes back to the thrower here. Number 7, Low, is getting ready to come back in again. The stall's coming in on 3, according to the McGill mark. And here we go.
Nice work by Brown on the offensive end here. They just...
Travel call on number 7 as... yeah, travel call. That's, within the right to make that call here. The only thing I'll say about that call is there were a lot of steps taken by 7. He didn't change direction, though.
Well, that's...
But he did take a lot of steps. But again, stop as quickly as is safe for you to do so, which is different for everyone. Oh, good bid, though, by 7, and a foul called on the throw, which could be why that disc kind of went nowhere.
Yeah.
It kind of left his hand and kind of went straight down, so he might have gotten the disc or his hand. The disc is an extension of the thrower's hand while it is still being held. It looks like a no contest foul from 42, if I'm interpreting the hand gestures correctly.
So, count resets. Oh, nice work by Brown there. Yeah, 66 is just tearing it up on the offensive end here. Every time he cuts, he's open, and he scores the throw to number 9.
All right, 66-9. That's Nolan McCloskey with the throw, and Jason Tapper on the reception. Yeah, you're right. 66. McCloskey is just all over the place on offense. He's definitely doing work for Brown, as that makes it 2-1.
So if you're going to be in Portland, Maine area in July, specifically Saturday, July 19th, come join 119 other Ultimate players as they board a ferry on the mainland to cruise to Chebeague Island, one of the many islands in Casco Bay. It'll be a 5-on-5 Ultimate Time on Island Time tournament, hat tournament, so you won't know who your teammate is till you get on the ferry. Which is awesome, because if you don't like your teammates, too bad, you're stuck. The great thing is it's a weekend of fun. It's camping on private property. They love us out on Chebeague. We are respectful and responsible. There's a barbecue afterwards, maybe a live band, who knows? It's a lot of fun. I've played in it a couple times and I've enjoyed it every single time. I've volunteered, and camping out on the island is just fantastic.
Yeah, that's the one event that Maine Ultimate puts on that I have never attended, and I want to do so.
You should do it this summer.
It's a lot of fun.
You and Marina, and bring Carson over. It'll be, you can take him around the island when you got to buy or whatever. It's a lot of fun. Just bring a lot of sunblock just in case.
Oh, that's never a problem for us. Tons of sunblock here. As Brown pulls, McGill takes over. Brown playing, looking a little zone looking here. Yeah, with a 2-person cup. 3 in the middle and a 2
Oh,
two
and
deep.
that was Blady, but caught anyway.
It worked.
Oh, that is great patience by McGill here, not rushing it, just taking what you can get.
It's almost like the throw was so short that it caught the defender off guard.
That was a nice throw over the head. Kolinsky on the receiving end from O'Donnell. Just really good patience by the McGill player right there.
It's all knotted up at 2.
And again, you know, offense is dominating right now. The defense is struggling to shut things off. Now, I like that Brown came out and showed them something different. You know, let's see what zone does. Let's see if we can get them to just maybe get a little excited and say, oh, it's zone. I'm going to try and make this throw, and maybe get a little wind gust or something happens. You lose a little focus, and the disc hits the turf. Unfortunately, that was not the case. They did get a relatively high stall count there on the end line.
Well, and that throw that was really short and kind of caught the defenders off guard. You know, again, that's the zone is always like the design is to make them make a lot of throws and make them generally you're going to get one shot. You're going to give them going to be one questionable throw, and they made it, and McGill was in the right place.
Yep.
So like that was, you know, you'll take that like short over the top Blady thing as McGill rips a nice pull downfield. Let's see if it stays in bounds though. Is it going to? It is not. It's out. It caught. You can tell the wind is back to this like diagonal. It's basically blowing toward the corner where the disc went out of play. So as the disc curved in, it just caught the wind and just took off.
And I was watching Ramos, number 99, pregame, and he was going to both ends and pulling and seeing what the disc was going to do depending on the angle he put it on. So he really was working on it, and now we have a big shot up the field, gonna hang up, but 22 is just that tall.
Well, it looked almost like there was a miscommunication or something off the pull because they kind of, a bunch of the McGill guys just kind of left him there.
Oh, and gets a hand on it, but still a score.
Isaac Holtz on the receiving end of that one, after he was the one who took down the Huck as well. It seemed like they matched up in the stack, and then when Holtz took off, the McGill defenders kind of just watched him go for a minute. And then 99 went after him, but it was too late.
It's like they were expecting last back to play last back and go with whoever was cutting deep, and on the wrong side, and like, oh no.
Yep. Yeah, so something was not communicated the way they were hoping. That makes it 3-2. The offenses are just...
They're taking it to them. They're taking it to the defense. So far, I have to say, with Brown in these dark jerseys, I like these dark jerseys much better than their white jerseys.
I agree. Yeah, these are looking pretty sharp.
I like the way the green stands out enough that you can see it, but it's it'd be much better if it was bright lime and obnoxious.
I think it looks really good.
I'm one who likes obnoxious colors.
I mean, I do too, but this is a nice, effective, classy look. Like everything's easy to see, easy to read. Yeah, it's really good. McGill receives, setting up their horizontal, kind of clearing their space. They kind of send their first two cutters out of the way and then kind of clear space back. Right now they're swinging it around, trying to get some movement downfield here and get into some rhythm.
Yeah, I think Brown can tighten up on these handlers a little bit. They're letting some of these long swings go to try and take away some of the, poach the upfield lanes.
Yeah, that's what they're doing, is they're coming off the far side of the field and kind of like trying to impact the lanes a little bit. So they're content with the disc going wide in the handler level, but not so much down the field. They're trying to shut down the big crossers that McGill was getting, that we saw them get in the first game against the Boston team.
And this was a nice job of 40 here, Brown, of trying to bait that cross field throw. He was totally going to break on it and try and get the D, run through D on that. Oh, good switch there by McGill on defense. Now we've got little handler action. Good job on the handler marks. A little floaty over the head, far side of the field. Brown with the disc. Oh, great bid, but deep shot.
It's gonna hang though. It's
Gonna
hanging.
curl back. And
Nice
just
job.
40 head position, and he didn't give it up. He
had
read the disc
position.
really well.
That was a phenomenal read. That was a really nice throw too. But yeah, the downfield cutter there. I'm gonna get his number in a second. 40. Ayush Muswami, great job, like putting the defender on his back and then keeping him there the whole way as that disc was kind of moving.
That's a basketball rebound. You know, just boxing out, using your body legally to give you the advantage there.
Yeah.
Great job reading that disc.
Yeah, well done. That makes it 4-2 Brown.
And as someone who seems to get matched up on people taller than me often, I know that the McGill's players, you know, in that situation, trying to get around, trying to get underneath, doing anything you can to try and get position and get up and get to the disc before the defender does, before the offensive player does.
It's the only chance that I have when I was playing to get anything downfield because I have negative verticality. Yeah. So I just had to outposition and outread the person and hope that they don't run me over.
I had verticality, and then, you know, knee injuries and age caught up with me.
Brown getting ready to pull. Spinorama, and then straight up in the air. That's going to come back.
If McGill's smart, they'll let this settle in and drift back. Far side of the field, coming out in their horizontal, take the easy. You know, 69 has been their deep threat in many of their games, and now he's just playing and that's broken coverage there. I don't know what happened.
I'm not sure what happened either. I was looking at the handler movement, and then suddenly there was one more Brown defender close to the disc and no one on the McGill player.
Were they playing 8-on-7? Because that would account for being that open.
Well, and it could have even been something as simple as maybe it wasn't even, I mean, so we didn't see it, but it could have been just a really good cut that the Brown defender just bit on, and then the throw happened at the right time, and it's like, well, it's over now.
Yeah,
like that could have been that too. But great,
great
job.
It was probably just miscommunication or a switch or something, and then you just like, I
think it was
was that mine?
Yeah, it's probably a switch that didn't get. But anyway, that makes it 4-3. Really, yeah, man. Both offenses are just. This might be one of those games where the first break is the only break.
Yeah,
and that. You know, because right now both teams are just motoring down the field.
And the wind is definitely having an effect, but it's not strong enough to make a difference.
Yeah, not yet. It does seem to be picking up as this weather system moves through. We're not getting any rain here right now, obviously, but other parts of the state are, and you can tell that the system's moving through as this is into the wind. That's pretty good distance-wise. As Brown gets set up horizontal, looking to go deep right off the bat, but number 9 comes under. We're going to reset now. Ooh, a little lefty. A lefty up over the shoulder. Needs
vertical stack.
Back to 66 again. Trying to kind of like isolating the two handlers and the front of the stack here, number 9. As McGill trades off some switchies on the unders here. Up the line to 15, up the line again to 7. That's low again.
Yeah, if I'm McGill, I'm not letting 66 go up line.
66.
I'm just gonna force him to take the around. I'll give you the around.
Hold on, there's a call though. We think. I'm not sure if there's a call or not. No, looks like there might have been, but now they're saying that that's a score. Okay. Yeah, 66 again. McCloskey just burning it right up the line there. That was, again, they kind of got a little stagnant here. Brown did, and then the car just got out of the way, and then he just walked up the field. That makes it 5-3 in favor of Brown.
Yeah, and the McGill player was playing 66 on the under, and giving it the up line in a way, and it's just the way he's tearing it up. I'm gonna give him the around and try and do that get my hand out for the break throw for one, and then get back on my force, and just try and just take that up line away, because you get into a power position and everything's wide open.
So you can see on the far side of the field, we have two shade tents that were given to us by one of our sponsors. And did you know that melanoma is the second most common form of cancer for 15 to 29-year-olds in the United States? Protect your skin, your body's largest organ, by wearing sunscreen SPF 30 or higher, seeking shade, wearing a hat, and avoiding tanning beds. Check your skin. Melanoma is 99% curable when caught early. Learn more at impactmelanoma.org. We're very appreciative for them being our sponsors, giving us those shade tents and providing sunscreen over at Attorney Central for our players. You know, keeping care of your skin is very important. Skin cancer is no joke. So we appreciate them being here. And today is one of those sneaky days, peekaboo sun, especially if you're, you know, got, you know, the Irish genes like I do, you got to really be careful. So as McGill takes over here, some easy offense again down the field, a shorter pull from Brown to start, but McGill patiently swinging it back and forth and getting what they want and moving it slowly downfield, and then...
Oh, that was too bad, because that was open.
That was open, but the defender, you would say that the McGill player, 00, heard footsteps and tried to make a fancy catch because he was afraid of, you know, preservation of his body, making sure he's not going to get run over, but... he's tall.
Tall on tall, I like it.
Tall.
Yeah.
35 Patrick Connor is tall. That was, yeah, you're right, tall on tall. You know, an unfortunate turnover here, just not quite crisp enough with the forehand into the wind.
Yeah, that's a travel.
McGill takes over, looking to get a little closer here. The orange pants are great. I think those are orange pants. My sunglasses sometimes tint it weird, but yeah, they look like they're orange pants. They look really... You should get some of those, Callahan. You could absolutely rock those.
I need those and the pink cleats.
Yes. Or the mismatched cleats. They make those now too, where they're one cleat's one color, one cleat's a different color. Yeah. As you can see, Bowden, you know, again, just kind of leaving the reset handler alone and preferring to take space up. It seems to be effective. It's slowing McGill down, and they're having to just do this, go back and forth.
And now we get a score in the front corner of the end zone. Again, Kolinsky on the receiving end. From O'Donnell.
But if you play too poachy, then you're not actually really playing honest defense at that point, and you end up getting beat to the cones like that. But I get what Brown is doing, and it does seem to be slowing McGill down, because like as fast as Brown's offense moves, you know, like in this game down the field, McGill's offense was looking like that in the first game that we did earlier today. So it does seem to be making McGill play a little slower than they might want. And it also, what it's doing is, like we had said earlier in the first game too, like McGill really has a lot of good spacing, and they gain yards in big chunks right down the field, whether it's cross field or downfield. They really do get they use up a lot of space. When you fill that space with defenders, then those throws are not there. Those throws are tighter, and McGill's not taking them, which is good decision making, but it's slowing them down and forcing them to just swing it back and forth.
Yeah, the McGill offense, you know, not using those big kind of cross field, a little upfield throws because of that zone. They're having to go, if they're going cross field, they're going, you know, a parallel rather than at an angle.
Well, because that throw's not there when when Brown's coming off the far handler and putting a person in that space. That, you know, even if they clear the space out, there's still a person there who's not guarding anyone, who's in the way. Is this going to come back into play? It will. It will.
Don't touch it. Don't touch it, McGill player.
That was a nice pull by McGill as Brown throws that.
Ooh, wow. Blade. Wow.
They're trying to bring the rain down early with
that
that
was
one.
Exciting.
That was cool.
And now McGill in their own type of zone.
Wow, this.
Oh, and another over the top, and 66, of course, came down with it. Oh, good bid by 11. Get that. Now we're back in person.
That's
again a little bit floaty.
Let's see if he throws another over the top. He's thrown two up. Well, Houston there. 44 with a regular throw as opposed to an over the top.
McGill really this time playing much more aggressive on defense.
This Brown handler weave is deadly, though.
Yep. But I like 77 taking 66 away from the upline, and now that's just, that's just disappointing.
Luca Duclos Orsello, great, just like holding his position and knowing that it was going to go by him and just not allowing the defender. And the defender is kind of stuck, like, because if you
in between, yeah.
Because if you try and go back around him, then he's probably just going to jump and go get it.
Mm-hmm.
So like, yeah, so that he's kind of caught there. That makes it 6-4. Brown maintaining this 2-point advantage.
I liked McGill's defense on the handlers that time. It was much more aggressive.
But they still got what they wanted, though. They just had to work harder.
They had to work harder. It was, and I would like to see them stay in that zone a little longer. See if they can get, those 3 over-the-top throws were not, easy connects. They were bobbled. They were juggled. Stay with it a little longer. See if you can get that cheap turnover.
But Brown also had to go away from 66, and I forget who they went. They went to the other handler who made some really great cuts as well. I apologize, I'm blanking on the number of who it was, but they went they had to go to their second option, and it worked just fine. But they really, I think you're right. They played a much harder D on 66. Taking him away a little bit, as much as one can do.
Oh, good fake by McGill. Easy to just march it up. Nope, they're gonna take the deep shot right away, and really good job of trying to high point it by O'Donnell. Just a little too much on it. Defenders in the area.
I would have liked the aim point for the McGill thrower to be the back corner, or even like the middle of the field, and let it fade to the back corner as opposed to the front cone.
Yeah.
Like to go throw it in the end zone, because that was just his cutter ended up having to slow down and kind of wait for it.
Throwing that throw, in order for McGill to come down with it inbounds is really going to be a tough chore.
So that unfortunate error there by number 8 with the throw, just a little too far ahead of his cutter. Now, woof!
Nice patience by McGill handler there. Oh, good give and go opportunity here.
The McGill player number 20 with that fake and the kind of fall over, I think I would end up pulling something.
Well, and good backup by the McGill handler here. Woo.
Yeah.
And
pick has been called.
Through,
coming back.
Wide open because of the pick, so it will come back.
Sending it back to the thrower as they all get reset. Now this is the common thing that drives me nuts when I would play club is 28 in Brown was behind the McGill player when he called the pick. You get to catch up. You don't necessarily get to claim perfect position afterwards.
Correct.
But they scored anyway, so it doesn't matter.
And Andrews on the reception there. So good work by McGill to lock it in. It was a pick, but like you said, you get to catch up, but you don't get to get ideal position.
No, and I'm sorry, I was wrong. No, he comes back to where the pick occurred.
Right.
So, but you don't get to don't get to move into an advantageous defending position. The cutter comes back to where the pick happened.
Correct.
But you don't then get to be like, and now I'm in front of you. Like that's not how that works. But anyway. It's a moot point at this point. So Brown's still up 6-5, but McGill not going away.
Yeah, this game is so far everything it's been expected to be. Really, really tight. Not a lot of turnovers, a couple here and there, and the one break, really, 2 breaks.
Yeah, that one just there, that Brown turnover was costly because that's right on their own. We're within 20 yards of their own end zone, and McGill just walked it in, pretty much. So that's, Browns looked unstoppable on offense, but they can't make mistakes because McGill will make them pay.
Yep.
As Brown takes over, the wind picking up a little bit, going more straight across the field now from near side to far side.
Trying to work it right to left across your screen. And again, right into the defense. I don't know what he was seeing there.
He was looking past 77, and I think 77, just reading his eyes, just kind of took a step to the left and just got right in that throwing lane. But yeah, looking past him, it happens. But yeah, another unfortunate error for Brown close to the end line.
And
McGill gives it right back.
With the unforced.
Yeah, McGill giving it right back.
Ooh, low throw, but completed. And hammers bullet to the end zone.
With velocity. 66, that's McCloskey again to 22. Holtz, that was a laser hammer.
Yeah.
That was he made sure that was going to come down nice and quick, which is great when your guy's open. Like, do not give the defender an opportunity to catch up.
Nope.
Don't give the wind a lot of opportunity to mess with it. Like, okay.
All right.
Is it the recommended decision? No. But did it work? Absolutely. 7-5 in favor of Brown.
Fuel your performance naturally. Proudly sponsored by Recover 180, the organic sports hydration drink made with real ingredients, no artificial flavors, colors, or preservatives. Whether you're training, competing, or recovering, stay hydrated the clean way because your body deserves better. Recover 180 Organic Sports Hydration. drinkrecover.com for more information. All right, Brown getting ready to pull left to right across your screen to McGill. And the pull is up. Nice hanging pull. McGill will take it at the front of the end zone. Using a side stack.
A split stack.
Split stack.
Kind of melting into a horizontal look with taking a deep shot to 10.
Again, gonna hang up though. Oh, but 10 reads it.
42 tried to just go attack it. Number 10 thinks he's in. He thought he was in. He still thinks he's in. Is he in? Who knows?
We shall decide momentarily.
Looks like the Brown person saying he straddled the line. We'll see as they debate. As the sun, when the sun goes away, like right now, it's a little chilly.
Yep.
Like this wind is a little, it's a chilly breeze here. Hopefully we can stave off the rain for the rest of this round. I'm not optimistic about the final round on the field behind us though.
No.
As it looks like the McGill player is going to tap it in here shortly, saying that he's out.
So everyone's trying to get back into the position they were in
when play stopped.
When play stopped.
Yes. And now we are discussing dinner plans and after-day parties and things like that. I'm guessing.
When's
I'm
the
not
count?
sure. Where are you guys going for dinner? I don't know. Are you guys coming too? Are we all going to see each other afterwards? What's Montreal like? Nice throw.
And 69 once again, McEwen with the catch.
So it's Brown 7, McGill 6. Well, we thought it was going to be a good game, and we were right. Look at us. Brown looking a little tired, a little frustrated. I mean, I don't know what their round was previous to this one, but I know that UVM game took a lot out of them. They won, but that was a really hard-fought game up and down the field, very fast. So it's possible that we're just seeing some, this is the last game of the day. It's regionals. All the teams here are good.
Mm-hmm.
All the teams here are athletic. So, could be just some end of the day. Like, oof, we're kind of tired. And
yeah, not a lot of slow guys on the field in this tournament.
No, and and McGill proving that they are worthy enough for the challenge. Playing really well.
See if they can get the break back here and knot it up. Wind seems to be freshening a little bit.
I wish I put my jacket on. I'm gonna get cold.
Same,
That's all right. It's for halftime.
Same direction. Throwing to the lobster pot end zone.
Oh, he's gonna go for something that might roll. He's gonna see he's going for a roller or a little bit of something. All right.
I don't know why you advanced it that far, but sure.
That's and 77 asked the same question. Why did you pick it up and take a little hop, skip, and a jump?
Like, come on, dude.
I mean, does it really affect anything? But you know, it does. He's gonna know if he's gonna make it. All right, so it did affect something. They caught this 10 yards further behind. As Lowe makes a nice cut, turns and rips it to number 9. Maybe. No.
Just out of his reach. Now, can McGill capitalize and get the break back?
Yeah, that's what McGill wanted, was to generate a turn, and Brown was a little rushed and gave it to him. So another opportunity for a break.
Almost with the run through D on the handler there.
Yeah, Emmett Young almost had that.
And that's a good clear out by Imbert Rivas.
22, Isaac Holt stepping in front of that one. Brown generating a turn right back as they're looking to go into half here if they can score this. There it is.
Oh, right back was turned.
He's not in yet. And
that's, I don't know what that is, travel, foul,
that's
something.
Just a whole bunch of illegal things all at once. So we'll just start over.
We're just going to start at 1. Let's just start at 1.
A foul,
0.
a travel, another
Stalling.
foul, like all the things. Contact. Yep. It's just start over and play, and let's see what Brown can do. Looking to go into half. Oh dear. Well, maybe not yet then.
Yeah. That if you're gonna blade that, you got to throw that high.
Oh, they might want a new disc.
Oh, now mud.
That ended
Welcome
up in
to mud.
big puddle. Ugh. Yeah, let's see if they. Yeah, they're gonna switch it out. Yeah, so that's a throw from the Brown player there. That's a throw for no wind.
Yes.
With this wind, it kind of just knocked it right down.
Knock it right down there. So McGill cleaning the disc off to the best of their ability.
Has another opportunity.
And what?
Oh, so this because of where the disc rolled out at an angle, and so they're just having him bring it straight up from where it rolled out of play. Because it kind of rolled out of play and then took a right turn back toward the middle of the field. So good call by Brown, and McGill agrees, like, yep, that's what happened.
Ooh. 11 could have had a play on that.
Yeah, but see, those big swings were wide open in the first game of the day, and they're not against Brown.
And that is definitely a travel.
Yep, and he knows it. He called it on himself.
He's like, no, I can't do that.
He called it on himself. Yeah, that's cheating. It has been there have been, a few calls here, but definitely a respectful and spirited game between the two teams so far.
Yeah, McGill now in the middle of the field, trying to work it up the field. Not getting a lot of action from the cutters right now.
Oh, he didn't go to that 32, and the D was almost there for Tapper.
Oh, and deep shot, but 15 there to gobble that up.
Young says no.
He was waiting on that.
Yep.
Oh, nice little break. Good up line.
Great cut by number 9 again, Tapper.
Good work by Brown.
Yeah, but some tight window throws too, like real good execution.
Near sideline. Oh, that is going to be a good layout by Imbert Rivas.
Oh, 69 is down the field all by himself.
Oh, that's a dude. Sorry, that's a pick.
Okay,
that's a pick, dude. That's a pick. I'm sorry.
What we're seeing is this is a strategy that McGill is employing. We saw 69 do it earlier and did it well, where he never made contact. But this from 10 was blatant. He looked over his shoulder and saw 15 coming and stepped in front of him. That is not only a pick, that is a foul.
Yes.
So that needs to go back to the thrower because that is illegal. 15 is entitled to a straight line run to make a play. But at this point, 69 is arguing that it didn't make a difference, that he still gets to catch the disc. But honestly, I don't think you can say that.
I think
it has to go back to the thrower myself.
I think so too. And he
this
didn't
is-
have a play on it. It's like, okay, you're really tall and athletic, sure, but
this
dude,
is
he ran right straight into him.
Yeah, this is clearly
you didn't
a
give him the opportunity to sky him.
This is clearly a strategy that McGill is employing. When these hucks go down the field, one guy is going to get the disc and the other guy is literally clearing space from him. If you think
This I don't know about. I think 69 is a little more open than that, but that's
okay though. It'd be the equivalent of like the NFL players where they run those little pick routes. Is pretty much the same thing as what they're doing.
Oh, now that is also a foul. That's a shove in the back.
Yep, and 77 is going to call that one as well. And that was, you're right, we saw that on the camera too. As he goes up to jump in the air, he gets the arm bar in the back. While that is maybe not a foul in the NBA in basketball, it is a foul here in Ultimate Frisbee. But now we have leveled up. I just said that it was such a respectful, spirited game, and I jinxed it because now we're getting no real discussions, just an automatic contesting of whatever the other team says. So we've leveled up from respectful to dislike between the two teams very quickly. Halftime will be used to settle both teams down, I would assume, by their coaches.
Oh, cheeky little throw, but
just behind
unnecessarily difficult.
It's just behind him a little bit.
Now Brown on the move.
Houston again has made some questionable choices here, but that's a good one. Tapper across
Inside.
to 15. Young. This has been a long point as well.
It has.
As McCloskey again, and that's
the
too
lefty
low.
For the score and the half.
Halftime, 8-6. Good battle by McGill. Brown, real easy, real quick, right down the field there for half. And yeah, we will be back for the second half of this game. I think it's going to be a real treat in about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So we'll see you guys back here then.
Greatness. We think of it as the big moments. The glory that defines a lifetime. But true greatness isn't built overnight. It starts small. Choosing what's best for your body. Hydrating better. Recovering better. Bouncing back stronger. Greatness is resilience. It's in the recovery. The small, consistent choices that prepare you for what's next. Hydrate better, recover better, and keep striving for your best. Your greatness is within reach.
There is a place where we are us at our best.
A place where everyone is welcome.
Regardless of age, shape, skin color, or anything else that tries to box people in.
A place where we defy the odds,
defy the naysayers,
and even defy gravity.
A place where it's accepted that success
doesn't belong to the faint-hearted. It belongs to the brave, to the determined.
A place that knows grit, knows grace, knows bright lights, and knows empty bleachers.
a place where we remember to laugh,
where we learn to trust,
learn to high-five strangers,
and eventually even learn to fly.
a place where character, community, and competition
are all as balanced as a disc in flight.
That place isn't in a stadium or on a field.
That place is in the spirit of our players.
Because we don't just play Ultimate, we live Ultimate.
And welcome back to the second half of Brown and McGill. We're here at the Wainwright Field Complex in South Portland for college regionals. The score is 8-6 after the first half. Brown begins pulling. Brown's wearing the dark shirts, McGill wearing the white shirts. We had a really entertaining first half. My name is Tom, here with Mike and Max running the camera. Mike, that was an entertaining first half that ended quite chippy. Big hand block by 83 from Brown.
And that's going to be a point.
Turns into a break. It's right off the bat to start the second half. 83, Zach Bensky just denied that huck. And Brown right off the bat with a break, 9-6. What do you think of the first half, Mike?
Well, as you said, it got a little chippy towards the end, and listening to the coaches, they met at the middle of the field, right just as halftime was starting, and the team captains met, and they were talking about, hey, let's, when the guy's in the air, don't push him in the back, let's try and, keep things cool, not let the temperature get too high. So I'm expecting this second half to kind of start out and be, all right, gather ourselves and play with spirit, play hard, but let's not start getting cheap. And let's hope the rain holds off.
I think it will. I was looking at the radar with Max here at halftime, and it looks like we're going to be good. And I agree with you. I didn't notice the coaches meeting in the center with the captains at halftime, but that's fantastic. That's what good coaches, good captains do. Because nobody wants the game to settle into that kind of nitpicky, chippy stuff. Because that's how people get hurt. But I think that the second half will start clean. But if McGill continues to be within striking distance, I think we're going to see a lot of stuff start happening in the second half as well. It might just go right back to where it was, which happens with two highly competitive players. And we have a foul call, which is unfortunate. I saw the Brown player fall. I didn't necessarily think it was from contact from 16-9, but I'm not sure.
I couldn't see if it was just a tangled foot thing.
It could have been 69 planting and stepping on his foot.
Yeah.
It could have been, I'm not sure. But it seems like it was resolved easily, and McGill looking for the end zone.
Floating it towards the back, and it's like he leapt up and thought someone was behind him to get it.
Yeah, I think he thought that it must have been going to somebody else, but it was actually going to him.
Good switch on D's by McGill to take away the deep threats and make Brown move the disc, not to allow that quick strike, which was a good idea.
Well, that turned
over. That's
over.
going to be short, and that's knocked down by Kolinsky.
Adrian Lynn there on the throw from Brown, just a little too much angle. Just was not going to work. Again, the wind is a little bit gusty here too, but that was just too bladey, too short as McGill takes over.
McGill in there, horizontal stack, far sideline. Big chunk up the field.
And you can see Brown really worried about 16-9 getting deep. They had two people running with him. They just kind of left the disc as he goes to the far side.
And that's going to be, nice job by Kolinsky. From McEwen.
A travel has been called.
Oh, you're kidding.
A travel, which was also a little interesting because, the McGill guy kind of stared down his defender and spiked it in his face. But a travel has been called on the far side of the field on 69. That throw was really nice. And now they have taken the call back, and the point stands. So that makes it 9-7. Brown continuing to lead here by 2.
Well, so much for the good spirit that started that 1 point.
I wanted to be optimistic like you, but two really talented programs here that are looking that this win is very important for, like on their quest to get one of those bids to nationals. I don't think the road is over for the team who loses here, but it's much harder. I haven't looked at the bracket for tomorrow, but I fully expect this to get really interesting as time goes on. So even though it's kind of chilly, hydrating is always important, but make it sustainable. At Maine Love, we're sharing clean, refreshing water from Sebago Lake in aluminum cans because saving the planet should taste this good. Play hard, live clean, love Maine. Maine Love is the way water should be. That was one of our new sponsors for this year. So, McGill, ready to pull. Number 99 here has had some really nice pulls today. Brown and the unstoppable O-line on the field looking to put their advantage back up to 3 here.
See if they really try and utilize a lot of handler movement and, keep 66 involved.
So McGill's not going to want me commentating any of their games anymore because every time I say something, I jinx them.
Oh, nice inside throw, near sideline. Good fake by 7 there. Needs to look upfield.
Doesn't have any options, really.
Really get the wide throw, far side of the field. Back to the middle of the field. A little floaty.
Oh, good bid by 9, but that's just too, with the way the wind's coming to the back far corner, you can't put that much angle on it. The wind's going to take it and push it up into the air like that.
Yep.
You need to know what the wind's doing and keep it low if you can. As McGill goes the far way, goes all the way around. And they're coming back to the near side this way. Again, Bowdoin really sagging off their side sack in the middle and really making them go play around the edges and not getting anything in the middle of the field.
And they are doing a lot of switching on defense.
Yep.
But they can't leave 77 alone by himself back there.
No. 77 definitely tapping into the power of the mustache for sure. You can't leave him alone. Same team. They took it from each other.
Show it to him. Show it to him. McGill moving. Oh, nice little throw up the middle of the field. Now near the end line, and that's going to be a point for McGill.
All right, McGill.
And McGill starting to fight back.
That's a break for McGill.
It is.
It puts them back within 1. Like we said in the first half, Brown needs to continue to execute because when they make a mistake, McGill makes them pay. And they have to continue. Yeah, Brown needs to be flawless. As they are up 9-8. This game started at 3 o'clock. We're at 4 o'clock right now, so we still have plenty of time as far as cap's concerned. But if this game does descend into the calls of things that we were thinking it might,
cap will come really
the cap
fast.
will come up real fast as we have time to baiting and talking and things. But we'll see what Brown has in store as a reply.
And McGill with the defensive line back out there, trying to get another break. Well, see if Brown can take advantage of their new aggression on defense and throw some fakes in there, get McGill a little off balance, and get the easy throws off and the quick strikes.
Well, and McGill has moved some players around too because 69 has been on the O-line. He's playing defense here to really try and, you can tell that they're putting less of an O-line, D-line, and more of like an A-line kind of sort of grouping here. It's a big hammer right away from Houston. He's thrown a couple of those.
I like the way these Brown players are using their fakes.
Good
and
look.
trying to get their
66
guys
with the
off
reception.
balance, and that's going to be a point for Brown.
That's just really quick down the field to Young, to the middle of the field, to 11, back out to 66. Like they're really moving it real quick. The McGill player didn't like something. He's having words with 66 here. I don't know if he didn't like the spike or something, or 66 said something.
I thought he looked like he was going to call for a stoppage of play earlier for something.
Maybe, yeah.
Because he just stopped running and turned around, and then maybe he realized he maybe ran into his own player instead of the other player, or something.
Yeah.
Something weird happened.
Yeah, I don't know. They were having a discussion about something, but either way, here we are. It's 10-8. Brown with the very smooth offense, walking it down the field on McGill.
Well, since McGill spiked it in the dude's face, I don't think they have anything to complain about when it comes to Brown spiking it. That's why I don't like spiking in general. It just leads to hard feelings. Kick spikes I allow.
Yeah, but kick spikes usually taco the disc though. That's why I don't like him. You see the disc afterwards, and it's like
it's so funny the way some of these celebrations go, and spiking the disc and what have you. And
the row your boat thing from earlier today was hilarious.
For me, when I started playing, dude, how many steps are you gonna take?
All right, Brown with his own. 3-3-1 here, looking to trap it on the far side of the field. They want them to have to swing it into the wind, which makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I like the idea, but let's see if it works on McGill here. And they're making these dumps really hard too. They're really trying to stick it on the line right here, but McGill can tend to just go right down the line. And a scooper.
I just couldn't afford to buy another disc if I tacoed mine.
Exactly. Well, I mean, you could do what we did, which is get married and have wedding discs as our wedding favors, and now we still have 50 of them.
Here, use this.
Please take it away.
You ought to have those as regional disc for next year.
Absolutely. Brown is staying in it here. They're not dropping into a person. They're staying in it all the way down the field, which might as well stay committed to it at this point.
And I like the, keeping that force zone, trying to get it trapped on that sideline.
And you also have 0 here for Brown as the wing. He's being really aggressive, coming down on these handlers, daring that big hammer into the wind. Oh, that was the one for 30 to have, and he missed it.
Had that. That was good defense by Brown.
Hey, look, there's your kick spike.
There's the kick spike. And
then Caleb Moran had that. It went right by his ear, pretty much. And that was the one to make a play on. And McGill capitalizing, making it 10-9.
Owen Kalinsky that time, as opposed to Malcolm Kalinsky. 0-0.
So while we get all set up here for the next point, one of our sponsors is Revision Energy, and they are Maine Ultimate's clean energy partner, and they were co-founded by Ultimate World Champion Fortuna Muller. Revision Energy loves supporting Ultimate as a friendly, inclusive sport for everyone, with a mission to make life better by building our just and equitable electric future. Revision Energy is a 100% employee-owned solar company and certified B Corp, serving clients in Maine, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts. If you're looking to save money and reduce your carbon footprint with solar, heat pumps, battery storage, or electric vehicle charging, head on over to revisionenergy.com. It's getting dark out here.
It is.
Like the clouds are really settling in and really kind of lower too. Yeah, it's looking like looks like rain's coming, that's for sure. As McGill pulls a big one from 99. These are hard to catch too. Yep. Yeah, I don't blame 66 for getting out of the way.
And Brown, are they going to show enough patience to just march it up the field?
This was that T offense that we saw them start the game with.
Yeah.
We got like a group of 3 cutters and one right down the field. Is Tapper getting loose down the field for Brown?
Oh,
to McCloskey,
great grab
right to 44.
In the front corner of the end zone.
You can see that they just, once they get that line, they've got Tapper, and then you got McCloskey, and then you got Houston. They're all in a line, and they're just one after the other, just hitting the space like 20 yards up from each other. Like, and they know. I mean, 66, McCloskey just got up and didn't even really look. He just threw it. It's like he knew that he was going to be there. Yeah, as Brown goes up 11-9.
And that was a key point for Brown. They really needed to get the momentum back.
Yeah, more smooth offense. Brown is looking. I mean, when they as soon as they start to get rolling like that, they are unstoppable. At least in this game, they run into trouble when they turn it over quickly. So I wouldn't be surprised to see McGill try something later. That's something different, a wrinkle or something, just to try and get Brown to think and throw them off their rhythm. Because once they get rolling, it's pretty much over.
So Brown pulling right to left across your screen to McGill in the white. Another spinning pull.
Not quite as deep as you'd like going this way with the wind, but it'll work. McGill looking like they're going to come out horizontal to start. They got to get downfield though. They've been running a tighter line of people, so it looks like we might have some tired legs.
Moving back to the far side of the field, around midfield.
Good cut by 10.
Deep cut.
Giving a lot of yards.
Yep. And now a deep throw. Wow, wide open. Little miscommunication there to allow Andrews to score from O'Donnell.
Well, and that's something too, where like if Brown is going to be kind of sagging off the far side, cutters and handlers trying to influence the space kind of closer to the disc, send him deep and then take the shot, because they can't guard both. So that could have been, whether it was a realization of some like awareness by the cutter or something the coaches picked out. I'm a little surprised it's taken them all game to figure it out, but it looks like that was something that they've thought about. As that makes it 11-10, and the pressure goes back on Brown here to not turn the disc over.
Yeah, McGill's really found a rhythm on offense this half. And part of that is there haven't been quite as many calls in this half as in the first half. And looking at the radars, don't look at the radar.
I might have to go get my raincoat here in a minute. Very silly of me, I put it away.
Well, for those listening at home, the rain isn't a big deal to the players. It's not a big deal to the announcers, but it is a big deal to our videographer and his equipment.
And his very expensive equipment. As rain and cameras and computers do not mix, as Max is now in scramble mode, packing things up as much as possible, while also panning the camera and keeping you viewers with a good view of what's going on, as Brown takes over on offense and McGill
coming with his own.
Maybe a zone. Looks kind of, yeah, I think it is a zone. 2-3-2, all 42 almost got a piece. So two people in the cup, three across the middle, kind of playing based on where the offensive players are, in two deeps, although they've forgotten about number 7. But number 9 couldn't make a throw off. But
I think they want to get a little more space between their handlers in this zone, just to force them basically to call the double teams. Like, look, you're two people standing right next to me.
As now McGill goes to person defense, and we have an injury. Is that a head injury?
I don't know. He slipped down.
Oh, nope.
I think
he's grabbing his hamstring.
The back of his leg.
He's grabbing his hamstring.
It'd be nice if it's just a cramp.
While we do,
it is an unfortunate eventuality. That
while the injury happens, Callahan's got his umbrella. I'm going to go grab my raincoat as the rain starts in earnest.
So we have a timeout on the field to help the injured player to the sideline, and McGill makes their substitution, and now they will get ready to put the disc back in play. Brown with the disc, McGill playing defense in the white. Good patience by the Brown handler there. near side of the field, staying in the near sideline, working the disc, now reverses field. Good work by Brown. Starting to get a little bit high on the count. Now middle of the field. Good work, good patience, great layout by 66 again. And the hammer to the back of the end zone for the point for Brown.
66, McCloskey.
What a shock, right?
Great throw. That's 11.
12.
Duclos or Cello being in the back corner as the rain really starts coming down. This is the reality of the rest of the day, I believe, as far as the weather is concerned. That makes it, I believe, 12-10 in favor of Brown.
That was good offense by Brown. I mean, they really took what they were given, and they, you know, a couple of those throws were risky just because the defense was so good. But they managed to hold on, move the disc, and, you know, not get rattled at all.
Oh.
So Brown now getting ready to pull. Right to left across your screen.
And a laser beam.
Deep pull into the middle of the field in the end zone. McGill moving near sideline.
Brown playing a zone, this time trapping this side of the field. But maybe not trapping at all. Maybe just kind of, it's a loose cut. There they go. Yeah, okay, so they are maybe less of a trap and more of just like a make the handler resets really hard.
Yeah. And that was it. That's what you want in the zone. The dangerous throw that is, there's a point in the corner.
Well,
for Brown.
Well executed. The point to number 6.
Oh, shoot.
That's Adrian Lynn on the reception as Mike nearly fell down the gap in our scaffolding. Are you okay there, Mike?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
That was...
I'm just trying to cover the camera.
Trying to cover the camera, but you also have to make sure that you stay alive. But yes, cover the camera. Do you need me to hold something?
No, I'm good.
Okay. All right, so that makes it 13-10.
I mean, if you're offering, you can go get me some dinner.
I said hold something.
Well, you'd be holding the dinner as you're
I would be holding the
me.
dinner afterwards, yes. That is true. After I go get it. All right, well.
Exciting game here in the final game of the day for Division I.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely has, you know, pretty significant implications for the road to getting a bid to nationals tomorrow. The winner here, I would imagine, has a much easier time of that as far as where they'll be placed for any sort of like semis or anything, or quarters or semis for tomorrow. Brown getting ready to play some defense. It'll be interesting to see what they do on defense in this direction because McGill's going with the wind this time. McGill really needing to hold here as it is 13-10.
On that.
Yeah,
and they
there
do
we
come
go.
with the zone.
The zone. That's
bailed out by the wing.
That was fortunate by McGill. There's Brown sits in their zone here. Content to play this probably all the way down the field like they did before. It's definitely been the most effective weapon that's just stopping any deep looks that McGill might have is this zone.
Yeah, this is just too easy for McGill right now.
But it is shutting the McGill deep looks down, which is the way that they're going to get back in the game as fast as possible. So Brown is literally playing the clock game with the zone and just saying you can take 5 minutes, 10 minutes to score, but you're not going to get to score in 2 or 3 throws. So they are just bleeding clock here. And with the rain incoming, it makes it even more so, more difficult. McGill's not really challenged, but again, the rain and the wind can have a good impact on throwing and catching a plastic disc.
McGill had the opportunity to do a quick strike there, and oh, they do finally get the quick strike for the score. This time it is reversed. It's O'Donnell on the receiving end from McEwen.
13-11 in favor of Brown. Why are you laughing? I can keep track of the score without seeing it sometimes. If I use my brain.
That's that's one of the things I've always been terrible about, because I've never cared enough about the score, and my high school kids ask me that all the time. Okay, coach, what's the score? I'm like, I don't know. I care about how you're playing, not what the score is.
All right,
McGill trying to. They got to get the break here.
They got to get the breaks. That's the only way, right? 13-11.
They're running out of points to get the break on.
Mm-hmm.
Brown ready to receive. Looking a little chill there on the field.
Yeah, this has been a very effective group, though, on the field for Brown. You've got Tapper, you've got Lowe, you've got Young, Houston. I think 66. McCloskey's put a rain jacket on, but like this is their bread and butter O-line right here.
Yep.
Like this has been the group that has been, once they get rolling,
and they
very little that
shifting a little bit to more up and down the field instead of directly across it. Oh, big gainer
they
up the
forgot
field
about
on the
15
far
again.
side of the field. Good holster by 15.
Either they forgot about him or they just 15 recognized that he was the one they were poaching off of. I'm not sure, but man, it's a huge gain.
Oh, and that's just an unforced error.
Yep, that throw was just too low.
And that's what McGill needs. They need the unforced error to try and take advantage and get a break.
Now they need, and you can see them going right back, just trying to get 69 in there, but they're poaching off their defenders. The Brown defenders are poaching off of their other guys to shut to 69 down from McGill. High release.
Oh, and you got this streaking down the near sideline.
No throw, though. Good marks and good poach off of 77 there by Brown. Number 11 poaching that lane and making the throw not happen. He's stuck. Oh.
And that was a high stall count, and the slip doomed him.
Yep, the slip, high stall count. Oh, a laser.
Good.
Is he in? Question mark? No one knows. He's not in. Okay. Houston with it on the goal line. He's been prone to upside down throws. Let's see if he does something cool. Oh, a lefty to space.
Oh.
He's in.
Great catch.
Tapper with the diving grab. 14-11 in favor of Brown. They can smell the victory. What does McGill have left?
Yeah, they gotta dig deep right here, and
try and string it out.
They gotta get this point. Gotta get this point. Focus.
I think the rain has actually stopped for now.
And McGill calls a timeout to gather themselves, make sure they're get a couple extra breaths in, a couple extra seconds of resting the legs before maybe they can come up with some cheeky little play.
Well, they can assume that Brown's going to throw the zone again.
I think that would be a good assumption.
Because that has really forced, it's really kind of, it's made McGill make a lot of throws, and it really has reduced the effectiveness of 69. He's such a matchup nightmare one-on-one, but in zone, it's, it's just much less effective. Like, he can't just run around because you don't have the throwing lanes to exploit his height and speed deep down the field. So, like, it's a really effective use of defense to really take the best player for McGill out of the equation.
So Brown pulling, Left to right across your screen. McGill getting ready to pick up. Oh, nice hang time on that disc.
That's about as good as you can hope for into the wind like that. I think that was Connor with the pull there by Brown.
Again, Brown coming out in that zone.
Yeah, they're a little too wide, the cup is, though, and not quite working as well as a unit as the other group they had out there before. It also might be a different, I'm trying to pinpoint what it is exactly. I'm actually not entirely convinced that it is a zone, but
good work by McGill here, taking what's giving, being patient.
It looks almost like a wall on the handlers, like they're willing to go sideways. But
and that's a
good bid. That's a tough catch.
Yeah, it is.
Hammer coming directly at you like that.
Hammer dying in front of you.
Yeah, that's a hard catch.
That's a tough one. Brown, and that's going to be a turn.
That is a turn.
Hand block on that little over-the-top floaty thing.
There was a call down the field too, but it didn't matter because of the turnover.
Good work, far side of the field. McGill with the disc.
You can see McGill's gassed though. There's not a lot of movement going on here by these guys. They are really tired.
Good patience by McGill, far side of the field.
You've got the McGill players in an outer circle and the Brown defenders all in this inner circle, and there's just not a lot of movement in there. There they go.
And get that point. Kolinsky on the receiving end, again from O'Donnell.
14-12 now.
The offense did their job there.
They did.
A good patient offense from McGill against that zone.
Now Brown's offense needs to do its job. One of the Brown players is trying to negotiate his way onto the field, and the coach said,
no, not at this point.
He's rolling with his 7.
Next point, coach?
The 7 like Maine O-line players that we've seen all game. As the rain picks up in earnest, Max's camera equipment is doing okay. Yeah, he's doing. It's surviving. I got a so-so hand gesture, so we'll see how this goes. Sometimes we have a tarp put up over our scaffolding here, but no dice this time. We might need it for tomorrow. I'm not sure how that might happen, but
yeah, tomorrow's going to be interesting because it's supposed to be showers, but more persistent. Maybe not as hard as it's raining now,
right?
But more consistent.
Yeah.
And we also have something tomorrow called the Southern Maine Invite. So a high school tournament will be going on at Wainwright, in addition to the last couple rounds of
just high school,
regionals.
Right? A high school tournament? Yeah.
High school.
All right, McGill getting ready to pull, needing multiple breaks to steal this one from Brown. Brown, one more point for the win.
That is
came out of his hand funny.
Going to come back.
Yeah, you saw when he let it go, it was wobbly. It's almost like the wet disc. He had too tight of a grip on it, maybe.
Hung on his finger a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, I think he just gripped it so tight that it didn't come out smooth. Brown in a more of a traditional horizontal, which we haven't seen. We've seen them do a lot of different things. They go for one shot. Here it is.
One shot, and that's going to be the game for Brown. Really exciting game. Just to me, it looked like McGill ran out of gas.
22 on the receiving end. That was Houston with the throw. And number 22, Holtz.
So we have a final.
Yep, 15-11. A really good game, though. Yeah, Brown just looking really, really sharp. They're going to be they are a force to be reckoned with, no doubt. That's victories over UVM and dispatching McGill. Yeah, it's going to be a good day tomorrow.
And we will be back tomorrow.
We will be back. Yeah, we hope to see you on the live stream tomorrow. I believe first game is at 9. So yeah, look for us then, and we will see what kind of a matchup that we have. I'm Tom. He's Mike. Max on the camera, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Have a good evening.